Chapter 2168. Since he was a guest elder, Xiao Hua was also a member of the Sunset Island and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so the elders were very happy. Xiao Hua accompanied Kua Hang and prepared to board the Sunset Island. Xue Xue followed Kua Qiao to board the island. At this moment, the entire defensive formation of the Sunset Island was open. The entire island was wrapped in a blood-red brilliance like a cocoon. Naturally, this brilliance was now connected with the light of the bloody red island. Kua Hang flew to the sky above the Sunset Island, patted his hand, and took out a blood-red jade slip from his storage bag. He looked at it carefully and released his divine sense to scan the entire island no less than 10 times. Only then did he come to the east side with some hesitation. Because the blood-red brilliance of the entire Sunset Island was the same, he couldn't see where the formation was. If Kua Hang didn't have the jade slip left by his clan, he probably wouldn't have found this place. It should be here. Kua Hang pointed his hand, but his finger was blocked by the blood-red brilliance. Xiao Hua had been frowning since he saw the blood-red brilliance. Now, after hearing Kua Hang's explanation, he shook his head and said, "Island Master Kua, I have a question that I want to ask you." "Elder Xiao, please ask." Kua Hang said without hesitation, "Elder Xiao is now qualified to know the secret of the Sunset Island." There's no need to hide anything." Xiao Hua smiled as he pointed at the restriction and said, "Island Master has already said that the Sunset Island has probably disappeared for millions or even tens of millions of years. In other words, the Sunset Island sank into the Kuai He Sea for at least millions of years. Island Master Kua, do you think the restriction of the Sunset Island can still be so intact under the Kuai He Sea?" "Oh, right." Kua Hang was shocked. He slapped his forehead and said, "I was a bit too happy. I actually overlooked this matter." Sure enough, the expressions of the other elders and the few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples also changed. No one knew the power of the Kuai He Sea better than them. Not to mention the bottom of the sea, even on the surface of the sea, the restriction of the bloody red island relied on spirit stones to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to maintain its defense. The Sunset Island sank into the sea. How great was the pressure of the sea? 10,000 years might be enough, but 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years later, the restrictions on the Sunset Island would definitely not be intact. It would be normal if it was a dilapidated Sunset Island that had been eroded by the sea, but how could there be nothing strange about the appearance of such an intact Sunset Island? They were only focused on being happy and thinking about the return of their ancestors' property. They really didn't think about this. What does Elder Xiao mean? Kua Hang's face was gloomy and uncertain. He had asked Xiao Hua to take action and become an elder because he wanted to quickly grasp the Sunset Island in his hands. He was afraid that a long delay would cause more trouble and cause other islands to covet it. Xiao Hua shook his head. "This is just my guess. I really don't know how to deal with it. Island Master Kua is the master of the island. This matter should be decided by the Island Master." Kua Hang pondered for a moment before looking at the elders. Obviously, the people of Scarlet Island could not resist the temptation of the Sunset Island. After a few rounds of discussion, they unanimously decided to enter the Sunset Island. Xiao Hua was only a guest elder and was only temporarily helping Kua Hang. Seeing this, he did not say anything else. Kua Hang took out the sea pearl and urged it with his spiritual power. The sea pearl suddenly shone with a red light and almost broke free from Kua Hang's control. As Kua Hang used his spiritual power, the sea pearl actually turned into a piece of seaweed and floated toward the restriction of the Sunset Island. However, when the blood-red seaweed fell on the restriction, it did not merge into the restriction as everyone expected. Instead, it fell on a stone wall and slowly slid down. Kua Hang's face was a little ugly. He covered it with his sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve to put it away. Then, he took out a jade slip. Obviously, he had misjudged the location. After a long while, Hua Hang hesitantly placed the sea pearl about a foot away from where it was just now. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seaweed that the sea pearl had turned into did not have any reaction. It just slid down. This. Not only was Xiaohua puzzled, but the elders and disciples of the Scarlet Island were also puzzled. They looked at each other several times, and their eyes were full of confusion. Hua Hang was a little anxious. He scanned the area with his eyes and placed the sea pearls randomly on top of the restriction that was 10 feet away from him. He hoped that he would be able to touch the formation core that was close to him. Looking at Hua Hang, who was like a headless fly, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. This half-sphere was huge, probably thousands of feet wide. Hua Hang's attempt was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He stretched out his left hand and opened his spiritual eye. In his spiritual eye, the restriction of the entire Sunset Island was like an oval eggshell. On it, there was a thin layer of light curtain that revealed an extremely gorgeous red color. This light curtain was so round and so tight. Where could there be a formation eye for the sea pearl to be placed? This Hua Hang, what the hell is he doing? Xiaohua waved his hand and motioned for a late Foundation establishment disciple to come over. At this time, that disciple was full of admiration for Xiaohua. He flew over and bowed. Hua Yang greets Elder Xiao. May I know why Elder summoned me? This Xiao is not familiar with this Sunset Island. While Island Master Hua is solving the formation here, why don't you take this Xiao to look around? Xiaohua said warmly. Hua Yang looked at the busy and even somewhat impatient Hua Hang and smiled apologetically. This disciple can't help here. If Elder Xiao has an order, this disciple dares not to disobey. Good, Xiaohua nodded. He randomly picked a direction and flew towards the other side of the Sunset Island. Hua Yang naturally nodded to the other elders and also followed Xiaohua. Hua Hang naturally sensed Xiaohua's unusual movements, but he was now a little impatient. In addition, Hua Yang was by Xiaohua's side, so he no longer paid attention to him. He even whispered to the rest of the people to disperse and search for the source of the abnormality. The Sunset Island was huge. Xiaohua circled the entire Sunset Island like a flickering light and passing shadow. Occasionally, he even flew high up in the sky to look at the entire Sunset Island from a bird's-eye view. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua once again stopped in midair thoughtfully. He turned his head and asked, Hua Yang, this Xiao wants to ask you. Do you know anything about the Sunset Island? Do you know why the Sunset Island suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea? Elder Xiao knows. Hua Yang cupped his hands and said, this junior has never heard of the Sunset Island. However, this junior does know that occasionally, some islands in the Guihe Sea would suddenly be submerged by the sea. The people on the islands would have no way to escape. Of course, there are also reefs and islands that suddenly appear from the bottom of the sea. However, most of them are unknown. Only when people discover them later on, will they know. Then, do you think that the position of the Sunset Island, or should I say, the position will change? Xiaohua stared at a place not far from him and said very thought-provoking. "Io, that's right." Hua Yang slapped his forehead and said in realization, when reefs and other objects sink into the sea, aren't there enormous whirlwinds and whirlpools? This Sunset Island will definitely move. Elder Zhao's words are very reasonable. Since that's the case, then Island Master Hua is still searching at the original place. Isn't it a bit too much? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, yes. Hua Yang said anxiously, Elder Xiao, please wait a moment. This disciple will inform Island Master. After saying that, Hua Yang hurriedly flew away. Not long after, Hua Hang and the others rushed over. Hua Hang's face actually had a trace of shame. When he saw Xiaohua, he smiled apologetically and said, this old man has been in the Gui he sees since young, but I didn't expect to come here. Elder Xiao, a newcomer to the Gui he see, actually thought of this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Island Master Qua is in the middle of the situation. Naturally, there are some things that you can't see clearly. Moreover, this Xiao has just encountered the sinking of the Great Flag Reef. Naturally, this Xiao has some insights. Good, Qua Heng said with a smile, this Qua will try it right now. Naturally, Xiao Hua couldn't stop at the formation eye that he saw. However, under everyone's speculation, Qua Heng tried again for a while and found the formation eye that Hai Zhu placed on the opposite side of the formation eye. As soon as the seaweed that Hai Zhu transformed into was placed into the formation eye, a dazzling brilliance burst out. Then, this brilliance spread out from the formation eye like ripples of water. As this brilliance flowed out, the entire blood-colored restriction was like a curtain being opened, revealing the true appearance of Sunset Island. See, what entered Xiao Hua's eyes was a similarly blood-colored island that was extremely similar to Blood Ray Island. However, right in the middle of this Sunset Island, there was an enormous palace built on the island, causing Xiao Hua to suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Sunset Island was hundreds of feet above the sea surface, and the majestic palace built on it was precisely this palace. My goodness, this palace is probably the same as Haoming City's Xian Kong Pavilion. It's also an ancient ruin. Moreover, this ruin is probably real. While Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, the eyes of Qua Heng and the others flashed with a fervent brilliance. Elder Xiao. While Xiao Hua was in a daze, Qua Heng called out. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and saw that the Hai Zhu that had just recovered in front of Qua Heng suddenly shone brightly again and faintly showed signs of flying away. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his sleeve and covered the Hai Zhu again. After the Hai Zhu stabilized, Xiao Hua said curiously, Island Master Qua, I really don't understand. Island Master Qua's cultivation and magic power are both stronger than mine. Even this heaven and earth sleeve spell is more exquisite than mine. Why? He, Qua Heng said with a wry smile, controlling this Hai Zhu requires the complete heaven and earth sleeve spell. It's useless to rely on magic power alone. Although Elder Zhao's cultivation is similar to mine, you've practiced the heaven and earth sleeve spell more than me. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Island Master Qua, as long as you practice the heaven and earth sleeve spell for a while, you'll definitely surpass me. Why are you in such a hurry? The news of Sunset Island's appearance hasn't spread out yet. However, the tremors in Gui he see can't be hidden from people. When Scorching Sun Island, Ice Blade Island, Gale Island, or Yensen Island discover this matter, and my Blood Ray Island's disciples haven't set foot on Sunset Island, they'll have a reason to occupy this island. At that time, even if I completely master the heaven and earth sleeve spell, what's the use? Qua Heng explained. Chapter 2169. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. No wonder Qua Heng would rather invite him as a guest elder and teach him a secret technique of the island that even he didn't know about in order to obtain Sunset Island as quickly as possible. What's next? Xiao Hua controlled the ocean pearl and asked, are we going directly to the island? Not yet. Qua Heng shook his head. This ocean pearl only controls the outer defense of Sunset Island. I still need to use it to obtain the key to the entire forbidden technique of Sunset Island. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled. Then why don't you hurry up? Ahem, Qua Heng coughed awkwardly. I still need Elder Zhao's help. Qua Heng transmitted a few words to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua frowned and said worriedly, Island Master Qua, are you sure this will be fine? Yes, Qua Heng patted his chest. This is the secret technique of the Sunset Island Master. I am quite confident. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility. Haha, what can happen? Kwa Heng smiled. Even if there is a problem, you are a guest elder of Sunset Island. At worst, I will give up my position and let you be the island master. Island Master Kwa, be careful with your words. Xiao Hua waved his hand. I don't have that idea. However, Xiao Hua still muttered in his heart, damn it, I'm afraid there really is a problem. Sure enough, Xiao Hua waved his Taoist robe and the ocean pearl flew into the air. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of true essence on the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately melted into a red liquid. Next to him, Kwa Heng formed a seal with both hands and hit the ocean pearl. Under Kwa Heng's control, the ocean pearl gradually turned into a whirlpool. A strange suction force came from the whirlpool and rushed toward Sunset Island. Soon, a strange wave of energy appeared on the Sunset Island. A small, long piece of stone was pulled out from the top of the towering palace as if it was being pulled out by a great force. It flew towards the ocean pearl's whirlpool. Not long after, the stone flew in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua hesitated and said, Island Master Kwa, or elders, you can try it first. I still want to be lazy. All right. Kwa Heng had no choice but to wave his sleeve and cast the universe within the sleeve's technique to envelop the stone piece. Unfortunately, the stone piece was not under his control and did not react at all. Elder Xiao, if this old man can't do it, I'm afraid the other elders can't either. Kwa Heng smiled bitterly. I'll have to trouble Elder Xiao. This old man trusts you. All right, Xiao Hua was helpless. He waved his hand and the heaven and earth in the sleeve was activated. The stone piece emitted a faint red color and slowly flew towards Xiao Hua. Although its movement was slow and its brilliance was extremely faint, there was still some reaction. Xiao Hua understood that his heaven and earth sleeve technique had not been completely mastered. If he could master it, it would be a completely different situation. Xiao Hua glanced at Kwa Heng and reminded him, I'm going to make a move. Elder Xiao, please, Kwa Heng was slightly hesitant, but he still nodded. Pooh, Xiao Hua bit the tip of his tongue slightly, and a wisp of blood flew out and sprayed on the stone piece. The stone piece shone brightly, and the originally red brilliance actually gave birth to a golden color. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly cast a few hand seals. The stone piece immediately restrained its brilliance and actually trembled a little. Go, Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the stone piece flew in front of Kwa Heng. He smiled and said, Island Master Kwa, please. All right, Kwa Heng let out a long sigh of relief. He also opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the stone piece. He cast a series of hand seals without hesitation, as if he had already recited them several times in his heart. Immediately, a red color flashed at the top of the stone piece and gradually moved down. When the red color submerged 10% of the entire stone piece, Kwa Heng raised his voice and said, Elder Xiao, you can take back the essence blood. All right. Xiao Hua looked at Kwa Heng with flickering eyes and smiled. He pointed his finger, and the golden light at the bottom of the stone piece flashed slightly and then disappeared. A wisp of blood still seeped out from the bottom of the stone piece and turned into a drop of blood that fell into Xiao Hua's hand. At this time, Kwa Heng was truly relieved. He turned to the elders and said, Elders, protect this old man while I refine this island's spirit stone. Yes. The elders and late-stage Foundation establishment disciples of Blood Ray Island all flew close and protected Kwa Heng. Kwa Heng sat cross-legged, and his hands were constantly forming hand seals. Various hand seals were cast on the stone piece. The stone piece shook incessantly, and the blood-colored brilliance gradually submerged the entire stone piece. After waiting for 2 hours, Kwa Heng let out a long howl and pointed his finger at the stone tablet. With a crisp, ping sound, the stone tablet changed its appearance again. A stone tablet engraved with strange patterns appeared in the air. Hua Heng scooped up the stone tablet and it obediently fell into his hand. "Io, something's wrong." Xiao Hua's heart moved slightly. His earlier prediction had indeed come true. Although the stone tablet had been refined by Hua Heng, Xiao Hua still had a feeling in his heart. He knew that as long as he had the intention, the stone tablet would immediately be moved by him. Hua Heng's refinement was not complete. "This is also good." Xiao Hua secretly said, "I treat others with sincerity, but I can't guarantee that others will treat me with sincerity. Hua Heng needs this Xiao now, so naturally, he will give up the position of an elder. If he doesn't need this Xiao in the future, he won't want to take out their so-called clan's secret technique. Who knows, there might be some black hand. With this guarantee, this young master's heart will be at peace." "Oh. This stone tablet seems to have some patterns on it." Xiao Hua's mind was on the stone tablet, so he naturally took a few more glances. He saw that on the stone tablet, there was a giant who was taller than the nearby mountain peak. He held a wooden staff in his hand and was running. In front of him, there was a scarlet flame, which seemed to be the noon sun. However, without waiting for him to take another look, Hua Heng had already picked up the stone tablet and pointed his hand. From the stone tablet, 8 scarlet rays of light flew out, respectively flying in all directions on the island. Rumble. A blood-red restriction formation rose up on the entire Sunset Island again. The magic power that imprisoned the divine sense disappeared. "You all go and call the disciples to the Sunset Island. Elders, please arrange the chores here properly. 3 months later, my bloody red island will hold a ceremony to change its name to the Sunset Island." Hua Heng turned his head and gave a few instructions. After everyone left, Hua Heng said with a smile, "Elder Xiao, this old man's feeling is incomparable. I believe Elder Xiao also knows what this Hua Heng knows. Let's go, follow this old man to see the scenery of my Sunset Island." "He, Island Master Hua." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "It's better not to see it. The more I see, the more puzzles I have in my heart." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Hua Heng nodded with a puzzled expression and said, "Exactly. This old man originally thought that there would be many white bones on the Sunset Island, the remains of my Hua clan's ancestors from 1,000,000 years ago. However, on the entire Sunset Island, other than 3 strange white bones in the main hall, there isn't a single corpse on the entire Sunset Island." Chapter 2170. Yes, there seems to be some spirit fields protected by restrictions in the back hall. There's nothing in there either. It seems that all the spirit grasses have withered. If there are a few 100-year-old spirit grasses, Island Master Hua will be even happier. Xiao Hua continued. Anyway. Hua Heng chuckled, "Although it's a bit strange, Sunset Island is the foundation of my Hua family. I can't not move here. Of course I congratulate Island Master Hua." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "However, I'm more concerned about that cultivation method." "Don't worry, Elder Xiao." Hua Heng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "The restriction around that cultivation method is intact. I've already sensed it. When we reach the main hall, I'll take Elder Xiao there." "Great." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Island Master Hua. No need to thank me. The entire Sunset Island was given to me by Elder Xiao. I'm the one who should thank you." Hua Heng pulled Xiao Hua's robe and flew into the main hall. Standing at the entrance of the main hall, which was much taller than him, Xiao Hua felt like he was an ant. It wasn't just an impression, it was a kind of aura, a kind of majesty that came from the main hall. Looking at the 3 words, Sunset Palace, that were similar to the inscriptions on the main hall, Xiao Hua became thoughtful. These words were similar to the ones he saw in the Zhong family of Yin City. In the ancient times, could it be, there were other words besides the green seal script, the inscriptions on the armor, and the golden seal script? Xiao Hua was a bit confused, otherwise, where did the current cultivation words come from? Elder Xiao, do you recognize these 3 words? Hua Heng glanced at Xiao Hua's eyes and said with a smile. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he said, of course I don't. However, besides Sunset Island, what else could it be? Ha ha ha, Hua Heng shook his head and said, these 3 words are Sunset Palace. Elder Xiao, you're wrong. Then he sighed and said, it's a pity that the jade slip that recorded these words wasn't left behind on Blood Ray Island. After I move into Sunset Island, I'll search carefully. There must be a jade slip left behind on the island. Okay, Xiao Hua saw that Hua Heng didn't hide it and felt very gratified. He followed Hua Heng into the main hall. Everything in the main hall was huge. There were huge pillars, huge stone chairs, and huge tables. It was several times bigger than the main hall of the Misty Cloud sect. However, there were 3 skeletons on the ground. Only one of them belonged to a cultivator. The other 2 clearly didn't belong to cultivators. The 2 skeletons were 10 times bigger than Hua Heng, and each skeleton had 4 legs, each of which was as long as Hua Heng's legs. There was even a corpse with a tail that was longer than its body. If it weren't for the skeleton of that cultivator, Xiao Hua could still regard the other 2 as body cultivators like Hua Heng. However, compared with the skeleton of a cultivator, the difference was obvious. Demonic beast. Xiao Hua naturally saw it long ago, and he thought so at first. However, there was a storage pouch beside that cultivator's skeleton, and there were also 2 storage pouches beside the other 2 skeletons. It was just that these 2 storage pouches were somewhat different from the cultivator's storage pouch. This old man will take a look first. Hua Heng glanced at Xiao Hua and waved his hand. The cultivator's storage pouch flew into his hand. Ha! When Hua Heng scanned it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Hee, Elder Xiao, take a look for yourself. Hua Heng waved his hand and threw the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood. The storage pouch was a blur. The arrays inside had long been destroyed. There was nothing left behind, and he couldn't see anything from inside. While Xiao Hua was looking at the storage pouch, Hua Heng took the other 2 storage pouches and scanned them with his divine sense. He then threw them on the ground. Obviously, the arrays inside were damaged. Huh, what's this? Hua Heng's gaze fell on the white bone with the tail. He saw a dark ring on the white bone of the forelimb. It was about 4 fingers wide and seemed to be an armband. Hua Heng reached out and wanted to pick up the armband. However, just as he touched the armband touched the white bone. This simple touch shook the white bone into powder. What shocked Hua Heng even more was that the remaining white bone also turned into powder with the vibration. Oh, what's going on? Xiao Hua naturally saw this abnormality and couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this white bone seemed to have gone through millions or tens of millions of years. How could it become so fragile? Could it be? Xiao Hua guessed. The ancestors of the Sunset Island have all turned into white powder. Ha! This is strange. Hua Heng picked up the armband and scanned it with his divine sense. 2 things appeared in his hands. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because in Hua Heng's hands, one was a token, and the other was a relic. On the token was a ferocious snake's head, and the relic was the size of a fist. Elder Xiao. Hua Heng looked at the token in his hand and said with a smile, this seems to be what you want, right? This is very strange. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, this Xiao can swear that this Xiao is really just curious. Ha ha ha, Elder Xiao, look at you, how can this old man not believe you? Hua Heng didn't doubt him at all and threw the token in his hand to Xiao Hua. Thank you, Island Master. Xiao Hua took it and looked at the brand new token. It didn't have the slightest rust and he couldn't see any clues. He waved his hand and put it into the space. This thing seems to be a storage item. Unfortunately, the array inside has also collapsed. Just now, this old man only had time to take out these two things. Hua Heng didn't regard himself as an outsider and showed the armband and the relic to Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua followed his words and looked inside. Sure enough, the inside was also a piece of chaos, there was nothing inside. He looked at the fist-sized relic. It was crystal clear and there was a layer of milky white brilliance inside. It seemed to be a cross-legged Buddha statue. Island Master Hua, if this thing is useless to you, this Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Elder Xiao, you can take it. Hua Heng waved his hand and said, this thing doesn't belong to my Sunset Island. This Hua is also not interested. If you want it, you can take it. However, if you find something related to my Sunset Island, please tell this old man. Haha, of course. Xiao Hua smiled as he placed the armband into his bosom. He also placed the Saraira into his space and took the 3 storage pouches. These 2 skeletons. I'm afraid they can't move at all. Hua Heng squatted down and looked at the skeletons and whispered to Xiao Hua. This Xiao also thinks so. Xiao Hua nodded. Huff. Hua Heng raised his mouth and blew a breath of air. Hua, as the wind blew, the 2 skeletons collapsed and turned into 2 pieces of white powder. Alas, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Hua Heng waved his Taoist robe. As the breeze blew, 3 piles of white powder rose up and soon drifted in the air, leaving no trace behind. Ouch! Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as if he thought of something. However, before he could think carefully, another wave of serious palpitations suddenly came. Could it be that, this warning sign didn't appear on Sunset Island? Xiao Hua was shocked. It seems that there is still an unknown danger. Island Master Hua. Xiao Hua said somewhat anxiously, this Xiao suddenly thought of something and is in a hurry to leave. What is the cultivation method that Island Master Hua is talking about? Where is it on Sunset Island? This Xiao wants to take a look first. If there is no fate, this Xiao will take a look and leave. There is no need to be in such a hurry, right? Hua Heng said curiously, Sunset Island has just appeared. There will be an island establishment ceremony in 3 months. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest of Sunset Island and should attend. Xiao Hua shook his head, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to stay. This is no small matter. This Xiao can't wait. All right. Hua Heng clapped his hand and took the stone tablet in his hand. After he immersed his divine sense in it, he pointed his finger. A trace of blood flashed on the stone tablet. It was a rumbling sound coming from the inner hall in the distance. Hua Heng's face lit up and he said with a smile, this old master is fortunate to have not failed you. This is one of the forbidden areas of Sunset Island. Those who are not elders or above are not allowed to enter. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest elder, you can naturally enter. Please. All right. Xiao Hua knew that this was not the time to be polite, so he nodded and followed Hua Heng into the inner hall. Could it be that this Hua Heng has bad intentions towards this young master? Xiao Hua was somewhat suspicious as he flew. However, the problem was that this stone tablet had gone through Xiao Hua's blood, so there was a trace of gold left in it. This trace of gold was enough for Xiao Hua to control the stone tablet when Hua Heng controlled it to attack Xiao Hua. In other words, Hua Heng couldn't threaten Xiao Hua. What kind of warning sign is that? Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Sunset Island will sink again? However, looking at Hua Heng's excited appearance, even if he told Hua Heng that Sunset Island would sink again, Hua Heng definitely wouldn't believe him. Elder Xiao, it's right here. After flying past a few restrictions and a few corridors that looked like a maze, Hua Heng pointed at a small house that was only 3 meters tall and said, "Inside the small house is the most important place where the cultivation methods of my Sunset Island are recorded." However, at this point, Hua Heng was somewhat hesitant. "Are there any taboos?" Xiao Hua asked with a frown. "If this old master says it now, Elder Xiao, I'm afraid that this old master will think that this old master is deceiving Elder." Hua Heng smiled bitterly. "It's probably because this old master didn't say it clearly earlier. It doesn't matter. Island Master Hua, please say it." Xiao Hua smiled. Hua Heng said embarrassedly, "Earlier Elder Xiao asked what cultivation method it was. Actually, this old master also doesn't know, because this forbidden area has some strange rules." This Xiao is even more curious. Xiao Hua's curiosity was piqued. Yes, every Sunset Island disciple above the rank of Elder can enter this forbidden area to comprehend the bone tempering technique after mastering it. Hua Heng thought for a moment and said very seriously, "However, this opportunity only comes once, and it's only for a day. No matter if you comprehend it or not, you have to come out after a day and a half. After you come out, no matter how much you comprehend, you can't teach it to other disciples, and you can't tell others what you've comprehended. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it." Chapter 2171. Oh my! Xiao Hua almost stuck out his tongue. This rule is too strange. Aren't the seniors of the Sunset Island afraid that this cultivation method will be lost? I don't know either. Hua Heng shook his head. I haven't completed the bone tempering technique yet, so I didn't think about it before. Now, I have to consider when I can enter after completing the bone tempering technique so that I won't waste this 1 day and 1 night opportunity. All right. Xiao Hua muttered, "I don't know when I can come to the Gui he see in the future, so I'll go in and take a look first." Elder Xiao, actually, your body refining technique has already surpassed this old man's. If you continue to comprehend the bone tempering technique of my Sunset Island, you will have a chance to comprehend this secret technique in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Hua Heng was sincerely thinking for Xiao Hua. Don't, Xiao Hua thought. If my premonition is correct, the Sunset Island may sink again in the next few days. I'd better hurry and take a look first. I'm very curious. If I know about this, I'll definitely go in and take a look. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collected those tokens of unknown origin. Xiao Hua said while touching his nose. All right. Hua Heng pointed his finger at the stone tablet. With a rumbling sound, a stone door rose from the inside of the small house. Elder Xiao, go in. After 1 day and 1 night, the stone door will naturally open. Elder Xiao, you have to come out immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to open the stone door unless there's no life in the small house. I know. Xiao Hua nodded and was about to walk through the stone door when he turned around and said, Island Master, the Sunset Island has just risen from the sea. Who knows if it will sink again? Island Master should be prepared. Don't worry, Elder Xiao. Hua Heng smiled mysteriously. How can I not know? If there's any movement, the island guarding spirit stone will definitely inform me. Of course. Xiao Hua patted his forehead and said with a smile, I don't control this spirit stone, so I don't know its magical uses. Then, Xiao Hua walked into the small house with a big smile. Hua Heng saw Xiao Hua's figure disappear and the big rock fell down. He didn't waste any more time and turned around to fly away. The Sunset Island had just appeared. He had too many things to arrange. Xiao Hua's matter was really insignificant. When Xiao Hua entered the hut, his divine sense was immediately confined, unable to leave his body at all. His gaze swept across the 4 walls inside, but he didn't find anything special. He only felt that there seemed to be a strange magic power fluctuation inside the walls, which should be a kind of strange restriction. An. Xiaohua's eyes swept across the room, and when he saw that the four walls were filled with these words, he unconsciously relaxed his brows. Because the handwriting was the same as the Sunset Palace engraved outside the main hall. It was similar to the inscriptions on the armor, and it was also a type that Xiaohua was familiar with. Great! Xiaohua couldn't help but rejoice at what he had done in Zhongling Mountain Villa. If he didn't care about Zhong Tianyao life and death that day and only took the 2 pieces of gold foil away, not only would he not get refining the world, he wouldn't get the 5 elements refining technique, and it would be even more impossible for him to know the words similar to the inscription of armor. Then, when he came here, he could only waste 1 day and 1 night in vain. Giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in my hands. Xiaohua sighed. Old friends really don't deceive me. However, Xiaohua's sigh hadn't finished yet. His gaze swept across a wall, where the starting point of the cultivation method was. He unconsciously stood on the spot, his mouth still muttering, "What? Celestial body empowerment technique? How, is there such a cultivation method?" However, this still wasn't what shocked Xiaohua the most. By the time he finished reciting the general outline, his 2 eyes were shining. A kind of fervor, a kind of absolute disbelief, was revealed on his face, which was practically unperturbed by favor or disgrace. Is there really such a miraculous arcane effort? But pouring all kinds of spiritual energy into the body, and forcibly raising the magic power? Not afraid of any bottleneck, not afraid of any chi deviation. No wonder the bone tempering technique is only the foundation. Without the bone tempering technique as the foundation, the body would have collapsed long ago. No wonder this secret technique can't be spread outside. If half a word was leaked out, wouldn't it have set off a reign of terror in the Dawn Rain continent long ago? And, the simplest thing is, this Sunset Island would have been the one to suffer the most. Right, why didn't Kua Heng make me swear a hard oath? Could it be that he knows I won't spread it? Or maybe, he doesn't think I can understand it. Xiaohua pondered again, forget it, who cares, hurry up and comprehend it. There's only 1 day and 1 night, time is tight. Thinking, Xiaohua sat cross-legged, hurriedly reading from the first sentence of the Celestial Body Empowerment Technique. Soon, 1 day and 1 night passed. When the huge stone of the hut rose, Xiaohua's figure walked out of the hut with joy in his eyes, seemingly with a kind of doubt. Elder Xiao, please follow this old man's guidance. Kua Heng's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, this old man is in the main hall right now, and has no time to come and pick up Elder. Well said. Xiaohua understood that this was done by Kua Heng using the island guarding spirit stone. He turned his head to look at the hut that was closed again, and followed Kua Heng's guidance to the main hall. At this time, the main hall was already in order. Several elders and dozens of disciples were sitting in an orderly manner. Kua Heng sat at the head, while Xue Xue and Kua Qiao sat at the side. When Xue Xue saw Xiaohua appear, a smile appeared on her face. Obviously, she had been worried for 1 day and 1 night. Elder Xiao, did you get anything? Kua Heng smiled. Ha ha ha. Island Master is testing me. Xiaohua smiled but didn't answer. Ha ha ha, yes. Kua Heng nodded, presumably, Elder Xiao is also wondering why I didn't make you swear a hard oath, right? Yes, that's right. Xiaohua smiled. Elder Xiao, you don't know, this is a kind of charm of my Kua family. Kua Heng smiled, as long as you enter that hut, you will be restricted by the charm, and there is no need for any hard oath. Ah. I see. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He didn't blame Kua Heng for not telling him that day. He knew that even if he knew the reason, he would still have to enter. As for the charm, was Xiaohua afraid? That day, the charm of the disciples of Sunset Island was probably not too important. As for Xiao Hua's doubts, it was a warning sign. Even now, he still hadn't found any clues. "Elder Xiao, please sit." Hua Heng waved his hand. This old man still has some things to discuss with the elders. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately cupped his hands. "Island Master Hua, I already told you yesterday that I really have something that I can't avoid, okay." Hua Heng seemed to have known that Xiao Hua would say this. He clapped his hand and took out a token, flying in front of Xiao Hua. "This is my Sunset Island's token. Elder Xiao, please keep it well." "Okay, this is no problem. If Sunset Island has any problems in the future, please inform me." Xiao Hua took the token and said bluntly. Chapter 2172. Great! Hua Heng was overjoyed when he saw that Xiao Hua didn't decline and even said such words. He opened another storage pouch and handed it over with a smile. "This is the harvest of my Sunset Island disciples yesterday. Elder Xiao, you don't have to be polite." "Good." Xiao Hua took it and cupped his hands. "I don't dare to stay any longer. Island Master Hua, elders, I'm really sorry." Xiao Hua raised his eyes to signal Xue Xue. Xue Xue immediately got up and followed Xiao Hua out of the hall. Hua Heng was quite surprised to see Xiao Hua so anxious. He naturally thought of the secret technique in the small house on Sunset Island. Unfortunately, because of the power of the talisman, Hua Heng didn't dare to ask more. He also knew that Xiao Hua would absolutely not say. Therefore, Hua Heng was somewhat hesitant. Yes, now that Hua Heng had the island guarding spirit stone, the entire Sunset Island's forbidden technique was under his control. This day and night, Xiao Hua did his best to comprehend the immortal body bestowment technique and didn't have time to be distracted. Hua Heng also didn't idle. Hua Heng didn't pay attention to the relocation of the Scarlet Island disciples. Instead, he put all his attention on refining the island guarding spirit stone. Yesterday's spell was just a simple control of the island guarding spirit stone with the help of Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve. As for the real control, it would be as natural as the palm of one's hand. After all, Hua Heng was only a gold core cultivator. Should I do something? Hua Heng's heart inevitably wavered. After all, Xiao Hua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Hua Heng was really worried. However, just as Hua Heng's fingers moved slightly, as if he was going to touch his storage pouch, Xiao Hua suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Island Master Hua, is there anything else you haven't told me?" Hua Heng was startled, and sweat appeared on his back. He waved his hand and said, "No, this old man thought that you left in such a hurry and felt really apologetic. I wanted to see if there was anything in the storage pouch." "Ha ha ha, Island Master Hua, no need to be polite. This Xiao is already a guest of Sunset Island. I'll have plenty of opportunities to come again in the future." Xiao Hua, who released his Buddhist consciousness, laughed loudly. His eyes flashed a trace of seriousness, and he quickly walked out. Forget it. Hua Heng didn't think that Xiao Hua could see through his actions or intentions. "I'm afraid this is God's will. This old man will believe in Xiao Hua." Immediately, Hua Heng, along with several elders and a dozen disciples, followed Xiao Hua out of the main hall. Seeing that Sunset Island was busy, the disciples slowly moved all their belongings to Sunset Island. Xiao Hua was nervous and didn't dare to stay for a long time. He casually said a few polite words to Hua Heng and the others, then took Xue Xue's hand and flew towards the Dawn Rain continent. The two of them flew for an hour in one breath. Only when they saw an uninhabited island in front of them did Xiao Hua slowly descend. He felt that the throbbing in his heart had somewhat calmed down. "Husband, why are you in such a hurry?" Xue Xue asked curiously. "Are you rushing back to the Imperial Thunder sect?" "Hee hee." Xiao Hua sensed again and found that the warning sign had disappeared. He immediately said with a mischievous smile, "Wife, there are many people on Sunset Island." Bah! Xue Xue's divine sense swept over and found that there were no traces of people nearby. Her face slightly reddened and her body gradually heated up. She reached out and pinched Xiao Hua's arm, saying angrily, "You impatient little husband." Just as Xiao Hua was about to move, a cold feeling suddenly emerged from his back. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. An incomparable sense of danger caused his heart to swell and burst. That restless feeling immediately disappeared like a gust of wind. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure flashed and he immediately flew away with Xue Xue, flying straight towards the depths of QC. "Husband, husband, what are you doing?" Xue Xue looked at Xiao Hua's deathly pale face and the surrounding scenery that was rapidly retreating. Xiao Hua actually used the bright thunder escape to escape at the fastest speed. Ah! Xue Xue was instantly shocked. Like Xiao Hua, the beautiful thoughts in her heart instantly disappeared. Feeling Xue Xue's body stiffen, Xiao Hua knew that Xue Xue already understood the situation. He used all his magic power and didn't even have time to speak. "Husband." Xue Xue whispered, "Did you encounter an enemy?" How could Xiao Hua speak? Right now, his back was covered in goosebumps. He felt as if there was a snake chasing after him. And yet, even when he released his divine sense, he still couldn't find any clues. In fact, that feeling was getting more and more serious, as if this threat was getting closer and closer. After another half cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped in the air and let go of Xue Xue. He said anxiously, "Wife, husband can't talk to you anymore. There seems to be a fatal threat approaching. Husband will do his best to escape. You have to know that husband's senses have always been very sharp. Husband can't bring you into this whirlpool." As he spoke, Xiao Hua clapped his hand, took out the token of Sunset Island, and handed it to Xue Xue. "Take this token of Sunset Island back, and ask Hua Heng to send disciples to escort you back to the thunder-controlling sect. Even if they can't go, they have to send you to Haoming City or Yun City. In short, ask Yu Chen or Zhong Tianyao to send disciples to escort you back to the thunder-controlling sect. Tell them that husband has some urgent matters to attend to. When husband is done, I will definitely thank them." Then, he didn't dare to say another word. He raised his head to identify the direction and flew towards the north of QC. "Okay." Xue Xue accepted the token from the Sunset Island. Her tears had already fallen. She knew that her cultivation was too shallow. She couldn't help Xiao Hua at all. Instead, she had become a burden to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had abandoned her and traveled alone. It seemed very heartless, but in fact, it was the greatest protection for her. Xue Xue fiercely bit her pearly white teeth and a trace of blood was left on them. But then, Xue Xue seemed to wake up and said loudly, "Husband, don't be afraid. This time you will definitely." However, Xiao Hua's bright thunder escape was so fast. In just a moment, it was about to disappear. There was only a vague figure in the distance. How could Xiao Hua hear it? How did Xue Xue know that Xiao Hua would definitely be fine this time? It's really strange. Xue Xue identified the direction and was about to fly in the direction of Sunset Island. However, her heart stirred and she put away the token. She remained calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. She lightly floated up and flew in the direction Xiao Hua had come from. While flying, Xue Xue greedily looked at the sea. Occasionally, she would descend and seem to check the sea beasts in the sea. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept over from afar and swept over the entire range of 100 miles. That divine sense was so powerful that Xue Xue couldn't determine the cultivation of the person who came. However, Xue Xue immediately locked onto that person. After a moment, a figure turned into a rainbow and flew over from afar. Ah! A nascent soul cultivator. Xue Xue slightly sensed and immediately felt as if her scalp was about to explode. She hastily bowed and stood in midair. She didn't dare to raise her head and respectfully welcome the person. She really couldn't think of when Xiao Hua provoked a nascent soul cultivator and was actually being hunted down. This person was naturally Changbai sect's Daoist Jing Ru. Daoist Jing Ru only paused for a moment. Her gaze swept over Xue Xue and she immediately moved away. Her figure didn't stay any longer and turned into a rainbow, flying in the direction Xiao Hua flew towards. Xue Xue waited until Daoist Jing Ru flew far away before she finally relaxed. Her heart was beating wildly and she was somewhat apprehensive. She was also very bold. Fortunately, Daoist Jing Ru didn't know that there was a female cultivator beside Xiao Hua. Otherwise, Xue Xue might really be in danger. Of course, since Xue Xue dared to test Daoist Jing Ru like this, she probably had something in her heart to rely on. Not to mention Xue Xue returning to Sunset Island, Xiao Hua had been flying all the way. In his heart, he had already cursed Daoist Jing Ru to the heavens. If cursing could be used as a magic technique, Daoist Jing Ru would have long been riddled with holes by Xiao Hua's curses. Which family's child is this? Why is he so insensible? He didn't even say hello and just chased after me. In the end, Xiao Hua really didn't have the heart to curse. He very helplessly thought to himself as he flew away with all his might. Huh? Where is this guy? Is there something wrong with this tracking technique of mine? While Xiao Hua was bewildered, Daoist Jing Ru was also puzzled. They had already chased him to the depths of the Kueha Sea, so why hadn't they found any traces of Xiao Hua? Moreover, according to Daoist Jing Ru's sea chart, Xiao Hua seemed to be heading towards the northwest of the Kueha Sea. Oh my, could it be that this guy actually knows that this old man is chasing after him? Could it be, this guy's flying technique is very fast? Daoist Jing Ru suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 2173. Previously, although Daoist Jing Ru chased Xiao Hua to the Kuei Sea using a secret technique, he didn't put Xiao Hua in his eyes. Moreover, Xiao Hua's position didn't change at all. Therefore, Daoist Jing Ru chased after him slowly and didn't use much magic power. Now, Daoist Jing Ru discovered that Xiao Hua's position suddenly changed and seemed to be far away from him. That flying speed was absolutely terrifying for a Foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but reconsider the problem of how to kill Xiao Hua. I absolutely can't let Xiao Hua go ashore. Daoist Jing Ru narrowed his eyes. The magic power in his body suddenly surged and he struck out with a spell. A faint red shadow appeared in front of him and he sped up again. Daoist Jing Ru's flying speed increased again and unexpectedly intercepted Xiao Hua horizontally. Why does it feel so intense? Xiao Hua was alarmed. His magic power had already been pushed to the limit. The true essence in his body wasn't little consumed during this period of time. The true essence generated by the mental cultivation method was gradually unable to keep up with the consumption of the bright thunder escape. What should I do? Xiao Hua also released his Buddhist sense. Unfortunately, although his Buddhist sense had a much larger range than his divine sense, it still couldn't discover Daoist Jing Ru. Moreover, in his Buddhist sense, all he could see was the boundless sea. There was no land at all. Xiao Hua could only rely on the lightning escape technique to escape. Earth escape, wood escape, and fire escape were all useless. If only there was a water escape technique. Xiao Hua was somewhat rueful. Just as he was thinking, his Buddhist sense suddenly encountered an extremely powerful divine sense. Nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, Xiao Hua determined the cultivation level of the newcomer. When did I offend a nascent soul cultivator? Xiao Hua's face was pale. At this moment, Taoist Jing Ru's divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately probed towards his Buddhist sense like a tentacle. How could Xiao Hua dare to let his Buddhist sense stay? He immediately withdrew his hand and formed a water-dispelling technique, plunging into the Kuei He Si. However, in merely a moment, Xiao Hua came out of the Kuei He Si again and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this young master's brain is dizzy from being chased by that damned nascent soul cultivator. This young master's flying speed in the Kuei He Si can't compare to flying in the air. I actually want to escape in the Kuei He Si, won't be caught by that bastard soon." Immediately after, Xiao Hua flicked his hand and took out a bright flower pill. He consumed it without the slightest hesitation and did his best to activate his mental cultivation technique to refine it. He once again increased the speed of the bright thunder evasion. Xiao Hua's divine senses once again, SSS once again, he's sense. He was a lot closer to him. Not SSS, S's. TSSS, T's. His, S have test. SSSS, SSS, S cheese, SST ons his TS2s to he 2s. ATSS to TSS, the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly evaporated. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. Sunset Island's imbuement technique was precisely to directly inject endless heaven and earth spirit chi into the body, borrowing the valiant body to convert the heaven and earth spirit chi into true chi, and then inject it into the meridians. The efficiency of this conversion was related to the cultivator's fleshly body. If one's physical body was strong enough, they would naturally be able to convert more heaven and earth spiritual chi. Otherwise, if too much heaven and earth spiritual chi entered one's body, one's physical body could even explode. The disciples of the Sunset Island had to practice the bone tempering technique first. They could only practice the body imbuing technique after their bodies were fully developed. And Xiao Hua is not as good as Kua Heng. He has long practiced the bone tempering technique, and his bones have already been refined to one color. At this time, using the immortal baptism technique is just right for him to bring out the best in each other. As soon as Xiao Hua used the body imbuing technique, the earth spirit chi of heaven and earth that was wrapped in the innermost layer of his body immediately entered his fleshly body. Under the urging of Xiao Hua's cultivation method, strands of spiritual chi were refined and poured into his meridians. Although Xiao Hua was a beginner, the amount of spiritual chi he could refine at the beginning wasn't much, and the amount of true essence he could increase was even less. But now that he was being chased to the point of urgency, this strand of true essence could be urged to fly. At a critical moment, this strand of true essence could be used to save his life. After another hour, Taoist Jing Ru caught up a bit closer. Xiao Hua could almost use his Buddhist sense to perceive that Taoist Jing Ru's divine sense was already only a few dozen feet away from him. This won't do, I can't keep flying like this. This guy seems to know that this young master wants to fly towards the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua made a prompt decision, turning his head and flying towards the interior of the Kuei He Si. Xiao Hua's move actually caught Taoist Jing Ru somewhat unprepared. Although he had some secret techniques, he couldn't always check. By the time he checked again, Xiao Hua had already flown extremely far away. How did this guy know that this old man was chasing after him? Xiao Hua's change of direction made Taoist Jing Ru even more aware. However, he also became even more confused. If he's a nascent soul cultivator, this old man would still suspect that he has some magical ability. But a foundation establishment cultivator, how is that possible? Humph, why think so much? Capture him and directly search his soul. If there's something good, this old man's anger will be appeased. If there's nothing good, this old man's face will be restored. Taoist Jing Ru had long regarded Xiao Hua as a dead man. However, Taoist Jing Ru chased for more than 2 hours. Xiao Hua was like a slippery loach. Within the range of his secret technique, he seemed to already be near, but his divine sense couldn't find him. Moreover, whenever Taoist Jing Ru had some certainty, Xiao Hua would suddenly change direction. Damn it! Taoist Jing Ru also cursed. He really didn't expect that killing a trifling foundation establishment cultivator would be so troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Taoist Jing Ru's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. He withdrew his divine sense, slowed down his flying speed, and put part of his magic power into the secret technique. Sure enough, the direction indicated by the faint blood color was especially messy at first. One moment it was east, the next it was west, and it was even going up. However, after half a meal's time, it said that it was stable, and it kept going in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. Hee hee. Taoist Jing Ru saw that the fish had taken the bait, and a cruel smile hung on his face. He put away the secret technique, aroused his magic power, and intercepted Xiao Hua's direction. As for Xiao Hua, when he released his Buddhist sense, he didn't encounter Taoist Jing Ru's divine sense. Knowing that he had shaken off Taoist Jing Ru, he felt relieved and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly fly in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. However, just when Xiao Hua was slightly proud of himself and felt that he had shaken off the other party, that feeling of dread that had previously disappeared because of Taoist Jing Ru's appearance once again attacked him. Good heavens, could it be that there's another nascent soul cultivator chasing after this young master? Xiao Hua was completely stupid. One nascent soul cultivator was already enough for him to suffer. If there was another, wouldn't he be caught like a turtle in a jar? Chapter 2174. This nascent soul cultivator might be related to the great expert who sealed this young master's middle Dantian and Naiwan palace. What about the other nascent soul cultivators? Xiao Hua speculated inwardly, but his figure was dissatisfied. He hastily turned around and flew towards Kueha Sea again. Xiao Hua's wild guess was naturally wrong, but Taoist Jing Ru missed. When he estimated the difference, he suddenly released his divine sense and cast it like a net in the sea, wanting to lock onto Xiao Hua with his divine sense. Contrary to Taoist Jing Ru's expectations, he missed again. This. Taoist Jing Ru was really ashamed and angry, so he had no choice but to use his secret technique again. When Taoist Jing Ru saw it clearly, he almost vomited blood. The cunning Xiao Hua actually flew towards the depths of Kueha Sea again. Based on Xiao Hua's previous speed, Taoist Jing Ru was actually quite far away from him. This old man is going to waste time with you. Taoist Jing Ru laughed from extreme anger. The spiritual energy in Kueha Sea is thinner the deeper you go. This old man has a nascent soul, but what do you have? I'm afraid that before you reach the depths of Kueha Sea, the medicinal pills in your storage bag will be used up. This old man doesn't believe that even if this old man chases you slowly from behind, I won't be able to catch up. I won't be able to capture you. This old man will definitely use a secret technique to torture you 1,000 times. This old man wants to see what the origin of your Imperial Thunder School's lightning evasion technique is. Kueha Sea was vast and boundless, so it naturally stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Xiao Hua was, after all, over 100 li away from Taoist Jing Ru. Moreover, Xiao Hua deliberately lowered his altitude and flew close to the sea surface. Taoist Jing Ru really couldn't see Xiao Hua with his naked eyes or other magical abilities. Of course, Taoist Jing Ru was a nascent soul cultivator, so he naturally had magical abilities and magic techniques that Xiao Hua didn't know about. Unfortunately, Taoist Jing Ru couldn't even see Xiao Hua's face and couldn't catch up. All his magic techniques were also empty talk. This was also one of the reasons for Taoist Jing Ru's shame and anger. Because Taoist Jing Ru had to rely on a secret technique to determine Xiao Hua's position, he couldn't use all his magic power on a flying technique. Moreover, Taoist Jing Ru wasn't good at flying techniques, and this rainbow flying technique consumed a lot of magic power. So much so that he didn't bring his flying magic tool with him. All of these coincidences created an awkward situation for Daoist Jing Si when she was chasing after Xiaohua. Right now, Daoist calm consideration's only hope is that Xiaohua's magic power is exhausted. Without spirit pills to replenish his true essence, his speed will drop. Or perhaps Daoist Jing Ru's divine sense could lock onto Xiaohua. Daoist Jing Ru wouldn't need to use a secret technique and could pursue Xiaohua with all his might. However, dozens of days quickly passed, and the distance between the two of them didn't change at all. Xiaohua was still recklessly rushing around like a headless fly. Daoist Jing Si also frequently used secret techniques to intercept Xiaohua from behind. Although there were mountain-like tsunamis, although there were lightning flashes and thunder rolls in the dark night, although sea beasts occasionally emerged from time to time, and even experienced cultivators encountered them, Xiaohua's magic power wasn't as exhausted as Daoist Master Jing Si thought. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation had actually increased extremely quickly due to Daoist Jing Ru's constant pressure. It was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Motherfucker, this is my fate. Xiaohua used the lightning evasion, and his flowing cloud movement technique also steadily improved. His flying speed was clearly faster than before. He couldn't help but secretly grumble, that year, under the pursuit of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, I suddenly rushed to the 10th level of Qi refining. Today, I'm being chased by a nascent soul cultivator. This guy is even more powerful than those 4. Since he's following orders, even if he doesn't kill me as soon as he sees me, he'll completely imprison me. If I see the almighty person who sealed me, do you think I'll still be alive? I reckon that under this guy's pursuit, I'll rush to the gold core stage. Daoist Jing Ru was even more astonished than Xiaohua. This wasn't a few days, nor was it a dozen days. It had already been more than a month, but Xiaohua's speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. This guy, where did he get so many spirit pills? Humph, spirit pills. Although your Imperial Thunder sect has a lot of spirit pills, I want to see how a Foundation establishment cultivator can completely refine the medicinal power after taking so many spirit pills all at once. Even if they're all used for flight, won't the medicinal power accumulated in the meridians leave behind future troubles? Even if I can't catch up to you, do you think you can still continue to advance? Won't your cultivation be damaged? Another dozen days passed, and Daoist Jing Ru was still the same as before. He withdrew his secret technique and chased after Xiaohua in the direction he estimated. At this time, Xiaohua had just turned around and wanted to fly in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. Because there were no warning signs in advance, Xiaohua didn't pay too much attention to it. He had just retracted his Buddhist sense and thought that Daoist Jing Ru was still chasing after him. However, after the time it took to eat a meal, the familiar divine sense that his Buddhist sense had already come into contact with swept over like a waterfall and locked onto Xiaohua all of a sudden. Ah! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He released his Buddhist sense and suddenly discovered that Daoist Jing Ru was only a dozen li away from him and was at the edge of his Buddhist sense. Looking at this young nascent soul cultivator and the sinister smile on his face, Xiaohua's soul flew out of his body and his heart jumped for no reason. He clapped his hands and sent a handful of bright flower pills into the air. Then, he immediately urged the Dragon Transformation Secret Art, the Celestial Body Filling Technique, and the Heart Sutra to refine the Earth Essence Yao Milk. Under these several methods, Xiaohua's flying speed suddenly increased greatly. Aya! What kind of flying technique is this? Daoist Jing Ru's divine sense finally saw Xiaohua. He saw that Xiaohua's body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy. Moreover, there were many faint whirlpools appearing on the surface of his body, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy and pouring it into his body. Daoist Jing Ru was quite astonished, especially when he saw that Xiaohua's flying technique was actually comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. After all, he had previously used a secret technique and couldn't urge the flying technique to its limit. But now, he had almost pushed the flying technique to its limit. Of course, if he had used the secret technique before, Daoist Jing Ru would still be somewhat worried. After all, the distance between the two was more than 100 li and his divine sense hadn't locked onto Xiaohua. But now, it was different. Daoist Jing Ru didn't need to consume magic power to support the secret technique and his divine sense had locked onto Xiaohua. Daoist Jing Ru's heart had long since returned to his stomach. If he could still let Xiaohua escape under these circumstances, then he, Daoist Jing Ru, would truly have no face to hang around in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. After another half a day, Daoist Jing Ru felt that he seemed to be a bit too optimistic. The distance between him and Xiaohua was now about 70 li, which was within the range of his divine sense. However, in this half a day, although this distance had somewhat decreased, the decrease was really limited. Moreover, Xiaohua's current direction was already rushing towards the Dawn Rain continent because of the turn just now. Rise, Daoist Jing Ru's flying speed slowed down slightly and his hands formed a seal. A trace of redness appeared on Daoist Jing Ru's face, and a dark green sword-shaped magic weapon emerged from the top of his head. It slightly flashed in the air and unexpectedly disappeared into the void. Since you've been locked onto by this old man's divine sense, doesn't this old man have countless methods to deal with you? Daoist Jing Ru's face revealed a sinister smile. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to withdraw his Buddhist sense. Although it wasn't completely unfolded, it still extended to the left. Suddenly, a wave of ripples abruptly flashed in the space around 3 behind Xiaohua, and then the jade-green magic treasure actually appeared out of thin air and pierced directly towards Xiaohua's back. Ah! What kind of method is this? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He already had nowhere to hide, but at this dangerous moment, Xiaohua relied on the ethereal steps to dodge the attack. That flying sword precisely hit Xiaohua's shoulder blade. Pang, like the sound of metal striking stone, Xiaohua's figure admittedly staggered a little, but his flying speed unexpectedly didn't slow down at all. In fact, he even flew a bit more because of this. What made Xiaohua feel most at ease and what made Daoist Jing Ru's eyes pop out the most was that Xiaohua actually didn't suffer the slightest injury. Haha, celestial infusion technique. It's really a divine technique, an ancient technique. Xiaohua almost wanted to laugh out loud. During this month, he didn't stop cultivating the celestial infusion technique at all. This technique not only transformed the world's spiritual energy into true qi, but also gradually strengthened Xiaohua's physical body. Daoist Jing Ru's hasty attack actually didn't injure Xiaohua in the slightest. With this delay, Daoist Jing Ru once again pulled away from Xiaohua. Looking at Xiaohua's lively appearance, Daoist Jing Ru didn't know what to say. His flying technique was so outstanding, and his physical body was also so valiant. This kind of cultivator, if his magic power was similar to those of the same stage, then he would be a near invincible existence. If he was allowed to cultivate to nascent soul, then perhaps the order of catching up to him would completely change. So much so that he simply wouldn't have the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Daoist Jing Ru's eyes slightly narrowed, and his desire to kill Xiaohua became even more resolute. Quick! Daoist Jing Ru threw a scarlet medicinal pill into his mouth. His entire physical body suddenly swelled up, and his flying figure naturally slowed down a little. Soon after, Daoist Jing Ru made a hand seal, and his index and middle fingers condensed together, just like a sword technique. The sword-type magic weapon that had just struck Xiaohua, under the control of Daoist Jing Ru, suddenly flew up, quickly raised its head, and suddenly overtook Xiaohua's figure, directly stabbing towards Xiaohua's throat. Humph! Seeing the sword-type magic weapon stabbing towards him, Xiaohua knew that Daoist Jing Ru wanted to use it to slow down his flight. He only needed to close the distance between them, and he would have no means to fight back. Open! Xiaohua shouted, clenching his hand into a fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the Big Dipper Divine Fist on the back of the sword-type magic weapon. The Big Dipper Divine Fist was so wondrous that Xiao Hua's figure flew like moving clouds and flowing water, and his fist hit the back of the sword. The condensed earth-type spiritual energy shell on his fist blocked Xiao Hua's skin, but Daoist Jing Ru's heart shook, and his figure also slightly swayed. Obviously, his magic weapon had received the attack, and he also suffered some damage. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he unexpectedly borrowed the force of the attack to once again increase the distance between them. Chapter 2175. Xiao Hua was determined. No matter how Daoist Jing Ru attacked, he only dodged and didn't fight back. He only increased the distance between them. This Daoist Jing Ru was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't dare to use spells or activate magic treasures again. If he slowed down his flying speed again, maybe Xiao Hua would really escape from the range of his divine sense. Therefore, Daoist Jing Ru spared no effort to fly again. It took him nearly half a day to close the distance again. Obviously, Daoist Jing Ru consumed more magic power to close the distance this time. It was just that this magic power was really too small. It was difficult for Daoist Jing Ru to detect it in his pursuit. Seeing Xiao Hua enter his attack range again, Daoist Jing Ru slightly hesitated. Then, he clenched his teeth and raised his hand to slap his forehead. A multicolored light blossomed from the top of his head, and a foot-long infant flew out from the top of Daoist Jing Ru's head. This infant had white teeth and red lips. Its facial features were exactly the same as Daoist Jing Ru's. Its body was covered in a small spiritual armor. The spiritual armor was faintly overflowing with brilliance, and the infant was holding a cauldron-like magic treasure in its hand. At the bottom of the magic treasure, purple true samadhi fire licked the cauldron like tongues of fire. This was the nascent soul that Daoist Jing Ru gave birth to. As soon as the nascent soul came out, it immediately stretched and opened its small mouth. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rumbled and was sucked into the nascent soul's body like a hurricane. Immediately, the nascent soul's eyes flashed with malevolence. It had the same expression as Daoist Jing Ru. Hearing Daoist Jing Ru's berate, his body slowed down. The nascent soul jumped with joy and waved the cauldron in its hand. Its figure turned into a stream of light and chased after Xiao Hua's back. Although the nascent soul flew very fast, it would take half a meal for it to catch up with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense had already sensed the abnormality of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His complexion was deathly pale, but he had already prepared the tip of the demonic spear. The nascent soul flew to about 10 zhang behind Xiao Hua and waved its small hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiao Hua was sucked dry by the nascent soul. Moreover, a suffocating imprisoning force was born in this space. It wanted to choke Xiao Hua's entire body. Rise! Magic power surged on Xiao Hua's body, and an earth-yellow brilliance surged forth. The phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. With a "ga" sound, a bright light flashed through his phoenix eyes. The phoenix Dharma body actually struggled to break free from the confinement force. A cold light flashed, and its phoenix claws grabbed at Daoist Jing Xi's nascent soul. True bloodline. The nascent soul's small mouth was also shocked, but he was not nervous. He pointed his finger, and a force was directed at the phoenix celestial body. It was like a rope, trying to bind the phoenix celestial body. Caw! The phoenix Dharma body flapped its wings with all its might and struggled to break free from the shackles. On the other hand, the nascent soul's body was also flashing with light. It was obvious that it was also consuming its magic power to cast the confinement spell. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was fiercely struggling with his arms. While he was using his physical body to break free from the shackles, he was also repeatedly using the heaven and earth within sleeves technique. Unexpectedly, he was evenly matched with the shackles of a nascent soul cultivator. Since he saw that the shackles were ineffective, Xiaohua immediately rushed forward and flew towards the nascent soul. The nascent soul was not afraid of Xiaohua's counterattack at all. Seeing Xiaohua stop, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He threw his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew out. Samadhi True Fire, more than 100 feet long, shot out from within and pounced towards Xiaohua. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Under the cover of his Taoist robe, the heaven and earth within sleeves technique mixed with the Samadhi True Fire, also pounced towards the pill furnace. Ah! You also know Samadhi True Fire? The nascent soul's small voice was filled with astonishment. Go to hell. It was just a simple astonishment. The nascent soul's small hand clenched, and Xiaohua immediately felt the true essence in his body congeal. It seemed that he could not use his magic power. Good, good, a nascent soul cultivator's methods are indeed not simple. While Xiaohua was praising, he raised his left hand and took out the devil hammer. Pang, pang, pang. He struck at the space. The shackles of the nascent soul were once again shaken by the devil hammer. Xiaohua's strength had once again increased a bit under the cultivation of the celestial body bestowment technique. Devil. Devil weapon. In the distance, Taoist Jing Ru's speed had also slowed down a lot. He looked at the huge devil hammer in Xiaohua's hand with some disbelief. He was very clear that devil weapons were the nemesis of Taoist cultivators. His nascent soul was also afraid of devil weapons. If this devil hammer struck the nascent soul, there would definitely be irreparable damage. Fortunately. Although this guy's magic power is not bad, it still can't compare to this old man's. Admittedly, the strength of his fleshly body is valiant, but he can only barely resist this old man's magic power. Taoist Jing Ru was actually somewhat glad. It was far from the previous aloof attitude of a nascent soul cultivator. Instead, Taoist Jing Ru only rejoiced for a moment when he saw a black light unexpectedly flash in Xiaohua's hand. A black iron needle flew out and pierced between the nascent soul's eyebrows. This black light was extremely fast, scaring the nascent soul into a slight daze. He hastily waved his hand and used a spell to block the black iron needle. However, this black iron needle was covered by Xiaohua's concealment. Taking advantage of the nascent soul's distraction, Xiaohua's figure suddenly sped up. His originally empty left hand suddenly flashed with the tip of a devil spear. It swiftly pierced towards the nascent soul's body. This devil spear tip had yet to reach the body when Taoist Jing Ru's nascent soul immediately gave birth to a chill. Almost without thinking, the nascent soul's figure suddenly swayed and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already several zhang away, leaping high out of the range of Xiaohua's devil spear tip. This was precisely the nascent soul's special teleportation technique. What kind of strange devil tool is this? Taoist Jing Ru was greatly shocked. His previous rejoicing had long since disappeared. It seems, this old man has a feeling that if this devil spear tip brushes against my nascent soul will be absorbed by this devil spear tip. Damn it, what kind of strange cultivator is this Xiaohua? You're not cultivating your heaven-reaching Tao sect cultivation, what kind of strange thing are you doing? At this moment, Taoist Jing Ru almost wanted to teach Xiaohua a lesson. Xiaohua, this kind of cultivator who refined his body to a certain degree, was precisely the nemesis of nascent souls. Taoist Jing Ru was only at the early nascent soul stage and had yet to condense his nascent soul. If his nascent soul was slightly touched, it was possible that he would lose several decades or even several hundred years of cultivation before he could recover. If he wasn't careful, there would really be the danger of being destroyed. Taoist Jing Ru saw that Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he released his nascent soul. He wanted to use his nascent soul to catch up to Xiao Hua, but when he released his nascent soul, he was also hesitant because he was afraid of the current situation. However, Taoist Jing Ru wasn't too afraid. After all, Xiao Hua's cultivation was too far apart, and his nascent soul still had too many divine abilities that it hadn't used. Therefore, Taoist Jing Ru's nascent soul leaped high into the sky and immediately pointed its hand. The pill furnace surrounded by Xiao Hua's true Samadhi fire suddenly expanded, and an enormous suction force was born from that pill furnace. Not only did it cover Xiao Hua's phoenix dharma body, it even sucked Xiao Hua inside. Chapter 2176. Xiao Hua's figure had already reached the mouth of the cauldron and was about to fall into it. The nascent soul let out a small wild laugh. Ha ha ha. This old man wants to see what ability you have to escape from this old man's one chi divine cauldron. However, he was only able to finish his words when he saw Xiao Hua's somewhat despairing eyes slightly brighten. A yellow figure flashed out from Xiao Hua's chest and pounced on the nascent soul like a yellow wind. Ah! In an instant, the nascent soul's eyes contracted. A feeling of being stared at by his natural nemesis involuntarily flashed from the bottom of his heart. The nascent soul made a prompt decision and immediately teleported, disappearing from its original place. It rushed towards Taoist Jing Rong in a panic, as if only Taoist Jing Rong's body was the safest place. Spirit beast! Taoist Jing Rong, who was watching from a distance, almost wanted to cry. He clearly knew in his heart that Xiao Hua's spirit beast was the kind that could devour nascent souls. Otherwise, his nascent soul wouldn't have disregarded everything and run back with all its might. Taoist Jing Rong didn't dare to be careless. This nascent soul was his foundation. He hastily swallowed another spirit pill and once again urged his magic power to welcome the nascent soul. The one chi divine cauldron's suction force suddenly stopped. Xiao Hua's dharma body and physical body both stopped under the cauldron. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. When he saw Goldie, he was somewhat confused. Goldie was afraid that it wouldn't be able to catch up with the nascent soul before Taoist Jing Rong could welcome it. He didn't dare to stay for a moment, so while calling Goldie back, he flicked his big sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to cover the one chi divine cauldron. Seeing Xiao Hua easily receive the cauldron, Taoist Jing Rong was stunned, truly stunned. Silly, how could a first-level chi refining idiot? He didn't even pay attention to the nascent soul that was rapidly flying over like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Taoist Jing Rong really couldn't understand. This was because this one chi divine cauldron was used to refine tools, and it was a life-bound magic treasure refined with his true life essence. It was connected to his primordial spirit. Not to mention that Xiao Hua was a foundation establishment cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to receive it so easily. Even if a spirit-severing stage cultivator came to collect it, they would have to use a great deal of magic power. Without a rumbling sound like a mountain shaking sound, it was absolutely impossible to collect it. The most important thing was that Taoist Jing Si only needed to think about it and the divine furnace would immediately fly back to Taoist Jing Si's side. It was absolutely impossible for it to be taken away by others. And, even if it was taken away by someone else, Taoist Jing Si still had a way to take it away from someone else's storage pouch. Just like how Her Highness's token was in Xiao Hua's storage pouch that day, it could fly away at any time. But now, Taoist Jing Si's life-bound magic treasure was unexpectedly taken away by a puny foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, it was so easy to take it away without the slightest trace, just like a spring dream. Taoist Jing Si couldn't sense the slightest trace of the one chi divine furnace inside Xiao Hua's storage pouch. You brat, if I don't capture you, pull out your tendons and skin you alive, grind your bones and scatter your ashes, and let you taste the pain of having your soul searched, my name is not Jing Liang. Taoist Jing Si stomped his feet in midair, stirring up all the magic power in his body to welcome his nascent soul and chase after Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, although the magic power of a nascent soul cultivator was formidable, Xiao Hua was currently several tens of li away. How could he hear his thunderous roar? Xiao Hua, who had always been a thief, didn't leave empty-handed, at this time, withdrew his phoenix dharma body. Like Taoist Jing Si, he once again stirred up his magic power and rushed forward. It had to be said that Xiao Hua's method of stealing things in passing was wonderful. Taoist Jing Si's nascent soul fled in panic, simply not caring about the one qi divine furnace. Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve technique was an ancient magic technique. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation was still shallow, it could still temporarily cut off the connection between the magic treasure and Taoist Jing Si's primordial spirit. Of course, if Xiao Hua was an ordinary cultivator, he would use magic power to put the magic treasure into his storage pouch. It would be tantamount to a baby moving a huge mountain, it would be almost impossible. But Xiao Hua's method of putting the magic treasure into his space was his primordial spirit. The one qi divine furnace only had a connection with the primordial spirit, there was no primordial spirit attached. And, even if there was a primordial spirit attached, in front of Xiao Hua's powerful primordial spirit, it was no more than an ant. Therefore, Xiao Hua very simply put the one qi divine furnace into his space. The things inside the space were Xiao Hua's personal belongings. Even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to take anything out of it. However, Xiao Hua still lost the best opportunity to escape from Taoist Jing Si's pursuit. This was because Taoist Jing Si underestimated Xiao Hua and rashly released his nascent soul. One must know that he was merely an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. His nascent soul hadn't completely solidified, and his magical power was limited. Moreover, he flew several tens of li away to kill Xiao Hua. For an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was very dangerous. Otherwise, Taoist Jing Si would have been frightened when Xiao Hua took out the demonic tool just now. If Xiao Hua had risked sacrificing half of his magic power and used the spiritual fire, with the might of the spiritual fire and Xiao Hua's fire control technique, he would definitely be able to kill the nascent soul cultivator in one blow. How could Taoist Jing Si, who had lost his nascent soul, still dare to chase after Xiao Hua? Unfortunately, the opportunity was lost, and it couldn't come back. Xiao Hua being able to escape from a nascent soul cultivator so calmly was already a legend. How could he possibly think of killing a nascent soul cultivator? Not only did Taoist Jing Si's assassination attempt fail, but he also lost the one qi divine furnace. What made Taoist Jing Si angry the most was that he still hadn't shrunk the distance between him and Xiao Hua. In fact, he had pulled the distance even further and was about to approach the limit of 100 li of spiritual sense. In the following 2 days, Taoist Jing Si no longer had any distractions. He only urged his magic power and took medicinal pills, wholeheartedly chasing after Xiao Hua. He wanted to get close and then use his methods to kill him. Soon, Taoist Jing Si was only about 20 li away from Xiao Hua. Taoist Jing Si's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He had been holding back for a long time. He slightly slowed down his flying speed and secretly formed hand seals, brewing a great spell. When he flew a little closer, he would use his thunderous methods. But right at this moment, the figure of Xiao Hua who was flying within a stretch of dark green pine trees suddenly vanished. Ah! Taoist Jing Si was stunned. His spiritual sense swept, but there was no trace of him. Moreover, because Xiao Hua's whole body was surrounded by a layer of earth attribute spiritual energy, Taoist Jing Si's spiritual sense didn't mark him. He couldn't rely on his spiritual sense mark to find Xiao Hua. Why does this guy have so many strange spells? Taoist Jing Si was helpless. He had no choice but to disperse the spell in his hand and use the secret technique. Fortunately, the secret technique was still effective. The cunning Xiao Hua was actually within the range of Taoist Jing Si's spiritual sense, but he had already changed direction and fled towards the north. Damn it! Daoist Jing Si roared and chased in that direction. Because Daoist Jing Si still had to rely on the secret technique to find Xiao Hua's position, his flying speed inevitably slowed down. And Xiao Hua, who was using the wood escape, was also pleasantly surprised. He also saw that the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. He knew from his Buddhist sense that Daoist Jing Si was brewing magic power, so he took the risk and gave it a try. He also didn't know whether or not he had a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense mark on his body, but since Daoist Jing Si's speed had slowed down, that meant he had no choice but to find his trace. This wood escape was effective. Of course, Xiao Hua's wood escape was still a bit slower than the thunder escape. However, it had the advantage of not leaving any trace. Daoist Jing Si's spiritual sense couldn't see him, so he could calmly escape, especially when he was running all over the place. As a result, the distance between Xiao Hua and Daoist Jing Si increased again. A few days later, Xiao Hua flew out from the other end of the forest. He swept with his Buddhist sense and was very satisfied. At this time, the distance between him and Daoist Jing Si was just right for him to escape into the mountains. But at this time, Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled. His Buddhist sense saw that there was a lot of barren land at the edge of the nearby mountain forest, and there was some sparse rice planted on it. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and his figure flew up again. With a wave of his hand, fine rice seeds continuously flew out from the space and landed on the ground below him. These seeds couldn't all land in suitable rice fields. Some fell on rocks, some fell on trees, some fell in the water, and even more fell in the moist soil. This guy actually appeared. Sensing Xiao Hua's appearance through his spiritual sense, Daoist Jing Si was happy at first, but then he was astonished. He didn't understand what Xiao Hua was doing. He thought he was laying down some magic array. However, those tiny things Xiao Hua scattered didn't have a trace of magic power. Moreover, they were all over the ground. Even if he was laying down a magic array, he couldn't be so wasteful, right? When those farmers on the barren land discovered these fine seeds, they thought they were bestowed by the heavens and fell to the ground to kowtow. Only then did Daoist Jing Si suddenly realize, damn it, isn't this the immortal rice seeds I obtained when I searched that farmer's soul? What is this Xiao Hua doing? At this time, he's still doing these meaningless things. This is humiliating me. Daoist Jing Si suddenly came to a realization, and his anger unconsciously soared to the sky. But Daoist Jing Si was really at his wit's end at this time. He chased for nearly 2 months, not daring to be distracted. He just wanted to catch up and then attack, but this Xiao Hua's strange methods always pulled the distance apart at the most dangerous time. Although Daoist Jing Si flew a bit faster than Xiao Hua, he couldn't stop himself from using Xiao Hua's magic power. This won't do, I have to find a helper. Daoist Jing Si suddenly had this thought, but it was immediately stifled. Yes, a nascent soul cultivator couldn't kill a foundation establishment cultivator, but he still needed to find a helper. If this helper was a core formation cultivator, he feared it wouldn't work. He had to be a nascent soul cultivator, but the favor of another nascent soul cultivator wasn't easy to accept. 2 nascent soul cultivators intercepting a foundation establishment cultivator, if this spread out, it would make others laugh their heads off. I must take back the flying magic tool. Daoist Jing Si clapped his hands, and 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman was sent out. He needed to take advantage of the fact that Xiao Hua was still in Meng country to get the flying magic tool. If he left Meng country, even if someone delivered the magic tool, he feared he wouldn't be able to receive it. Chapter 2177. This old ghost is looking for a helper. Xiao Hua was shocked. He instantly thought of the cultivator who sealed his Naiwan palace. Damn it, I'll risk it all. Before that person comes, I'll run as far as I can. The pitiful Xiao Hua still didn't know the origin of Daoist Jing Ru. His figure was still flying within Meng country. While planting rice seeds, he also urged his flying technique. Soon, more than half a year had passed and Xiao Hua was running around in Meng country. The earth crystal Yao milk in his body was gradually refined and the yellow color on his body gradually faded away. Xiao Hua knew that this nascent soul cultivator's social network was definitely wider than his. He must know a lot of cultivators. Moreover, the other party had already sent out a sound-transmitting talisman and was looking for people to find him. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't dare to go to places with many cultivators and only looked for remote and dangerous places to escape. Even when Xiao Hua passed by Mo Zhao Black Forest, he thought of the secret area inside. However, the secret area was a natural restriction and he couldn't control the time when it was opened. If he rashly went in, he might be caught like a turtle in a jar and end up like the corpse he encountered at that time. Moreover, Mo Zhao was everywhere in Mo Zhao Black Forest and there were many dangers. Xiao Hua didn't have absolute confidence that he could escape from the joint attack of Mo Zhao and the nascent soul cultivator. Today was a day of continuous rain. Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by a faint brilliance, blocking all the rain outside of the brilliance. In the distance, Daoist Jing Ru had just used a secret technique to find the direction of Xiao Hua. He was within 100 miles. After sweeping with his divine sense, he was suddenly shocked and secretly said, "Isn't this Xiao Hua a foundation establishment cultivator?" The yellow heaven and earth spiritual qi outside his body has gradually faded away, but now he still has a protective brilliance. Isn't this a magical ability that only gold core cultivators have? Could it be that this guy is hiding his cultivation? Just as he was thinking, Daoist Jing Ru raised his eyebrows and became happy. His figure flew toward Xiao Hua's right without hesitation. At this time, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense to find traces of Daoist Jing Ru. Suddenly, almost parallel to Xiao Hua's right hand, there was a flying magic tool flickering with brilliance approaching at an extremely fast speed. "I understand." Xiao Hua immediately understood. This nascent soul cultivator wasn't looking for any helpers. Instead, he asked someone to bring his own flying magic tool. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have strolled around Meng country. Why not just charge straight into the Mo Zhao Dark Forest? It's also better than being attacked from both sides. While thinking, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out another drop of earth crystal ya milk. Without hesitation, he slapped it on his own arm. Instantly, a thick layer of earthen yellow spirit energy of the heavens and the earth surged out from the surface of Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Xiao Hua's meridians, body, and Phoenix Dharma body madly absorbed the earth element spirit energy once more. Xiao Hua's comprehension of the celestial body bestowment technique was also very good now, and he was operating it to the limit. As Daoist Jingyu approached the flying magic tool, he sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. Once the flying magic tool received the sound-transmitting talisman, it immediately changed direction. Together with Daoist Jingyu, it flew towards Xiao Hua in a pincer attack. How could Xiao Hua let them succeed? He immediately changed his direction and flew towards the direction of the country of Xi. After flying for another half a day, the flying magic tool's speed was actually only similar to Daoist Jingyu's. It was not much faster, so how could it catch up with Xiao Hua? Therefore, Daoist Jingyu had no choice but to get on the flying magic tool. On the flying magic tool was his disciple, Hu Guanju. Reporting to Master, disciple has brought the flying swallow. Hu Guanju had an indescribable expression on his face. He took out a storage pouch and said respectfully, "This is the medicinal pill that Master wants." In addition, disciple followed Master's sound transmission and came here by myself. I didn't tell anyone. Good. Daoist Jingyu didn't say much to him. He sat cross-legged on the flying swallow, stretched out his hand, and placed it on a bulge. Immediately, Daoist Jing Yu's divine sense increased by 20%, and the flying speed also increased by 20%. You can go now. Daoist Jing Yu saw Xiao Hua with his divine sense. His heart relaxed, and he indifferently ordered Hu Guanju. Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanju unexpectedly acted as if he didn't see anything. Without saying anything, he turned around and jumped off the flying swallow, heading in the direction of the Changbai sect. Humph, this old man wants to see. Daoist Jing Yu coldly snorted. You've been flying for nearly a year, and you still haven't used up all your medicinal pills. Besides, this old man has a flying magic tool, and my speed is already much faster than yours. Moreover, my divine sense has also expanded. How can I not catch up with you? Oh. Xiao Hua's body surface, how can there be so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Daoist Jing Yu calmed his heart and looked. He was immediately surprised. What is this? It seems to be earth crystal ya milk. How can Xiao Hua have such a strange thing? Previously, Xiao Hua was urging the earth crystal yao milk in his body to turn black, so Daoist Jing Yu didn't notice it. Now that Xiao Hua was using the earth crystal yao milk, Daoist Jing Yu was belatedly aware of the abnormality. But at this moment, a strange thing happened again. Xiao Hua, who was in front of him, saw Daoist Jing Yu's speed increase. He stretched out his hand, and a little ink-like thing was in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. What strange thing is this? At this time, Daoist Jing Yu was already somewhat used to it. He only wanted to know what kind of effect this thing could bring to Xiao Hua. Whoosh, with a sound, the earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiao Hua's body seemed to have been ignited, and all of it began to roll. Xiao Hua's body seemed to have been pierced by needles into millions of small dots, and a tiny vortex was set off. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth spiraled in. Does this guy want to fight to the death? Daoist Jing Yu narrowed his eyes. He clearly understood in his heart that forcibly pouring in spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a great taboo for cultivators. Although it could increase one's magic power for a short period of time, the damage to one's physical body, meridians, and even one's Tao heart was too great. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would drink poison to quench their thirst. However, Xiao Hua once again made Daoist Jing Yu's eyeballs fall out. The thing that Daoist Jing Yu was most worried about happened again. Xiao Hua's flying speed unexpectedly increased again. There's no mistake, right? Daoist Jing Yu almost jumped up on the flying swallow. He's as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. This guy actually wants to surpass a nascent soul cultivator. Immediately, Daoist Jing Yu clenched his teeth and took out a medicinal pill from a new storage pouch. He threw it into his mouth and said fiercely, "Good, since you want to play with this old man will play with you. Even if this old man can't catch up to you, I'll still force you to a dead end and make your cultivation unable to increase in this lifetime. I'll make you unable to fly, and when you stop, your meridians will burst, and your physical body will collapse and die." Alas, Daoist Jing Yu himself probably hadn't thought of this at this time. What he was thinking now was not to personally kill Xiao Hua, but to take a step back and force Xiao Hua to take a medicinal pill and die. Chapter 2178. Unfortunately, Daoist Jing Ru, a nascent soul cultivator, had such a simple idea, and in the end, it wasn't realized. 2 years later, when Xiao Hua bypassed Meng country, circled into Huan country, and finally rushed into Shi country. When he arrived in the vicinity of Imperial Thunder sect, Daoist Jing Ru still couldn't catch up. In the end, Xiao Hua's bright thunder escape was forced to practice to the extreme, but he couldn't break through to the thunder eclipse stage. Because of this, Daoist Jing Ru was no longer able to steadily catch up with Xiao Hua. Occasionally, he had to rely on secret techniques to find Xiao Hua's whereabouts. In fact, Xiaohua couldn't be blamed for teasing Daoist Jingru, who was a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua had already been flying in a mess, so how could he know which direction was Imperial Thunder Sect? He could go from Meng country to Huan country, discover the wrong direction in time, and didn't rush into the sword cultivator's territory. Instead, he returned to Shi country in time, which made Daoist Jingru laugh his head off. Besides, our family's Xiaohua is sowing seeds, and good deeds must be done along the way. Along the way, who knows how many rice seeds have been sowed, and who knows how many commoners have benefited from this. Seeing the familiar mountain range, which was the place where Xiaohua experienced the lightning tribulation for the first time with Sun Shu and the others, Xiaohua's heart settled. He had already used the last drop of earth crystal Yao milk, and there was still a lot of unrefined spiritual energy left in his meridians. Moreover, there were still many grains of earth crystal Yao milk left in his meridians. Although the massive amount of spiritual energy had been refined, raising his realm to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. However, just as Daoist Jingru thought, if he flew for a while longer, even if Daoist Jingru didn't kill Xiaohua, Xiaohua's body meridians would absolutely not be able to withstand the spiritual energy that couldn't be refined, and he would explode to death as Daoist Jingru predicted. Of course, now that he was already in Imperial Thunder Sect's territory, Xiaohua could naturally calm down, properly adjust his meridians, and stabilize his realm. Using a few years of effort to raise his cultivation level from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the peak stage was like forcing an infant boy to climb up a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His face flashed with an earthy yellow color. It was obvious that the spiritual aura in his body was surging. Xiaohua hurriedly operated his cultivation method to suppress it. He laughed loudly and fully operated his cultivation method. He transmitted his voice, "Senior nascent soul with deep feelings, thank you for escorting me all the way back to the Imperial Thunder Sect from the Guei Sea. You even gave me a cauldron for refining weapons. This Xiao will never forget this kind of righteousness. Right now, this Xiao has already returned to the entrance of my Imperial Thunder Sect. This Xiao sincerely invites Senior to come to my Imperial Thunder Sect for a chat. This little one has delicious spirit wine to offer. I also want to have a drink with Senior and discuss with Senior about the wind, frost, snow, and rain along the way. Then, we should talk about life, love." "Oh, wrong, those are for female cultivators. With a senior of such noble character and unquestionable integrity, we should talk about how to give away our magical treasures to others without making them feel grateful to us. This is a very difficult thing to do. And, in addition, if possible, I ask Senior to bestow me a name. This junior will definitely engrave it in my heart. In the future, if I see Senior's disciple or Senior's disciple, this junior will definitely give them a peach and repay them with a plum. And, since Senior is unwilling to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect with this Xiao, then this Xiao has no other choice." Xiaohua simply didn't care whether Daoist Jing Si could hear him or not. He continued, "This Xiao has no way to repay Senior's kindness. This low-grade spirit stone will be this Xiao's reward. I also ask Senior to not dislike it. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away is light, but the feelings are more important. Senior's gift to this junior is not just 1,000 miles, this little one spirit stone is also much more valuable than a goose feather. And, don't say, this junior has never given anyone a spirit stone before. Senior is the first." Ha ha ha! Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept over. He had already seen Daoist Jing Si several dozen miles away. His nose was crooked from anger. He waved his hand and the low-grade spirit stone flew over. Soon after, he no longer cared about what was behind him and flew towards the Imperial Thunder Sect like a wisp of smoke. Puff! Daoist Jing Si spat out a mouthful of blood on the flying swallow. At this time, Xiaohua's magic power was truly profound. Daoist Jing Si was also on top of the magic tool, so he had already heard these words. He had exhausted all the spirit pills in his storage pouch and exhausted all the magic power in his body, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Xiaohua's head. How could he not be angry? His heart was originally filled with anger. Being lured by Xiaohua like this, he immediately vomited blood. However, not to mention that he couldn't catch up to Xiaohua now, even if he could, the Imperial Thunder Sect's territory was in front of him. If he rashly entered, not only would the matter of him chasing Xiaohua be exposed, he would also provoke some trouble by coming to the Imperial Thunder Sect for no reason. He had no choice but to stop. At the same time Daoist Jing Si stopped, he immediately urged his primordial spirit to sense his life source magic treasure. Unfortunately, it was the same as the countless times he had sensed it in the past 2 years. That one gasification divine furnace seemed to not exist. There wasn't any movement. This brat is bullying me too much. Not only did he take this old man's magic treasure, he even used words to despise this old man. Daoist Jing Si shouted loudly. He stood up and hatefully stamped his foot. Soon after, his eyes flashed with a trace of severity. Humph, don't look at how you're somewhat well off now. You know your own situation. Previously, your face had a faint yellow brilliance. Wasn't that because too much spiritual energy had been deposited in your body? Even if you return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and ask Daoist Thunder Meng to take action and stabilize your realm, what about yourself? Your cultivation, can you still take another step forward? In the end, other people's stable realms aren't your own. Ha ha ha! Daoist Jing Si spat out a mouthful of congested blood. He also felt a lot more carefree. He laughed a few times, patted the flying swallow, turned around, and left. As for Xiaohua, who had executed the bright thunder escape art to the extreme, his heart was also perturbed. After all, this lightning escape art was something that even Reverend Lei Tan did not cultivate. How could his execution of this art not attract attention? But under Daoist Jing Si's coercion, he still prioritized preserving his life. When Xiaohua saw that Daoist Jing Si had unexpectedly stopped in midair, his heart was overjoyed. He immediately reduced his flying speed and changed to an ordinary flying technique. He slowly moved forward. Of course, he was moving. Just a moment ago, he was still a rabbit, but now he was a tortoise. Xiaohua didn't hear Daoist Jing Si's words. Currently, Daoist Jing Si's magic power consumption was enormous. He was unwilling to spend energy in this aspect. After all, he still had to return to Meng with his tail between his legs. Damn it, I finally got rid of this guy. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He felt uncomfortable all over. Not only was his physical body sore, there was also a dull pain in his meridians, and even extreme mental exhaustion. Xiaohua's physical body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation, Xiaohua's meridians were operated by the dragon transformation art, and Xiaohua also cultivated secret techniques such as the celestial body bestowment technique. Although Xiaohua had too many, yes, he had used up 2 drops of earth crystal yao milk within 2 years. This half drop of earth crystal yao milk could temper the physical body of a late gold core stage cultivator, allowing them to rely on this physical body to step into the nascent soul stage. Xiaohua had actually used 3 times as much. He was a foundation establishment cultivator. And, even if his cultivation was comparable to the middle gold core stage, he still couldn't bear it. I was chased for thousands of miles and forced for 2 years, but in the end, I still don't know who this guy is. After escaping from death, Xiaohua was still somewhat gnashing his teeth. In his heart, he understood that in the end, his flying technique had already surpassed the nascent soul cultivator's magic tool. He could have escaped earlier, but he also wanted to see if he could find a flaw in the other party's technique. He wanted to see if he could find out the other party's background, so that he could know the origin of his enemy. From there, he could find out why he came to the Dawn Rain continent from the 10,000 demon realm. Forget it. Since I know the appearance of the person who came, there are only so many nascent soul stage cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent. I can always find out who the person who sealed me is. Xiaohua thought hatefully, but, if that enemy is too powerful, I don't know if my Imperial Thunder sect can come out for me. His divine sense swept across the road that he had flown before, and a trace of homesickness suddenly appeared in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It was as if he was a wanderer returning home, and when he came close, he felt a kind of attachment, a kind of security, a kind of peace, and a kind of expectation. This was a feeling that Xiaohua had never felt before. Maybe I'm old. Xiaohua touched his nose and secretly laughed. It said that only the old will be nostalgic. In the past, I didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Imperial Thunder sect, but now I actually think so much. It's good to have a sect. Not only do you have cultivation methods and pills, even if someone is chasing you, you have a harbor to hide in, and a place to escape to. So many disciples of cultivation families and rogue cultivators want to join a cultivation sect. This is probably a more important reason. Oh right, I don't know if Xue is back yet. Xiaohua was a little emotional, and immediately thought of Xue. He hurriedly clapped his hands, took out 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman, and threw it in the air with his magic power. Huh, great! Seeing that the red-yellow talisman didn't fly elsewhere, but directly flew to the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua was overjoyed, knowing that Xue had returned safely. Xiaohua flew to the Sky Thunder Peak while waiting for Xiaohua's response, or Xue's warm welcome. However, before Xiaohua could see Xue, he saw a group of qi refining disciples flying over. How come there are disciples traveling again? Xiaohua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind and laughed inwardly. Of course, I've been gone for nearly 10 years. Isn't today the Foundation Establishment experiential learning for qi refining disciples? Greetings, Martial Uncle. When the several disciples in front saw Xiaohua, they didn't care whether Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and hurriedly bowed to pay their respects. You all are going to Foundation Establishment experiential learning? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, Martial Uncle knows, we juniors are going to look for an opportunity to Foundation Establishment. The quick-witted disciples hurriedly replied, I don't know if Martial Uncle has any instructions, please give us some pointers. Chapter 2179. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, saying, everyone has their own fate, others can't use it as a reference. However, if you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, treat others with compassion, and cultivate with sincerity, the heavens will certainly take care of you. Yes, we understand. The several disciples were confused, and some even showed disdain on their faces. Xiaohua understood that he was still concealing his cultivation level to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and his appearance was so young. In other people's eyes, wasn't he just lucky enough to enter the Foundation Establishment realm? Admittedly, this was what Xiaohua really said, but in other people's ears, most of them were perfunctory, and a few were showing off, right? Xiaohua didn't say much. He flew up and smiled at the disciples who came out to gain experience. There were so many aura refining disciples who went out to gain experience, and many of them came back, but what about those who entered the Foundation Establishment realm? How many could there be? Among the oncoming qi refining disciples, Xiaohua actually saw a few familiar faces, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember them clearly. However, when he saw these disciples evade him and fly away, Xiaohua already understood that they should be fellow disciples who had joined the Imperial Thunder sect with him, or he had met them when he went out to gain experience in the past. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He knew what they were thinking, so he pretended he didn't see them and flew directly to Sky Thunder Peak. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Sky Thunder Peak, it was even more lively. He saw a thunderboat stopped in midair, and a gold core cultivator stood at the bow of the boat with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. Under the thunderbolt, there were dozens of disciples and a few masters of different cultivation levels clustered around. Feather Immortal Assembly? Xiao Hua smiled. Another Feather Immortal Assembly, I wonder who will win this year. Hongxia Fairy, how are you doing in the Huanhua sect? For no reason, Xiao Hua's heart was suddenly drowned by longing. That longing was even vaster and more boundless than the water of the Guihe Sea. Xiao Hua. You've also entered the Foundation establishment realm? A very shocked voice came from not far away. Xiao Hua's longing was interrupted by this sudden voice, and he raised his eyebrows absent-mindedly. He saw a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flying over with a 12th-layer aura refining disciple. This voice came from that middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Enemies are really destined to meet. This young master had just returned to the Imperial Thunder sect and ran into this guy. When Xiao Hua saw that cultivator, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. This cultivator was none other than Zhen Weixing of Swallow Thunder Ridge. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhen. Xiao Hua wasn't polite either. He cupped his hands and called Zhen Weixing Senior Martial Brother, saying, Little brother hasn't done anything outrageous, so why can't I build my foundation? Is it strange for Senior Brother Zhen to see me build my foundation? Oh, right, where's my Junior Martial Brother Yan? What about Junior Brother now? Or Martial Nephew? The astonishment on Zhen Weixing's face disappeared as he said coldly, even in my Thunder Manipulation sect, it's extremely rare to reach Foundation establishment in a few decades. You have nothing to be proud of. Let this old man tell you this as your senior brother. Modesty makes one improve, while pride makes one fall behind. Pfft. Xiao Hua almost fell from the sky. He smiled and said, Many thanks for Senior Brother Zhen's pointers. My master told little brother several decades ago that Senior Brother doesn't need to worry. However, it seems that Martial Nephew Yan hasn't built his foundation yet, so Senior Brother should say these words to encourage him. Oh, right, this is also Senior Brother's disciple, right? Are you going to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Zhen Weixing's face was gloomy when Xiao Hua mentioned Yan Xiefeng again. Yan Xiefeng was quite famous in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then. After returning, he excitedly confronted Xiao Hua, wanting to destroy Myriad Thunder Valley's face. Who knew that he would be beaten up like a punching bag by Xiao Hua? This probably left an inner demon in his heart. It had been 10 years, but he still didn't show any signs of building his foundation. This also left a regret in Zhen Weixing's heart. Xiao Hua poked his sore spot again and again, so how could he not be ashamed and angry? Junior Xiuqing greets Martial Uncle. The 12th layer Qi refinement disciple didn't know the grudge between Xiao Hua and Swallow Thunder Ridge. When Xiao Hua mentioned him, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. And, this is Myriad Thunder Valley's Xiao Hua, also your Thunder Manipulation Palace's Martial Uncle. Zhen Weixing pointed his hand and said, he also participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then with the cultivation of the 11th layer Qi refinement. Ah! Xiao Hua. Martial Uncle Xiao. Xiuqing had obviously heard of Xiao Hua's name, and her face immediately showed astonishment. And, it's that Xiao Hua. Zhen Weixing said disdainfully, when he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then, he made my Thunder Manipulation sect lose face. A female cultivator from the Washing Flower sect betrayed us on the spot. However, don't learn from him. He couldn't build his foundation for dozens of years, and in the end, who knows what kind of opportunity he encountered to reach this step. If you can't build your foundation for dozens of years, you'll make me lose face. I'll slap you to death. Yes, disciple understands. Xiuqing naturally didn't dare to say more. She smiled embarrassedly at Xiao Hua and bowed to Zhen Weixing. Let's go. Zhen Weixing didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua anymore. He waved his hand and said, he's already on the thunder boat, don't waste time here. After saying that, Zhen Weisheng ignored Xiaohua and flew away first. Xiuqing cupped her hands towards Xiaohua again and activated the yellow talisman. Hehe, this disciple called Xiuqing looks pretty good. Don't learn bad things from Zhen Weisheng. Xiaohua smiled and said in his heart, I don't want to kill any more disciples of the thunder manipulation sect. Then Xiaohua looked at the disciples on and off the thunderboat. He didn't see anyone he was familiar with, so he didn't care. He stood up and flew towards the myriad thunder valley. But what he didn't know was that when he flew far away, the middle gold core stage cultivator standing on the thunderboat looked at Xiaohua's back and frowned. Xiaohua, this guy is still alive. He actually built his foundation. This is really troublesome. This favor. I have to find a way to return it. Flying close to the myriad thunder valley, bursts of silent thunder rushed into Xiaohua's ears. Just when Xiaohua wanted to use the secret technique to avoid thunder, he felt the spiritual aura in his meridians and even in his body suddenly jump, as if it was somewhat out of control. However, before he could use the mental cultivation method in his shock, the spiritual aura flowed extremely slowly, as if it was about to be refined. Io! Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and he was overjoyed. The reason why the spiritual aura was deposited was because the mental cultivation method wasn't good enough. But when the mental cultivation method was used again, new spiritual aura would enter, and this spiritual aura couldn't be refined. Over time, it would be deposited. When the mental cultivation method was used again to refine the spiritual aura, this spiritual aura would have already entered the depths of the meridians or the minor branches of the body. The mental cultivation method was already powerless. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have the opportunity to refine the spiritual aura in detail, but his thoughts were the same as Taoist Jing Ru's. He didn't have much confidence in his heart, but when he saw the effect of the silent thunder, Xiaohua thought of the feeling in his body when he shattered that huge meteor in the huge stone formation. Chapter 2180. Could it be that, this silent thunder is also useful for the heavenly infusion technique or the bone tempering technique? Xiaohua guessed. But then, Xiaohua frowned. He was about to reach the myriad thunder valley, but Xue's communication talisman hadn't arrived. He didn't know why. Although he knew that Xue was safe and sound, Xiaohua still wanted to see her with his own eyes. Which fellow Taoist came to my myriad thunder valley? While Xiaohua was thinking, a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over from afar, and a voice familiar to Xiaohua was heard. Hehe, Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua stopped in midair with a faintly discernible smile on his face. So it's you. Cui Hongshan's divine sense swept over Xiaohua, and he immediately recognized him. His tone carried a trace of astonishment, and a trace of surprise that almost couldn't be felt, pleasant surprise. You were actually able to escape from the hands of Taoist Jing Ru. Cui Hongshan's second sentence made Xiaohua even more astonished. Taoist Jing Ru. Xiaohua was stunned. But then, his mind turned quickly, and he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. Xue, you are really my wife. Who is Taoist Jing Ru? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Strange. Cui Hongshan flew closer, looked up and down at Xiaohua, and said indifferently, Xue rushed back to the Imperial Thunder sect 2 years ago, and first came to my myriad thunder valley, saying that you were being chased by a nascent soul cultivator, and wanted us to save you. But, you also know that Master is only at the late stage of foundation establishment, how could he dare to provoke a nascent soul cultivator? So, he took Xue to the Thunder Palace to see Taoist Lei Meng. When Xue described the appearance of the nascent soul cultivator, Taoist Lei Meng knew that it was Changbai sect's Taoist Jing Ru. So, we naturally knew that this was the trouble you caused at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Cui Hongshan said coldly, since you know how your body is, don't provoke some people you can't afford to provoke. Otherwise, not only will you lose your life, you will also provoke others to suffer. From his tone, it was obviously an elder reprimanding a junior. There's no need for fellow Taoist Chui to worry. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said indifferently. He didn't say another word. I naturally won't worry about it. Everything will be decided by Master. Chui Hongshan didn't say much. He clapped his hands, took out the messaging talisman, and said a few words. Then, he raised his hand and sent it out. He then said, I'm patrolling the Myriad Thunder Valley today, so I won't take you back. Master is in the cave residence today. Got it. Xiao Hua didn't wait for Chui Hongshan to finish speaking. With a flick of his sleeves, he grew taller than Chui Hongshan by half a figure. Then, he swept past Chui Hongshan and flew towards the Immortals' Cave in the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, before he could fly for half an hour, a communication talisman flew back and landed in the hands of Chui Hongshan, whose face was slightly pale. Chui Hongshan took the communication talisman and looked at it. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Then, he flew up and followed Xiao Hua to the Immortals' Cave. Before he could fly to the Immortals' Cave, the Immortals' divine sense swept over. However, it only swept over Xiao Hua's body for a moment before withdrawing. It didn't stay for too long. Meanwhile, Zhuo Minghui's figure was already standing outside the Immortals' Cave. When Xiao Hua saw his master's wife, his nose turned sour for no reason. An inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. Xiao Hua landed early without leaving a trace. He quickly ran in front of Zhuo Minghui and bowed. Disciple really can't bear the burden of troubling Master's nascent soul. You child. Although Zhuo Minghui had already seen Xiao Hua, she still looked him up and down for a long time. Then, she stretched out her hand and touched Xiao Hua's hair. She said lovingly, It's really hard for you to become a disciple of your master. Although this sentence didn't have much explanation, it was really better than a million sentences. Xiao Hua's previous unhappiness because of Chui Hongshan immediately disappeared. I don't dare. It's all because disciple is too naughty and has caused trouble for master. He bowed again and said very sincerely. It's not naughty at all. At this time, Chui Hongshan also stepped forward to greet Zhuo Minghui. When Zhuo Minghui saw Chui Hongshan's appearance, she obviously already knew that he had suffered in front of Xiao Hua. She smiled and said, Your eldest senior brother is too slow. Hongshan is also a man of the rules. If it weren't for a naughty disciple like you, master's wife would be really boring. Disciple understands. Disciple will do his best to learn from eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua said hurriedly. Hearing that Xiao Hua still didn't mention Chui Hongshan, Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. However, she stretched out her hand and pulled Xiao Hua. Let's go, let's enter the Immortals' Cave first. These past 2 years, your master has been worried about you. However, you also know that Taoist Jing Ru is a nascent soul cultivator. Even Taoist Lei Meng isn't willing to easily offend him. The news that Xue Xue brought back was without any evidence. You also didn't have any verbal message or evidence to take back to the sect. Therefore, master's wife, hasn't disciple returned safely? Don't mention the past. Xiao Hua stopped Zhuo Minghui from continuing and said with a smile, Everything is a misunderstanding. Disciple will carefully report to master when I see him. Good. Zhuo Minghui beamed with joy. Everything was fake. As long as Xiao Hua returned safely, that was what she cared about the most. Xiao Hua was pulled into the Immortals' Cave by Zhuo Minghui. However, he saw that everything in the Immortals' Cave was the same as before. Even the helpless expression on his face was the same as before. He still hated iron for not becoming steel. Disciple greets master. Xiao Hua faintly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. What? You finally built your foundation? She said faintly and helplessly, when your eldest senior brother came back, he said that you've already built your foundation. It's already been 10 years. How come you're still at the early stage of foundation establishment? Your cultivation and realm also haven't improved. Look at Xue Xue. Although she went out with you and even built her foundation later than you, look at her cultivation. It's practically similar to your senior brother Chui's. You, how did you cultivate? Did you cultivate a dog's body? You're really embarrassing me. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He just knew that Wu would say this. It was also because he knew that Wu would say this that Xiao Hua specially maintained his newly built foundation cultivation. In the end, he wanted to see if Wu would say this. Sweat, isn't this a bit of reverse psychology? Cough cough, Zhuo Minghui seized the opportunity to cough twice, interrupting Wu's words. She glanced at the embarrassed Xiao Hua and rebuked, "Husband, you can't say that. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation hasn't improved, that's because his foundation is weak. However, didn't you hear what Xiang Yang said? Xiang Yang and Qing Lian were both saved by him. Moreover, that thing was also obtained by Xiao Hua. Old man, you also benefited a lot from it. In these 2 years, you've also racked your brains to find someone to help you. Now that you're here, you're blaming the child. What nonsense are you saying?" Wu glared at Zhuo Minghui in annoyance and said, "This kind of disciple that makes me lose face, I can't wait for him to not return." Those were all words that Xiang Yang made up and specially placed on Xiao Hua. He just built his foundation, how could he save 2 people? You even believe these words? Hee hee. Zhuo Minghui covered her mouth and laughed, "Since that's the case, last year when my Imperial Thunder sect was recruiting disciples again, why didn't you go?" "That's because Myriad Thunder Valley was busy with official business, I didn't have time." Wu curled his lips even more, "If I were to look again, I definitely wouldn't find another disciple like this guy." Hee hee, Zhuo Minghui didn't say anything more to Wu. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, sit down and wait for a moment. Today is the day that Li returns to the valley. Your eldest senior brother has already gone to pick him up and will be back soon." "Yes, disciple understands." When Xiao Hua heard Xiang Zhili mentioned, he immediately thought of the baby that was born 10 years ago. He couldn't help but smile and wanted to take a seat. However, at this time, Zhuo Minghui was sitting on Wu Hai's left, while Cui Hongshan sat on the right, which happened to be the second chair. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't sit on top of him, but he also didn't want to sit below him. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Zhuo Minghui's side and picked up the last chair to sit on. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Wu Hai was somewhat angry and scolded, "This little bastard, husband." Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, "Xiao Hua hasn't seen me for a long time, so he wants to be intimate with me." "Look at you." "Humph," Wu Hai snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. After a moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave, and a sweet voice sounded, martial ancestor, I'm back, I'm back." Following a series of chaotic noises, a young boy dressed like a piece of jade bounced into the cave dwelling. When he heard the boy's voice, Wu Hai's gloomy face, which was like rain, immediately cleared up after the rain. It was really like the saying, "The sky is clear and bright." If it wasn't for his status, he would have stood up long ago. The boy ran in very habitually, and his eyes had already swept across the entire cave. His gaze immediately landed on Xiao Hua, a stranger. However, this unfamiliarity only lasted for a moment. Then, a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Of course, the boy only looked at Xiao Hua before immediately retracting his gaze. He walked in front of Wu Hai and respectfully bowed, "Li greets martial ancestor." "I haven't seen martial ancestor for more than a month, I wonder if martial ancestor is well." "Ha ha ha. I'm well, I'm well." Wu Hai said with a smile, "I wonder if Li has made any progress in this month." "Good boy, this is Xiang Zhili." Xiao Hua knew that this was Xiang Zhili, but when he saw that this boy, who was almost 10 years old, actually had the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refining, he was still shocked in his heart. Damn it, there's really no way to compare. Back then, I didn't know how much effort I spent to cultivate to the 7th layer. This guy is just 10 years old, and he's already at the 7th layer. Li is very obedient, he can already refine yellow talismans. As Xiang Zhili spoke, he patted his hand and took out a fireball talisman from the small storage pouch at his waist. Under the urging of magic power, a large fireball was born, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. It was actually a high-grade fireball talisman. Chapter 2181. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. With a helpless flick of her sleeve, she covered the fireball and laughed. With a disciple like Xiang Zhili in my 10,000 Thunder Valley, who would dare to look down on my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Li greets martial grandmother. Xiang Zhili obediently bowed to Zhuo Minghui. Get up. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, where are your parents? Father and mother returned to the cave first. Xiang Zhili answered with a smile. Boy listened to their discussion and prepared for the second. Martial Uncle Chui's dual cultivation ceremony in 3 years, and then came over immediately. Hehe, you're really the eldest martial brother. Zhuo Minghui glanced at Cui Hongshan, her words seeming to have a double meaning, dual cultivation ceremony. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and thought of Dui Chiman, who he saw before he went out to train. Sweat, this guy hasn't dual cultivated yet. How many years has it been? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. This guy already reported to master that he wants to dual cultivate. Doesn't that mean this young master has to postpone it? Damn it, this guy still wants to block this young master's happiness even now. When Cui Hongshan heard this, his face turned slightly red. Li greets martial uncle. Xiang Zhili walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed. Good, Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, my good Li, I haven't seen you for a month, and your cultivation has improved greatly. Foundation establishment is just around the corner. You flatter me, I don't dare to compare myself to martial uncle. Xiang Zhili said very modestly. When Xiang Zhili stood up, Zhuo Minghui was about to tell him about Xiao Hua, but who would have thought that Xiang Zhili would run in front of Xiao Hua? He didn't need to be introduced at all, and even exceeded everyone's expectations. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Li greets martial uncle. Ah! Not only was Xiao Hua stunned, but he also opened his mouth in shock and even raised his hand in a daze. A trace of understanding flashed through Zhuo Minghui's eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up into a smile. Cui Hongshan, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He knew very well that Xiang Zhili had been born with a heavenly lightning constitution and was the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Myriad Thunder Valley. He had doted on him since he was young and had given him countless benefits, but he had never seen Xiang Zhili treat him like this. And what about Xiao Hua? This seemed to be Xiang Zhili's first time seeing it. Before anyone could introduce him, Xiang Zhili had already identified Xiao Hua. Needless to say, behind his back, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian had said this countless times in front of Xiang Zhili, and even more so, they had warned him countless times. Xiao Hua. Is he really worth bowing to? Cui Hongshan couldn't help but secretly ask. Sure enough, before Cui Hongshan could think of anything, Xiang Zhili opened his mouth and said, Uncle, you don't need to be surprised. When the boy was young, my father had already told the boy that the lives of my father, mother, and boy were all saved by Uncle. If not for Uncle's strength, there would be no boy in this world. My father had already told Uncle's appearance clearly and said that Uncle's appearance wouldn't change even after 10,000 years. He had repeatedly told the boy that as long as he saw Uncle, he must kowtow 9 times. As he spoke, Xiang Zhili slammed his forehead on the ground of the cave abode with a loud bang. This. Xiao Hua panicked and raised his hand slightly to stop Xiang Zhili. He looked at Xiang Zhili in embarrassment. Since it's the heart of a child, don't block it. Xiang Zhili originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhuo Minghui glare at him, he went with the flow and said. Oh. Okay. Xiao Hua said helplessly. However, after Xiang Zhili finished kowtowing 9 times, he stood up and said, moreover, my father also said that the boy should acknowledge uncle as his adoptive father. Since uncle wants the boy to kowtow, then. In the future, the boy will call uncle as his adoptive father. Ah. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was very clear in his heart that this definitely wasn't his honest senior brother's idea. Perhaps it was Yan Qinglian or even Xiang Zhili's own idea. If it was any other disciple who used such a cunning method, Xiao Hua would definitely look down on it and wouldn't even hesitate to reject it. However, this was a child of his own myriad Thunder Valley. No matter how he looked at it, this child was intelligent. Xiao Hua didn't have any thoughts of rejecting it. In fact, he was even happy for his senior brother. Just as Xiao Hua was hesitating, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian walked in. Before they even took a few steps, their eyes immediately lit up and they shouted, "Little junior brother, you. When did you come back?" Shui Shui said that you would definitely come back. I was worried to death. I didn't think that, you really came back. Xiang Yang also didn't care about Xiang Zhili and bowed. He took a few steps forward and hugged Xiao Hua in his arms. He patted Xiao Hua's thin shoulders with all his strength. Xiao Hua's heart was also warm. He knew that if it wasn't for Xiang Yang being too surprised to see him, he definitely wouldn't have not greeted Xiang Yang first. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Little brother also just came back. Xiao Hua also patted Xiang Yang's back and said in a low voice. Good, it's good that you're back. Xiang Yang said. He turned around and looked at Xiang Zhili and scolded, what did father teach you? Now that your uncle is in front of you, hurry up and kowtow. Looking at Xiang Yang's helpless face, Xiao Hua was speechless. Xiang Zhili stuck out his tongue and said respectfully, I'll let father know. Boy has already paid his respects to uncle. Moreover, uncle has already agreed to be boy's adoptive father. What? Adoptive father? Xiang Yang was stunned. Yes, uncle is too polite. Didn't father say that adoptive father is closer? Xiang Zhili blinked his eyes at Xiang Yang and said very innocently, boy was thinking that adoptive father worked so hard to save boy's family. Boy will wait until boy's cultivation is successful in the future and he will properly protect father, mother, and adoptive father. You little brat, what are you trying to do with your foster father? Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili in exasperation. Alright, Xiao Hua smiled. Since Xiang Yang had already put this adoptive father in his mouth, what else could he say? He clapped his hands as if to take out something, but then he hesitated and said with a smile, since the child has already kowtowed, I can't let the child kowtow for nothing. Little brother will accept this adoptive father. Although Yan Qinglian didn't step forward, her eyes were filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiao Hua's words, her eyes flashed with a strange light. She hurriedly bowed and said, your adoptive father has already nodded. Hurry up and pay your respects. Boy greets adoptive father. This time, Xiang Zhili didn't kowtow. Instead, he bowed respectfully, just like a little adult. Get up. Xiao Hua only reached out to help him up, and said, you can't kowtow for nothing, but adoptive father doesn't have anything good to give you. Wait a moment, let adoptive father think carefully, and see what good things I can give you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2182. I don't need anything. As long as I can call you adoptive father, I'll be able to stay by your side and receive your guidance. Xiang Zhili acted like an adult and hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. Martial uncle and martial ancestor have already given boy many good things. Boy can't even use them. That's right. Xiang Yang immediately stood in front of Xiang Zhili and smiled. The child is still young. Let's talk about it later. Don't. Xiao Hua wouldn't let that happen. He grabbed Xiang Zhili, and with a flash of light, a defensive artifact appeared on his body. Ignoring Xiang Yang, he handed it to Xiang Zhili and said, "You've already called me adoptive father. If I don't give you anything, people will say I'm stingy." As he spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan's expression was very unsightly. Was there even a need to say it? Was he trying to compete with him? He could only give Xiang Zhili some small trinkets. As for artifacts, he didn't even have ordinary artifacts, let alone defensive artifacts. How could he give it to others? Helplessly, he could only give Xiang Zhili some magic tools. However, when he saw that Xiao Hua had actually given his own magic tool to Xiang Zhili, he felt happy in his heart. He felt that Xiao Hua had finally understood some things, and he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although Xiang Zhili's eyes flashed with surprise, he still waved his hand and said, "Adoptive father, this is your defensive artifact. Boy, how can I accept it? You still have to travel the Xiaoyu continent. Take it." Xiao Hua glared at him and pretended to be angry. "If you don't take it, I won't let you call me adoptive father." "Alright, take it." Xiang Yang said helplessly to Xiang Zhili. "Your adoptive father's artifact isn't a defensive artifact. It's an artifact. You have to cultivate properly and strive to be able to use this artifact as soon as possible. Your adoptive father gave you this artifact to urge you to cultivate." Seeing Xiang Yang constantly implicating cultivation, Xiao Hua was speechless. He didn't want to urge Xiang Zhili to cultivate. He really didn't have anything suitable to give Xiang Zhili. Everything in his space was shocking and couldn't be casually exposed. A defensive artifact. This is extremely rare. Xiang Zhili was also a disciple of a famous teacher, so he knew how precious defensive treasures were. He took it with great fondness. Looking at Xiang Zhili's joy, he felt helpless but also happy. In front of Xiao Hua, an extremely rare smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Alright, acknowledging Xiao Hua as his adoptive father is a good thing. My 10,000 Thunder Valley hasn't had any happy events for a long time. First, the date of Hongshan's dual cultivation is about to be set. Now that Xiao Hua has returned, we should take advantage of this opportunity to liven things up. Xiang Yang, discuss a date with Qing Lian and hold a ceremony to let acknowledge Xiao Hua as his adoptive father. Also, let your master's close disciples come and pay their respects." "Yes, I understand." Xiang Yang was naturally happy. That day, he had wanted Xiang Zhili to acknowledge Xiao Hua as his master, but he hadn't expected to be rejected by Xiao Hua so quickly. This foster father was naturally closer to Xiang Zhili than a master. Although Xiao Hua wouldn't teach Xiang Zhili anything, he could at least protect Xiang Zhili. No one knew Xiao Hua's strength better than Xiang Yang. Of course, this strength was already equivalent to Xiao Hua's early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Master's wife, let's liven things up ourselves. Why do we need to find other people? Xiao Hua didn't like liveliness and said with a smile. There's no need to mention other people. Qimeng, Xue, Sun Shu, and the others are also coming. Zhou Minghui very abruptly mentioned Sun Shu. Fine. Xiao Hua nodded, but soon after, he said, "When I returned to the mountain, I sent a summoning talisman to Xue, but I haven't received a reply." I'm afraid she's in closed-door cultivation again. Hee, that's for sure. Xiang Yang said with a smile, your family's shue is amazing. As soon as she reached foundation establishment, her magic power was profound, even surpassing Sun Shu. Martial Uncle Sun thinks highly of her and taught her many secret techniques. As he said this, he clapped his hands, took out a jade slip, and handed it over. He said, this is what Shue asked me to pass on when she went into closed-door cultivation for the first time after she returned. She thought you'd be back soon, but she didn't expect it to drag on for so long. That's right, little junior brother, you. Yan Qinglian's eyes turned, and she said in a low voice, that Master Jing Si is really shameless. As a nascent soul senior, he actually made things difficult for you. Let's talk after we sit down. Xiang Yang glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice. Soon after, he turned his head to greet Cui Hongshan and sat down. However, after he sat down, he discovered that Xiaohua was actually sitting across from him. A trace of a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Yan Qinglian also sensed it. She smiled and instructed Xiang Zhili, Li, you're now a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. Go sit below your martial uncle. Don't always accompany your mother, it makes people think you're not growing up. Yes, boy understands. Xiang Zhili didn't understand. He stuck out his small chest, and as if he really had grown up, he valiantly sat next to Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua, what's going on with Master Jing Si? Xiang Yang waited for Xiang Zhili to sit down before asking, why did you take so long to return to the mountain? Xiaohua had already thought about it. He smiled and said, it's nothing. Not long after I parted ways with Shue in the Heavenly Sea, I was captured by Master Jing Si. However, he didn't tell me who he was. He took me. Soon after, Xiaohua fabricated the story of him being captured by Master Jing Si and then being punished. Of course, Xiaohua didn't know any of these details. After all, he was imprisoned by Master Jing Si. Oh. You're saying. Master Jing Si, who has always been extremely protective of his own, actually let you go after a slight punishment. Xiang Yang didn't quite believe it. After he knew it was Master Jing Si who made a move and then inquired about that guy's character, he had long regarded Xiaohua as extremely dangerous, so much so that he was already dead. However, whether Xiang Yang believed it or not wasn't important. What was important was that Xiaohua also said innocently, yes, I also don't know why. Before I returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, I simply didn't know who Master Jing Si was. I also didn't know what this nascent soul cultivator was doing. What could Xiang Yang say? Could it be that he blamed Master Jing Si for not killing Xiaohua? And, when I saw Xiaohua, I mentioned Master Jing Si's name to him. It seems he also didn't know. Cui Hongshan also said. I'm afraid Xiaohua really didn't know that person was Master Jing Si. And, perhaps because Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, Master Jing Si was really embarrassed to make a move. Zhuo Minghui also frowned and said, even us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators or golden core cultivators are embarrassed to make a move against an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He, a nascent soul senior, was also afraid of being talked about and losing face. And, I can only think like that. Xiang Yang helplessly glared at Xiaohua and said, I didn't expect that your low cultivation could also become the reason for your survival. You still have to thank Master Jing Si for being lenient and not easily taking your life. Master. Xiang Yang said with a smile, since he didn't let junior brother know his identity, he naturally just took it out on him to vent his anger. If we were to make it clear, wouldn't we make him lose face? This matter, let's just leave it as it is. We'll be happy secretly. Humph, that's all we can do. Xiang Yang helplessly said, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given up. At this point, he helplessly stopped talking and ordered, since Xiaohua has already built his foundation, he must leave his life spirit tablet in my Zhenlei palace. Xiang Yang, tomorrow, accompany him to Zhenlei palace. After leaving his life spirit tablet, take the tablet to Zhenlei palace and get a spirit-seeking mouse. Find a place near my myriad thunder valley and open a residence for Xiaohua. Yes, disciple understands. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and agreed. Then, the people of Myriad Thunder Valley casually talked about some interesting things. Xiaohua picked some unimportant things and told them about his experience with Xue Xue. Everyone listened and nodded. Xiang Jili's eyes became even brighter. Then, Xiaohua asked about Xiang Jili. It turned out that Xiang Jili didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. That year, when Xiang Jili tested his physique in the Imperial Thunder sect, it caused a sensation. This little guy was the direct product of a lightning beast's inner core. How could any disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect compare to him? Even Master Lei Meng took a liking to him. Unfortunately, Xiang Jili was too young and didn't have any cultivation. As a nascent soul cultivator, Master Lei Meng didn't have the patience to teach him. Therefore, he sent him to Zhenlei Palace and let him listen to the lectures with the other disciples. Master Lei Meng ordered that as long as Xiang Jili was willing to learn and could learn, he must learn. After he built his foundation, Master Lei Meng might personally teach him. Acknowledging a nascent soul cultivator as a master was the wish of all foundation establishment disciples, not to mention chi refining disciples. Although Xiang Jili didn't really acknowledge a master, he couldn't build his foundation with his current cultivation. All the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect with lightning physique couldn't build their foundation. Therefore, there was no difference between acknowledging Xiang Jili as a master and not acknowledging a master. Therefore, Xiang Jili usually cultivated in Zhenlei Palace. Every month or so, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian would bring him back. Now, Xiang Jili was the treasure of Myriad Thunder Valley. Not only did he give face to Wu Hai, Xiang Jili's aptitude also made Wu Hai dumbfounded. After facing Xiang Yang and Xiaohua for a long time, Wu Hai finally saw the excellence of his third-generation disciple. He had long held Xiang Jili in his hands. Although Wu Hai doted on him, Xiang Jili was extremely intelligent. Under Xiang Yang's care, he was naughty and methodical. Take today's meeting with Xiaohua for example. If it were any other child, after paying respects to Wu Hai and Zhuo Minghui, they would have directly paid their respects to Xiaohua. But he had to respectfully pay his respects to Cui Hongshan before kowtowing to Xiaohua. As for acknowledging Xiaohua as his adoptive father, that was his own idea. There was no other reason but because Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, husband and wife, were talking to each other and their tone was full of admiration for Xiaohua. This little guy had his own thoughts. Chapter 2183. How else could it be said? Some people's luck was innate, and others couldn't even ask for it. It couldn't be helped. This was the legendary, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Zhong Haoran and the others had probably received Xiaohua's test, and in the future, they would be able to part the dark clouds and see the bright moon. But Xiang Jili only had to kowtow a few times, and the road ahead had already reached the heavens. He, this child. Xiaohua looked at Xiang Jili with a smile. Where was the dissatisfaction of being schemed against? At this time, Xiaohua had already left the cave and was sitting in Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's cave. It's all because of my poor upbringing. Yan Qinglian hurriedly smiled apologetically. She knew that Xiaohua was still a little petty, especially from Cui Hongshan today. Not at all. Xiaohua waved his hand, they are all my juniors. If I don't help him, who else can I help? However, the gift for the child is a bit too little. I really feel bad about it. Haha, you still feel bad about it? Xiang Yang laughed, little junior brother, what else do you want to give him? He's still too young. It's really inappropriate to give him too much. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and his heart moved again. He nodded and said, that magic treasure is nothing. As for the rest, I already have some ideas. However, this matter is a bit tricky. However, I'll take a look. I'll definitely make senior brother satisfied. Then, he looked at Xiang Zhili and said, Li, you go back and rest first. Foster father has something to say to your parents. Xiao Hua's words were a bit inappropriate. After all, this was Xiang Yang's cave. However, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't show any dissatisfaction. Xiang Zhili was even more happy. Knowing that Xiao Hua didn't blame him for his decision today, he immediately stood up and bowed. Yes, this boy originally wanted to accompany foster father. However, this boy must obey foster father's orders. Then, Xiang Zhili saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and slowly left. He, senior brother. Xiao Hua looked at Xiang Zhili's back and said with a smile, Li, really missed you. His future cultivation will definitely be extraordinary. Xiang Yang smiled modestly and shook his head. I didn't know what master was thinking before. I always felt that he blamed me for nothing. But now that I have my own child, I know that it seems that I have to compete with others in everything. Although there was no need to compare, and it was fine to let the child cultivate on his own, but seeing that other people could cultivate it, his own child couldn't. It was clearly a simple technique, but he couldn't understand it. How could he not be angry? When Li was young, I also taught him a lesson. What's there to talk about having an extraordinary cultivation? It's all fake. Yan Qinglian echoed, as a matter of fact, we will be satisfied as long as our children can live the life that they want. Training and achievements are more like coercion for our children than expectations. Xiao Hua scratched his head, this little brother really doesn't know. Xiang Yang laughed and patted his shoulder. You'll find out sooner or later. Isn't that so? Yan Qinglian also pursed her lips and smiled. It can't be too little, right? Fine, Xiao Hua's face reddened as he begged for mercy. Senior brother and eldest sister-in-law, please don't joke about this little brother. This little brother let Li go because of two things. Oh. Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of them were somewhat serious, knowing that Xiao Hua had something important to say. Sure enough, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a rainbow epiphyllum and handed it over. He said with a smile, this little brother's experience really has some gains. As for what this thing is used for, this little brother won't go into detail. Although Li has Reverend Lei Meng watching over him, there's no need to worry too much about him developing his divine sense when he builds his foundation. However, it's better to prepare early than to beg others. This thing looks extremely old. This little brother was too embarrassed to take it out just now. I was also afraid that Li would become lazy if he knew too much. Rainbow epiphyllum. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's jaws were about to hit the ground. This thing was a divine item that could develop divine sense. It had always been something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Xiang Yang had already started looking for it when Xiang Zhili was at the 6th layer of qi refining, but he hadn't received any news. Especially now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had changed greatly, this kind of divine item was even rarer. Xiang Yang was almost worried. Now that it had suddenly appeared in front of him, how could he not be shocked? I'm afraid it has to be several thousand years old. Yan Qinglian asked tentatively. How would this little brother know? Xiao Hua was the best at pretending to be confused. He stuffed the thing into Xiang Yang's hands and smiled. Either way, this little brother has no use for it. I don't care how old it is. This kind of divine item. Xiang Yang took it and sighed. Forget it, this elder brother won't say anything else. I can only accept it. That's right, don't be long-winded. This little brother's is senior brother's. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Xiang Yang accepting it. He then asked, the second thing this little brother wants to ask is, do you still have the lightning beast's inner core? You didn't give it all to Thunder Palace, right? Shoo. When Xiang Yang heard this, his face immediately turned cold. He formed a seal with his hands and set up a silencing restriction. He then said, this elder brother has used half of the lightning beast's inner core. And, it can't be said to be half. It's only about 30%. As for the rest, this elder brother took it back to Myriad Thunder Valley and asked Master to make a decision. Master was clever and handed over Martial Uncle Jinye's things. However, he left the lightning beast's inner core behind. However, Master, he didn't seem to have used it. He said that he would only use it at the last crucial moment. As for the rest, I'm afraid he gave it to junior brother Cui. When he finished speaking, Xiang Yang's face turned somewhat ugly. Junior brother Xiao, what do you want the lightning beast's inner core for? That, could it be that you've already used it up? Yan Qinglian hurriedly asked. Oh, that little brother naturally didn't use it up. Xiao Hua muttered. However, this little brother wants to use the male lightning beast's inner core now. I'll have to trouble senior brother. Junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang coughed and said, this lightning beast's inner core should belong to junior brother. Even if I don't take it, it's only right. However, junior brother Cui is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. That lightning beast's inner core. I heard from him that he was going to give it to Dui Chiman as a betrothal gift. If you take it, what will he do? How much did he take? Xiao Hua asked coldly. The remaining 70%. Master kept 30%. I'm afraid he gave 40% to him. Xiang Yang hesitated and said. Can Master's 30% be used up? Xiao Hua asked again. Xiang Yang hesitated again. He glanced at Yan Qinglian and said, Master said that the lightning beast's inner core is no small matter. Even if I want to repair my Dao foundation, I only need 20%. As for the remaining 10%, it's all given to Li. I'm afraid he only needs 10%. So it's like this. Xiao Hua nodded. He muttered a few words to Xiang Yang through voice transmission. After listening to Xiao Hua's explanation, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Xiao, why do you have to do this? Master giving it to him is another matter. However, that thing is mine. I have a use for it now. I'll have to trouble senior brother this time. Xiao Hua said with a slightly cold tone. All right. Xiang Yang nodded helplessly. He got up and left. Since Xiao Hua took out the rainbow epiphyllum for Xiang Zhili, he had no choice but to help Xiao Hua with this matter. Senior sister-in-law. Don't stay idle. Xiao Hua also transmitted his voice to Yan Qinglian. Ah. You actually have ideas about Master? Yan Qinglian was shocked when she heard this. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Master only needs 10%. Who does he want to leave the rest for? You only need to do as I say. Master will definitely give it to you. All right. Yan Qinglian was helpless. She also got up and said, this concubine will try. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were both sent away by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sat alone on the jade chair in the hall with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was doing. At this time, a small head popped out from the side. It secretly looked at him and then hid again. After a while, Xiang Zhili walked over with a jade plate in his hand. On the plate, there was a jade pot and a few jade cups. When Xiang Zhili walked to Xiao Hua's side, he carefully put the jade plate on the table. He picked up the jade pot and poured the spirit wine into the jade cups. He didn't make any sound. Then he put the cups down and sat beside Xiao Hua. He actually used his small hands to support his cheeks and looked at Xiaohua curiously. "What are you doing?" Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and asked curiously. "Foster father, are you thirsty? This is the spirit wine that mother treasures. Try it." Xiang Zhili was shocked. He quickly jumped down from the chair and said respectfully. "You, want me to drink wine?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "He. Xiang Zhili said with a smile, inviting foster father to drink wine is naturally one thing. However, the boy is still curious. Father and mother often say that foster father's cultivation is so high that they can't catch up. But, foster father's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. It seems, that compared to father and mother, you are far worse. Even Martial Uncle Chui can't catch up. Foster father, are you really that powerful?" He. Xiaohua smiled. He reached out and picked up the small wine cup. He took a sip and said, "How do you know that my cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment?" "Naturally, it's a sensing technique." Xiang Zhili asked curiously, "If the boy has spiritual pressure, he can also use it to test it." He, since there's a technique to sense other people's cultivation, there's naturally a technique to prevent others from sensing your own cultivation. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Moreover, that spiritual pressure may not be reliable." There's such a technique? Xiang Zhili's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "Then wouldn't the boy be able to make others think that the boy is only at the second stage of qi refining? If they use ordinary techniques to attack the boy can defeat them with his true cultivation at the seventh stage of qi refining." Xiaohua was speechless. "Isn't this child too smart?" "That's right, foster father. Father said that in the future, foster father will teach me a great divine ability." Is this that great divine ability? Senior, can you teach the boy now?" Xiang Zhili's face was filled with longing. Looking at Xiang Zhili's small face, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Daoist Jing Ru's sinister face. Thus, Xiaohua sighed and said, "What kind of great technique is that?" Xiaohua laughed hoarsely. He patted his forehead and spat out a ray of green-red light from his mouth. That ray of green-red light circled the entire cave. Even someone like Xiang Zhili, who was at the seventh stage of qi refining, couldn't see any clues. When the ray of green-red light landed in Xiaohua's hand, it was the execution dream that had successfully conceived the sword. That secret technique can't even compare to the flying sword technique. It simply can't be considered a great technique. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Do you also want to learn the flying sword technique?" Yes. Xiang Zhili's eyes were filled with longing. His small head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "And, if you want to learn it, you have to establish a solid foundation for your qi refining. First, you have to master the basic mental cultivation method. Moreover, the flying sword technique isn't a great technique. If you want to learn it, foster father can naturally teach it to you. Also, regarding the matter of the great divine ability, you must not tell anyone about it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2184. Yes, the boy understands. Xiang Zhili said seriously, "This is Godfather's secret. The boy will swear a heart oath to never tell anyone else. Godfather, you can teach me now, right?" "Humph." Xiaohua snorted, his face cold. "Do you think a heart oath can be made so casually? I'm telling you this because I'm not afraid of you telling others. Moreover, this is just a small trick. Even if it's called a secret technique, it can't compare to real cultivation. Why don't you think about how to cultivate? When your cultivation is high enough, I'll teach you a great divine ability. Why are you thinking about these small tricks?" Xiang Zhili saw that Xiao Hua was angry and hurriedly bowed. "Godfather, please calm down. The boy knows he was wrong. The boy won't dare to think about anything else in the future." "Damn! Why am I the same as master?" Xiao Hua complained in his heart, but he still said with a cold face, "Also, it's good to be a little smart, but you can't rely on it. If you plot against your family, they won't mind. But if it's someone else, there might be some bad karma. Being an upright person and cultivating clearly is the way to reach the heavens." "Yes, the boy understands," Xiang Zhili hurriedly said. Xiao Hua nodded, his expression gentle. After thinking for a while, he said, "However, if you really meet an enemy, you don't have to be too rigid. What sinister? What can you win? Who cares? What can you win? Who cares? It's best if you can win and live." "Hee, the boy understands." Xiang Zhili smiled. The beginning was the same as what father said, but in the end, he's better than father. That's enough. Go and rest," Xiao Hua said. "Your cultivation is still shallow, and you're still too young. Godfather can't think of any good secret techniques to teach you for the time being. When you're older and Godfather's cultivation has some progress, it won't be too late to teach you then." "Yes, the boy understands." Xiang Zhili smiled and said, "What I've learned now is already tiring enough for me. Let's wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage. At that time, foster father must guide me in my cultivation." "All right." Xiao Hua readily agreed. He knew quite a number of magic arts, many of which were secret arts. But thinking about it, in the future, Lei Mengzhenren would personally guide Xiang Zhili in his cultivation. These things might even affect Xiang Zhili's cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua really didn't know what to give him. Since Xiang Zhili was still young, he had plenty of time to think about it. After Xiang Zhili carefully withdrew, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out Xue's 2 jade slips. One was pink, and the other was just given to him by Xiang Yang. The restriction on the pink jade slip was still there. It was exactly as Xue had said. As long as she didn't die, the jade slip couldn't be opened. What the hell is in there? Xiao Hua was extremely bewildered. If it was about foundation building, Xue should have removed the restriction on the pink jade slip at that time and let him examine it. However, Xue didn't seem to have thought about this jade slip at all. However, when they first arrived at Kuei-Hasi, Xue took the jade slip from him. She seemed to have written something and returned it to him. "Forget it. There will always be a time when the truth comes to light. Let's wait. Maybe the day of dual cultivation will also be the day when the mystery of this pink jade slip will be revealed." Xiao Hua thought of the pink jade slip and his heart swayed. With a smile on his face, he carefully put the pink jade slip into his space. When Xiao Hua immersed his divine sense into the other jade slip, a strange expression unconsciously appeared on his face. Yes, the jade slip clearly stated that after Xiao Hua flew away, Xue actually went in the direction of Reverend Jing Ru until she saw Reverend Jing Ru's face with her own eyes. Then, Xue returned to Sunset Island. Although Hua Heng was somewhat surprised, he still received Xue as a distinguished guest. However, Xue was burning with anxiety and didn't stop at all. Accompanied by Hua Riming and Hua Qiao, she left Kuei-Hasi. According to Xiao Hua's plan, Zhongling Mountain Village should send more people to escort Xue. However, Xue didn't go to Zhongling Mountain Village at all. Instead, she found a teleportation formation nearby and arrived at Inkcloud Black Forest. After passing through Inkcloud Black Forest, she arrived at Haoming City. Then, Hua Qiao and Hua Riming returned to Kuei-Hasi. Yu Qin of Haoming City sent city guards to escort Xue all the way back to Imperial Thunder Sect. When Xue arrived at Imperial Thunder Sect, she immediately went to Myriad Thunder Valley and told Xiao Hua about the danger he was in. She also described the appearance of the nascent soul cultivator clearly. Xiao Hua naturally heard about the things that happened after that from Xiang Yang and the others. However, Xiao Hua was slightly puzzled by the latter part of the story. "Husband, I know that you will definitely be fine. However, I can't help but feel anxious and worried. I know that doing these things won't help your return at all, but I still have to do it. It seems that if I don't do these things, my heart won't be at ease. Only when I can do some small things for you, even if it's something that is completely useless, can I feel that I have some value by your side. Husband, when you saw the jade slip, I was already in seclusion. Master thinks very highly of me. Naturally, I have already given all the credit for my foundation building to you. Presumably, when you and I dual cultivate in the future, Master will consider it carefully. Hee, husband. I'm afraid you will be disappointed again, right? I can't serve you anymore. But don't worry, I will come out of seclusion very soon. When you and I meet again, it will be the time when you and I combine. I will definitely let you know that what Fairy Hong Xia can do, I can also do. I can do it, even better than her. This silly child. Xiao Hua saw that Xue Xue actually took the risk to check Daoist Jingyu's appearance, and his heart ached. If Daoist Jingyu wasn't in a hurry to kill him, she might really have captured Xue Xue. Even thinking about how Daoist Jingyu didn't hesitate to kill many low-level cultivators along the way to cover her tracks, Xiao Hua actually felt some lingering fear. However, how does Xue Xue know that I will definitely be fine? Xiao Hua muttered to himself again. It seemed that Xue Xue had also vaguely said this when they were separated from each other in Feng He Hai. Could it be that she also has the ability to predict the future? Not to mention Xiao Hua's contemplation, Xiang Yang, who had received Xiao Hua's request, flew to Cui Hongshan's immortal cave. After his figure landed, he was rather hesitant. At this moment, Cui Hongshan, who was inside the immortal cave, sensed movement and swept out his divine sense. Seeing that it was Xiang Yang, he immediately flew out of the immortal cave and bowed. Eldest senior brother, I don't know why you are looking for me. This. Xiang Yang was still embarrassed to speak. Eldest senior brother, please come inside the immortal cave and talk. Cui Hongshan smiled and invited Xiang Yang into the immortal cave. Chapter 2185. After pouring the spiritual tea for Xiang Yang said with a smile, Junior brother Cui, your cave is still short of people. After you marry Chimeng, you should accept a disciple. Senior brother is right. Cui Hongshan said with a smile, however, I'm used to being frugal and don't like to take any disciple. If I find a good for nothing, it won't be enough for me to worry about. And if I want to accept a disciple, I'm afraid it has to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Then after dual cultivation, you can have a child and train him yourself. Xiang Yang knew he was wrong and quickly corrected himself. Alas, how can it be that easy? Cui Hongshan shook his head and said, first, not all children are as smart as Li Er. Who knows what will happen if we have another child in the Myriad Thunder Valley? Second, this matter still depends on Chimeng. Senior brother, didn't you see Master? Sure, Master's matter is not something we can discuss. Xiang Yang hurriedly stopped him. Let's not talk about this. Cui Hongshan said with a smile, I don't know why senior brother is looking for me. Actually, I have something to ask of you, junior brother. Xiang Yang said as he stood up and bowed respectfully. Don't. Cui Hongshan was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand, senior brother, what are you doing? If you have something to ask, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Well, since it's like this, I won't be polite. Xiang Yang sat down and set up a mute restriction. He hesitated for a moment and said, Junior brother Cui, do you still have the Thunder Beast's inner core? Yes. Cui Hongshan said curiously, I still don't dare to use it. However, Cui Hongshan's face changed immediately. He seemed to think of something and said coldly, what? Senior brother, are you here to ask for it on behalf of Xiao Hua? Xiang Yang was very embarrassed and sighed. Junior brother Cui must know that this Thunder Beast's inner core was obtained by Xiao Hua. Senior brother, no need to say it. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, little brother has already heard these words from eldest senior apprentice brother. Little brother also understands in his heart that these words were fabricated by eldest senior apprentice brother because he wanted to change Xiao Hua's impression in front of master. When this guy came back and heard that his little brother had taken the lightning beast's inner core, he was not convinced. Or perhaps, he needed the Thunder Beast's inner core right now, which was why he encouraged eldest senior brother to come here and ask for it. Eldest senior brother, he saw that you were kind, so he came to deceive you. Why did you let him use you like a flying sword? Besides, this inner core was given to me by master. If he wants it, he can ask master for it. As long as master says so, I will definitely give it to him. Ahem. Xiang Yang's face was slightly red. He coughed twice and said, actually, that's what I thought too. However, there's already a gap between you and him, and he just built his foundation. If he directly asks master for it, do you think master will give it to him? Why would I give it to him? With his aptitude and the fact that he just entered foundation establishment, he dares to covet the Thunder Beast's inner core. Cui Hongshan said disdainfully. So. Xiang Yang said embarrassedly, he had no choice but to ask me for help. Eldest senior brother. You're too easy to talk to. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiang Yang snappily. You're such a nice guy. If he wants it, then let him beg me himself. Junior brother Cui. Xiang Yang knew that Xiao Hua would never come to beg Cui Hongshan. He smiled apologetically and said, do you think he will come? He wants to benefit himself, but he doesn't want to beg others. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Cui Hongshan was so angry that he laughed. Does he think I'm so easy to bully? This Thunder Beast's inner core is related to my Golden Core's hope. Xiang Yang chuckled again, and said, Xiao Hua also knows that this is related to your cultivation, so he is embarrassed to speak. Isn't it because Li wants to be his adoptive father? Just now, he brought it up in elder brother's immortal's cave. Since he has spoken, how can elder brother not give him face? However, he still said that he will definitely return junior brother Cui's favor, and he will definitely make junior brother Cui satisfied. Tch him. Cui Hongshan sneered. I don't know where he got it from last time. At this point, he suddenly realized that he had made a vow and immediately shut his mouth. Little brother doesn't believe that he has anything good for little brother. I'm afraid that once this Thunder Beast's inner core is sold, it will be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Seeing that Cui Hongshan didn't relent, Xiang Yang said again, however, junior brother Xiao doesn't intend to take it all. He said clearly that junior brother Cui only needs to leave 10% of the entire inner core. He still has the nerve. I have 40% of this Thunder Beast's inner core, and he actually dares to ask for 30%. Cui Hongshan was furious. Doesn't he know? I'm going to use this Thunder Beast's inner core as a betrothal gift. If there's no such thing, what does my 10,000 Thunder Valley have that the converted Thunder Palace would like? Cough cough, junior brother Cui, isn't there still 3 years? No one can guarantee that there won't be any good things in these 3 years. Xiang Yang said step by step, and Cui Hongshan was somewhat moved. If he directly asked for 40%, Cui Hongshan would never give it to him. Now that he left him 10%, it could be considered a trick. Eldest senior brother, this is related to junior brother's future happiness. Cui Hongshan was somewhat helpless. Junior brother knows that eldest senior brother and Xiao Hua have deep feelings for each other, but, has eldest senior brother thought about junior brother? Xiang Yang still didn't get angry and explained, senior brother also thought about it. These days, I've been preparing, but there are still 3 years, so there's no need to be too anxious. On the other hand, junior brother Xiao. Okay, eldest senior brother, Xiao Hua's matter is a matter, but junior brother's matter isn't a matter. Cui Hongshan stood up and said, junior brother still has a technique to comprehend, so I won't keep eldest senior brother any longer. Junior brother Cui. Xiang Yang was anxious, and said with a bow, you and Xiao Hua already have a grudge. This is a good opportunity for you two to eliminate the grudge. Senior brother really doesn't want to see 2 disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. And, if it doesn't work, senior brother will kneel in front of you. Io, eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to let Xiang Yang kneel. He immediately pulled him inside, eldest senior brother should go back first, let junior brother think about it again, sigh, okay. Xiang Yang sighed, looking very old. He waved his hand and said, I hope junior brother Cui can think about it carefully and understand senior brother a little. After saying that, he removed the mute restriction and walked away. Seeing Xiang Yang return, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and asked indifferently, how was it? Eldest senior brother, that guy didn't want to take out the Thunder Beast's inner core, right? Of course not. Xiang Yang said with a smile, junior brother Cui knew that junior brother Xiao wanted to use it, so he was very happy. However, he was a little hesitant because this inner core was his betrothal gift, so he wanted to think about it again. Hehe, eldest senior brother, don't say any more. How could junior brother not know what kind of character that guy is? Xiao Hua sneered, since he didn't want to give it, then don't blame junior brother. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 2186. When Xiang Yang heard this, he jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua. Junior brother Xiao, what are you doing? No matter what, he's still your fellow disciple. Don't do anything to hurt him. Xiang Yang knew that Xiao Hua dealing with Cui Hongshan was as easy as lifting a finger. Even Xiang Yang doubted whether his master could be Xiao Hua's opponent. How could I? Xiao Hua patted Xiang Yang's shoulder and smiled. How could I kill the innocent? At this moment, Yan Qinglian quickly walked in with a smile on her face. Haha, how was it, eldest senior sister-in-law? Did master's wife succeed? Xiao Hua smiled. He was about to walk out when he stopped. Yan Qinglian's face was full of smiles and even a little red. She said, junior brother's words are really useful. Master originally didn't want to give it to you. But master's wife just said a few words and master immediately obediently gave it to me. Xiang Yang was confused and asked, what's going on? Hehe, isn't it because junior brother wants master's Thunder Beast inner core? Yan Qinglian tossed her hand and took out a jade box with a talisman on it. She handed it to Xiao Hua. This is 20% of the Thunder Beast inner core. Junior brother, keep it. Good boy, junior brother, what are you doing? Xiang Yang was even more stunned. You already got 20% from master, why do you still want 30%? Junior brother naturally has a use for it. Xiao Hua took the jade box and put it into his space without even looking. Oh, right, what did master's wife say? Master just obediently gave it to you. Xiang Yang wanted to stop Xiao Hua and deliberately asked. Hehe, it's very simple. Xiao Hua smiled. Master's wife only needed to say, Xiang Yang used the Thunder Beast inner core to get Xiang Jili's gift. You only need 10% of the Thunder Beast inner core to step into the Golden Core stage. Then what are you keeping the other 20% for? Ah. Can it be like that? Xiang Yang was stunned and then immediately understood. So, Master had no choice but to give the other 20% to Master's wife for safekeeping. So, you got it? Hee, that's right. Xiaohua smiled and was about to leave again. How could Xiang Yang let him harm Cui Hongshan? He hurriedly said, Junior brother Xiao, let's wait. Yan Qinglian also knew what was going on and was very anxious. At this moment, Xiang Zhili ran out and shouted, Father, Mother. What happened? Xiang Yang was curious. He was about to scold Xiang Zhili when he noticed the jade box in Xiang Zhili's hand. Just now, the boy was playing outside the cave when a message talisman suddenly flew in. I don't know who sent it, so the boy followed the instructions on the message talisman and walked into the thicket in the Myriad Thunder Valley. He found a jade box inside. Boy doesn't have enough magic power to open this talisman. Xiang Zhili's little face was filled with excitement as he held up the jade box. Oh! Xiang Yang was taken aback. He took the jade box, but when he saw the familiar talisman on the box, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He passed the box to Xiaohua, this is for you. Oh! Xiaohua was really surprised. Who threw it? Father, how did you know it was foster father? Xiang Zhili was very curious and asked, when did foster father throw this jade box outside? Xiaohua was slightly embarrassed. He received the jade box and said, foster father accidentally threw it. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome, foster father. Xiang Zhili skipped out of the cave again. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other. Yan Qinglian said in a low voice, little junior brother, you see, he doesn't seem to be as bad as you think, right? Hee, this was originally little brothers. Xiaohua curled his lips. He clapped his hands and took out 3 more jade boxes. He passed them to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian respectively and said, little brother doesn't owe anyone anything. One of these is senior sister's, one is master's wife's, and the last one can be the betrothal gift. Xiang Yang slapped his forehead and came to a realization. He sighed and said, little junior brother, so you didn't use this lightning core. Since that's the case, why didn't you take it out earlier? This female lightning beast's inner core is naturally suitable for female cultivators to consume. Little brother just said that it was naturally useless. I just wanted to see what other people thought. Xiaohua said without hesitation, if he didn't take it out, he wouldn't even get 10%. Why? Xiang Yang shook his head. He took the jade box and turned around to leave. What could Yan Qinglian say? She also shook her head slightly. She felt helpless for Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan's quarrel. However, Cui Hongshan took a step back. Xiaohua, who seemed weak but was actually incomparably strong, finally understood a little. Humph, what? Xiaohua said coldly, isn't it because you can't refuse? That's why you threw it away. Would it kill you to generously give it to me? Is a disciple of a cultivation family so arrogant? Don't think that just because you took the lightning beast's inner core, I will think highly of you. This belongs to this young master to begin with. Immediately, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the jade chair in the cave and quietly adjusted his breathing. However, Xiaohua's simple breathing adjustment couldn't affect the spirit energy that was scattered in his meridians and body. He also couldn't refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians. After thinking for a moment, he realized that unless his dragon transformation art and heavenly man body enhancement technique made further progress, there would be no chance. Otherwise, his body and meridians would really collapse. It seems. I have to go into seclusion for a while. Xiaohua thought for a long time and made a decision. Before going into seclusion, I have to open a cave first. But, do I really have to leave my life tablet in Zhenlei Palace? Xiaohua knew that there was something wrong with his blood. He really didn't want to leave anything behind in Zhenlei Palace that could be used against him. However, the next day, when Xiang Yang brought Xiaohua to Zhenlei Palace, Xiaohua found out from Xiang Yang that only Foundation Establishment disciples who finished making their life tablet and left it in Zhenlei Palace's Jade Archive Hall could get a command tablet from the master in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. Only Foundation Establishment disciples could use the command tablet to get a spirit-seeking mouse and open a cave in the territory of the Imperial Thunder sect. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his head helplessly when he thought about how the Imperial Thunder sect had so many rules. Naturally, they were afraid that some disciples wouldn't follow the rules. Xiaohua came to Jade Archive Hall when he first entered the Imperial Thunder sect. At that time, it was also led by Xiang Yang, but this time, it was different from the previous time. The people who were laughing at Xiang Yang's 100 years of foundation building were no longer laughing. Instead, they were replaced with respect. Some of the Foundation Establishment middle-stage martial brothers even pulled Xiang Yang to ask him how to teach their children. Looking at the eager faces of these martial brothers, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Not only was he moved by the change in their attitudes, but he was also moved by their sacrifice for their children. Of course, many disciples also recognized Xiaohua. They also knew that although Xiaohua didn't build his foundation in 100 years, it took him a long time to build his foundation. Although there was some contempt on their faces, their words were much better than the first time. There were also more words of encouragement. There were even a few martial brothers who took out early-stage Foundation Establishment medicinal pills and gave them to Xiaohua. Xiang Yang stole a glance at Xiaohua. He was still afraid that Xiaohua would get angry, but Xiaohua was calm. He reached out his hand to accept them and thanked them. There was nothing unnatural about it, which made Xiang Yang very confused. When there was no one around, Xiang Yang asked, "Little martial brother, these medicinal pills, do you still need them? There's no reason for you to give them a favor." Xiaohua patted his storage bag and curled his lips. What's there to give them a favor? Aren't they a little too ungrateful? If you don't take the medicinal pills that they sent to you, the heavens will be angry. In the future, no one will give you any. Besides, even if I don't use them, there's still Leaper, right? Leave them for him. Ha ha ha. Xiang Yang laughed and patted his stingy little martial brother. Not long after, Xiaohua and the others arrived at Jade Archive Hall. Sure enough, there were 2 or 3 12th-layer aura refining disciples standing in front of Jade Archive Hall. They were on duty. Huh. Xiaohua didn't use his divine sense, but he could clearly see that the one who was berating the other 2 was Zhenliang, whom he taught with his fists in the past. Hearing footsteps, Zhenliang turned his head while cursing. I'll be honest with you. It's your fortune that senior martial brother called you to be on duty. Huh. Zhenliang immediately shut up because he saw Xiaohua. He had been on duty in Jade Archive Hall for such a long time, and the only one who came out to beat him was Xiaohua. How could he forget? At this time, he saw that Xiang Yang, who had become very famous in recent years, had unexpectedly brought Xiaohua, who was at Foundation Establishment, over. Naturally, his face was very unsightly. Junior greets Martial Uncle Xiang Yang. Junior greets Xiao. Martial Uncle Xiao. When Zhenliang called Xiang Yang, it was smooth, but when he called Xiaohua, it was really hard for him to say it out loud. Unfortunately, this was the rule of cultivation sections. Although you have advanced 100 li, but the younger generation is catching up with you, you have no choice but to lower your head and call them respectfully. Isn't this also a kind of spur? Xiaohua had always been a person who held grudges and was very narrow-minded. Although his face was all smiles, his mouth had already said, "Oh, so it's Martial Nephew General previously, I had to trouble Martial Nephew Gen when I was registering for the Imperial Thunder sect. Now that I've reached Foundation Establishment, my natal spirit tablet is still Martial Nephew General. I've really troubled you. I'm really sorry." Huh, it's no matter, no matter. Zhenliang's face was very awkward, and even his face was red and hot. Oh, that's right. I remember that there's also someone called Zhen Ming. Where did he go? Xiao Hua looked around, pretending to be looking for him. Why don't I see him? Martial Uncle Xiao, Martial Uncle Zhen Ming has also reached Foundation establishment. He has already been transferred to another place. A trace of resentment appeared on Zhen Liang's face, as if there was some hidden story. Xiao Hua originally wanted to say something, but Xiang Yang stopped him and said with a smile, Martial Nephew Zhen, my junior martial brother has also reached Foundation establishment. I'll have to trouble Martial Nephew Zhen to invite senior martial brother Zhen over. Ugh. Seeing Xiang Yang's bearing, Xiao Hua suddenly felt that he was very small. The small in his heart was forced out and revealed without a doubt. Of course, although Zhen Liang hadn't reached Foundation establishment and although he did make some small moves against him that day, he had still beaten him up that day. It could be said that they were even. But now, he was using Zhen Liang's shortcomings to ridicule him. It seemed, it was the same as when he hadn't reached Foundation establishment yet. He didn't seem to be much more noble than others. Chapter 2187. Immediately, Xiao Hua's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a kind of shame that came from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Martial Nephew Zhen Liang. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Zhen Liang was stunned and almost took half a step back. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would punch him again. However, Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Zhen Liang with a pleasant expression. He had the demeanor of a martial uncle. Xiang Yang was also slightly stunned. Soon after, he smiled and knew that Xiao Hua had understood that he was wrong. Okay, Martial Uncle Xiao and Martial Uncle Xiang, please wait for a moment. Zhen Liang also understood and cupped his hands. At this time, he was very willing to call Xiao Hua Martial Uncle Xiao. Not long after, Deacon Zhen came. When he saw Xiao Hua, a trace of understanding appeared on his face. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Xiao Hua, you finally reached the Foundation establishment stage. It really wasn't easy. Your master is going to be happy now. He, Martial Uncle Zhen is joking. Xiao Hua said respectfully, even if I reach the gold core stage, my master won't be too happy. This is the trouble of being a master. Zhen said with a smile, your disciple will always be a child who can't grow up. Even if you are a nascent soul stage cultivator, you still want to see if you can split your spirit earlier. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. Then, Zhen opened the door of the Jade Archive Hall and said with a smile, I still have some things to do with the Palace Master, so I won't stay here to accompany you. Then, he said to Zhen Liang, accompany the two martial uncles and watch them refine their life spirit tablets. Then, give them the tablets. After saying that, he threw a tablet to Zhen Liang. Then, he cupped his hands at Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang and walked away. Martial uncles, please. Zhen Liang didn't find it strange. He smiled and raised his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang to enter. When Xiao Hua arrived at the place where he placed the jade tablet, he sensed it. Even the yellow restriction couldn't block it. After Zhen Liang removed the yellow restriction, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip, handing it over to Xiao Hua, Martial Uncle Xiao, this is the method to make a life spirit tablet, please take a look. As for Xiang Yang, he pointed at a cyan jade slip next to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, that's junior brother Chui's life tablet. Now, all of the adult disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley have reached the Foundation establishment stage. His tone was somewhat weathered. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and understood. However, after a while, Xiao Hua's face revealed a difficult expression. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior Nephew Zhen, this refining method is a little difficult. I'm afraid my magic power is not enough. I wonder. Zhen Liang said understandingly, disciple understands. I'm sure Martial Uncle Xiang accompanied me here for this reason. However, only I can refine this natal spirit tablet. Martial Uncle can't be lazy, you know. As he spoke, Zhen Liang looked at another part of the Jade Archive Hall and shook his head, saying, the restriction over at Xuanlei Palace is a little loose. It's all because these newcomers don't know the rules. Martial uncles, please refine it. Disciple will go over there and take a look. Seeing Zhen Liang tactfully leave, Xiaohua smiled. Really, he didn't expect that just one sentence from him would cause Zhen Liang to change so much. Alas, what a pity. If this guy had understood earlier and had such a temperament, perhaps even reaching the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be a big deal. As Xiaohua thought about it, he slightly formed a seal in his hand, and the surrounding spirit energy surged. As Xiaohua's seal set off a gust of wind, there was a soft, kacha sound, and a layer of golden brilliance appeared on the jade token. Xiaohua's life spirit tablet was refined by him in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Seeing this, Xiang Yang sucked in a breath of cold air, sweat. It seems that every time Xiaohua reveals some of his strength, the onlookers are all like this. It wasn't only because of the golden light on the jade slip, but also because Xiaohua had already revealed the golden light the first time. What shocked him was Xiaohua's refining technique. It was very clear that Xiang Yang himself had also come here in the past because of helplessness. Even Cui Hongshan had come here with Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang knew how difficult it was to refine this natal spirit tablet. He himself, under helplessness's guidance, spent a lot of effort, and barely succeeded in refining it. Cui Hongshan wasn't that strong. Xiang Yang had guided him for half a day, but he also barely succeeded. This was also the reason why Zhen Zhen didn't wait here. It was also the reason why Zhen Liang left. It was very embarrassing for a disciple who had just reached the foundation establishment stage. But what about Xiaohua? It was as easy as lifting a finger, as easy as lifting a finger. Previously, Xiang Yang really thought that what Xiaohua said was true, but he didn't expect him to succeed with just a lift of his hand. Xiang Yang glanced at Zhen Liang and hurriedly said, "Junior brother, refining this natal spirit tablet is very difficult. Back then, it took me half a day to refine it. My junior brother Cui from the 10,000 Thunder Valley also took half a day. Don't worry, slowly refine it." Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. He bitterly smiled and thought, eldest senior brother, you should have said so earlier. That's right, for Xiaohua, who was proficient in refining the world, this was really too easy. He only wanted to hide the golden light and didn't care about anything else. Fortunately, the golden light on the natal spirit tablet had already gradually disappeared, and it actually turned into a plain jade slip. It was very simple, very low-key, and very secretive, just like Xiaohua. Thus, Xiaohua put on an act for almost half a day, but Zhen Liang really didn't come over. Xiaohua called out, "Martial nephew Zhen, I've finally finished. Please come over and take a look." "Huh, Martial Uncle Xiao is really amazing." Zhen Liang heard him and came over with a smile. Usually, a disciple who just entered the foundation establishment realm would definitely not be able to refine it in half a day. Martial Uncle Xiao actually succeeded in less than half a day. All these years of suffering weren't in vain. Then, Zhen Liang took the natal spirit tablet and took out a fist-sized jade ball. He formed a seal and hit it. The jade ball gradually turned into a fog. Then, Zhen Liang threw Xiaohua's natal spirit tablet into it. A golden light flashed inside, illuminating the entire fog. Oh! Xiaohua was a little surprised. He didn't think that the jade ball would still reveal a strange golden light. Of course, Zhen Liang's face also showed a little surprise. Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Not good. It's a little strange." Sure enough, Zhen Liang frowned and said, "There's something wrong with Martial Uncle Zhao's natal spirit tablet. There should be a vague human figure in this fog." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked, is it like this for all successful natal spirit tablets? Must it have a human figure? Or is there something else? That's not necessarily true. Zhen Liang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, natal spirit tablets are made by using the traces of a cultivator's primordial spirit in their blood. And every cultivator's primordial spirit is different. Ordinary cultivators are all in human form, but there are also some strange ones. This disciple has also heard of this before. However, this is the first time that Martial Uncle Xiao can't see it at all. Chapter 2188. Then, is this life spirit tablet considered a success? Xiang Yang was more concerned about this. Of course. Zhen Liang smiled apologetically. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be any light at all. It wouldn't even be able to be placed into this jade ball. Oh, that's good. Xiang Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Zhen Liang took out Xiao Hua's life spirit tablet and carefully placed it inside the restriction. After activating the restriction, he smiled and said, Martial Uncle Zhao's life spirit tablet has been completed. This is Martial Uncle Zhao's token. You can use this token to go to the spiritual beast hall of the Thunder Palace to receive a spirit-seeking mouse and establish a residence within the Thunder Palace. Disciple congratulates Martial Uncle Xiao. Congratulations to you too. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a few pills for Zhen Liang. As long as Martial Nephew Zhen puts in the effort, you can also build your foundation. You don't have to be so polite. Zhen Liang stretched out his hand and pushed it over. However, when he saw the pills in Xiao Hua's hand, he was stunned and said in shock, Sway. Sway pill. The hand that was pushing out, froze there. I just happened to come across this item when I was out training. Xiao Hua pushed it slightly and placed the pills in his hand. He explained, since I have already built my foundation, I don't need this item anymore. Martial Nephew Zhen, take it. If someone uses it, it's called a pill. If no one uses it, it's nothing. Yes. Zhen Liang thought for a moment and accepted it with a smile. He said, Disciple thanks Martial Uncle Xiao for your kindness. If it was any other pill, Disciple wouldn't dare to accept it. Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a "Kacha" sound from the distance of the Jade Archive Hall. Shortly after, he took out a light purple restriction that emitted a strong brilliance, illuminating the entire Jade Archive Hall. Oh no, I don't know which senior from the Thunder Palace was killed. Zhen Liang was shocked. He didn't dare to say anything more to Xiao Hua and hurriedly flew over. At this moment, two disciples guarding outside the Jade Archive Hall also rushed in. When Zhen Liang opened the restriction, he saw a pink spirit tablet with a long crack on it. Moreover, the position of the token wasn't low. Quick, inform Martial Uncle Zhen. Zhen Liang ordered the disciples who had rushed over. A Golden Core Realm Master from Converging Thunder Palace has died. Yes. That disciple didn't dare to be negligent and left after receiving the order. On the other hand, Zhen Liang said apologetically, Martial Uncle Xiao, this disciple originally wanted to ask Martial Uncle for some advice on foundation establishment. You see, there's another urgent matter in the sect. Please forgive me. This Xiao's matter is already done. If there is a chance in the future, Martial Nephew Zhen can come to my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave now. Then, Zhen Liang respectfully sent the two of them out. The situation was completely different from the first time they had come. However, when Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang walked far away, Zhen Liang couldn't help but look at the Thunder Palace's restrictions. His eyes were somewhat strange. Not to mention Zhen Liang suppressing the astonishment in his heart, and not to mention the chaos in the Jade Archive Hall due to the Jindan cultivator's life tablet breaking, Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang returned to the Myriad Thunder Valley from the deafening Thunder Palace. Looking at the lazy, big, fat spirit-seeking mouse with dull eyes lying on his hand, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Eldest senior brother, is this a spirit-seeking mouse? Xiao Hua held back for a long time and finally couldn't help but complain, isn't this just a spirit-seeking mouse? Pfft. Xiang Yang also laughed and pointed at Xiao Hua, saying, little junior brother, have you seen a spirit-seeking mouse before? If you haven't, don't show any fear. This spirit-seeking mouse is born with a big body. It doesn't have any abilities, so it doesn't need to fight or defend against enemies. It only needs to find places with sufficient spirit chi and some spirit veins. What do you want it to look like? But, this appearance, is really throwing the spirit-seeking mouse's mouse. Xiao Hua didn't say whether he had seen a spirit-seeking mouse before and only covered his mouth as he laughed. This is already not bad. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's silent thunder is quite powerful. Ordinary spirit-seeking mice are useless. This spirit-seeking mouse was used by junior brother Cui last time. Xiang Yang also looked at the fat spirit-seeking mouse and laughed. But after saying that, Xiang Yang's face was a little embarrassed. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was not too happy as he muttered, so it's something that someone else left behind. How? How can you say that? Xiang Yang blinked his eyes and was somewhat in disbelief. Then, he looked left and right and said, the rest of the matter is simple. Junior brother Shaoan knows that once you release the spirit-seeking mouse, it will naturally find a place with abundant spirit chi. You only need to record the location on the jade slip and place it into the spirit-seeking mouse's mouth. It will then return to the deafening Thunder Palace on its own. After a few days, a disciple will bring a cave opening puppet over to help you open the cave. As for the size of the cave, you can decide for yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Obviously, Xiang Yang was afraid that he would say something wrong and make Xiao Hua unhappy, so he waved his hand and flew off into the distance. TCH, what spirit-seeking mouse, it's simply a spirit-seeking cat. Xiao Hua waited until Xiang Yang had flown far away before he waved his hand and little silver flew out of the space. TCH, the spirit-seeking mouse in Xiao Hua's heart suddenly opened its eyes, and the fur on its body stood on end. Its two small eyes widened as it stared straight at Little Silver, who was several times smaller than it. Little Silver flew in the air and looked left and right in bewilderment, as if it was very unhappy that Xiao Hua had taken it out. Hearing the spirit-seeking mouse's TCH, it turned its head slightly and didn't care. It only stretched out its two small front paws and put them next to its mouth with a pu sound, which sounded like a snort. The spirit-seeking mouse immediately jumped down from Xiao Hua's hand and obediently lay down in the air. Its whole body was trembling, and its puffed-up fur immediately fell down smoothly. With a whoosh, Little Silver flew to Xiao Hua's hand, which was precisely where the spirit-seeking mouse had been in a daze just now. Its small tail curled around Xiao Hua's little finger with great familiarity before it obediently crouched down. Don't lie down. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hurry up and find me where the spiritual energy is. Unfortunately, Little Silver didn't pay attention to him, it didn't understand what Xiao Hua was saying at all. Xiao Hua looked at the space again. Well, Little Yellow was sleeping again, so it probably couldn't hear what he was saying. Go. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and threw the spirit-seeking mouse forward, saying, go find a cave for this young master. It was a pity that the spirit-seeking mouse didn't listen to him at all this time. It still lay obediently in the air, not daring to move at all. Damn it. Xiao Hua smiled. He naturally knew what was going on. He had no choice but to put Little Silver into the space and throw the spirit-seeking mouse out again. When the spirit-seeking mouse suddenly saw little Silver disappear, it was still surprised. It actually flew in the air for a moment before shaking its fur and looking high and mighty again. Fuck, isn't this the legendary, when the tiger is absent, the monkey becomes the overlord? Xiaohua smiled again, but before he could smile, the meridians in his body trembled again. Then his whole body shook involuntarily, as if he was having a spasm, and an earthy yellow color flashed across his face again. I have to hurry and think of a way. Xiaohua knew that the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his meridians and body was restless again. Fortunately, the spirit-seeking mouse, which hadn't been forced by Little Silver, could still be considered loyal to its duty. It found a cave for Xiaohua in a secluded place in 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. It wasn't close to Helpless, Xiangyang, and Cui Hongshan's cave residences. He unconsciously nodded, carved the location into the spirit-seeking mouse's mouth, and let it go back. After that, Xiaohua didn't go far. He sat cross-legged in the cave residence and closed his eyes to rest. After a moment, Xiaohua took out the executioner dream. Looking at the flying sword that could do as it pleased and seemed omnipotent, just like him dancing in the air, Xiaohua thought to himself, the flying sword of a sword cultivator is indeed different from the flying swords of a Tao sect. This executioner dream now seems to be able to connect with the gods, and its flying speed is far greater than before. Separate, Xiaohua silently chanted, and 32 swift and fierce sword lights instantly flew out, filling the space around Xiaohua. The most important thing is that among these 32 flying swords, only one is the main sword. The other 31 are all secondary swords, and the main sword is the eye of the array. It's quite the Tao of dark magic array. It also won't affect the cultivation of sword rendition of the world. Xiaohua thought with satisfaction, since the sword heart energy seed technique is successful, I should also try to separate my primordial spirit. There are many things that I need to cultivate. A single primordial spirit. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate it to the end of my lifespan. The art of splitting one's primordial spirit could only be completed after opening up the cave and going into seclusion. Xiaohua then kept Xu Meng away and took out the jade scroll with the words of the devil world and the refining method of the devil world that he had obtained from Xiao Er. Taking advantage of this free time, he carefully comprehended it. This comprehension lasted for 3 days, and Xiaohua's face gradually showed a serious expression. The devil world's refining technique was already incomplete, and he couldn't completely understand it. However, from what Xiaohua could figure out, it made his heart beat wildly. Because what was recorded was a blood refining technique. It was also the most common refining technique in the devil world. Isn't this a refining technique that isn't in the 5 elements? Xiaohua somewhat understood. It's a pity that the refining technique isn't complete. There's only a small part at the front, the blood refining technique that fuses the devil world's materials. However, when Xiaohua put the jade slip into the space and closed his eyes to ponder, he somewhat understood. This blood refining technique was suitable for him now. He wanted to refine the great wisdom sword into a 5 elements wishful heaven staff. Didn't he need to fuse these materials together? Blood refining didn't belong to the 5 elements refining technique, and it wouldn't affect his future refining. However, the devil hammer, although it isn't controlled by divine sense, but it's still an item from the devil world. I don't know if it belongs to the 5 elements. Xiaohua was a little hesitant, and then he thought of that strange thing that wasn't controlled by divine sense. If that thing is refined together with the devil hammer, I wonder what it will be like. Chapter 2189. Little Junior Apprentice Brother. Just as Xiaohua was deep in thought, Yan Qinglian's voice rang out again. Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and Yan Qinglian in the distance. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and respectfully greeted her, how come Master's wife is also free today? Hee, even if I'm not free, I still have to come and take a look. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, you are about to open your mansion. This is a grand occasion for the second-generation disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although your master didn't say anything, he was overjoyed in his heart. I don't dare to trouble master. Xiao Hua hurriedly said. Even if that wasn't the case, I would still be happy with the things you gave me. No matter what, I have to come and see what else you need in your cave abode. Zhuo Minghui pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. You actually schemed against your master. Seeing Zhuo Minghui's smiling face, Xiao Hua knew that she wasn't blaming him, so he quickly explained, disciple didn't dare to reveal it, well, no need to say more. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. The previous item was already eye-catching, and now this item is even more troublesome. Let's wait until we can't hide it anymore. Yes, I understand. Of course, Xiao Hua knew the importance of this thunder beast's inner core to the Imperial Thunder sect. It was much more important than the Earth Crystal Yao milk. Even with Thunder Meng Daoist status, he might have some thoughts about it. How could he dare to say anything? Why hasn't it started yet? Yan Qinglian looked around and said, this concubine thought it was over. You didn't urge him? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. But Xiao Hua thought otherwise and waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Whenever you come will do. If it really doesn't work, I'll do it myself. It's not right for me to do it myself. Zhuo Minghui didn't know about Xiao Hua's background. She smiled and said, besides, our myriad Thunder Valley doesn't have any puppets. We rely on the methods of the Deafening Thunder Palace. Husband, let's go take a look at the Deafening Thunder Palace. Yan Qinglian said considerately, the opening of the abode is a big matter, and Master is still very concerned about it. Moreover, although Xue Xue is in seclusion, if Sun Shu, Qian Diheng and other junior brothers' good friends come over and see that the abode is not ready, wouldn't they become a joke? Io. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Hua came to his senses. He had been busy with his own affairs, plus there was a hidden danger of his strength increasing dramatically, so he had forgotten about this matter. He still hadn't informed these two people. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and said, there's no need for that. Disciple hasn't notified the two of them yet. Oh. Zhuo Minghui frowned slightly. That's where you're wrong. These two are the direct disciples of Sun Lei Palace and Qian Lei Palace. Especially Qian Diheng, his status is extraordinary. It is not easy for them to be on good terms with you. Although we don't have to shamelessly approach them, the necessary etiquette is still necessary. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua hastily slapped his storage pouch and sent out 2 messaging talismans as he promised Zhuo Minghui. However, he disagreed in his heart. Sun Shu is fine, but that Qian Diheng, damn it, it's impossible for him to not plunder my treasures. Sure enough, in less than half a day, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng arrived one after another. At this time, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian went to the Thunder Palace to urge him, while Zhuo Minghui returned to her abode, leaving Xiao Hua alone to sit cross-legged. Sensing the two's divine wills, Xiao Hua smiled and greeted them in midair. Ha ha ha! Qian Diheng's laughter was heard. Junior brother Xiao. You've built your foundation as expected. Damn it, I told you. You're definitely fine. Quick. What treasures did you get from your training this time? Quickly take them out and let senior brother see. See if you've been cheated, sweat. Xiao Hua almost fell from midair. He originally thought that when Qian Diheng said, quick, he wanted to know how he built his foundation. Who knew that he actually followed up with that sentence? Isn't this the legendary dog that can't change its habit of eating shit? Xiao Hua secretly criticized. Greetings to junior brother Xiao. Congratulations to junior brother Xiao for building your foundation. Sun Shu had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his face carrying a trace of redness, and his eyes didn't have the slightest bit of astonishment. Obviously, he already knew from Xue Xue that Xiao Hua had built his foundation. Same to you, same to you. Xiao Hua smiled and returned the greeting. Seeing this, Sun Shu's eyes immediately stared at Xiao Hua, not wanting to leave for even half a moment. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually ignored him, Qian Diheng was angry. He jumped up and said, Xiao Hua, I left the old man and hurriedly came to find you. Looking at senior sister Sun's appearance, you've already built your foundation. Why didn't you tell me? Now that I'm here first, you actually talk to senior sister first. This kind of behavior that forgets righteousness in the face of love isn't the Xiao Hua in my eyes. Tisk, Xiao Hua said disdainfully, what does Xiao Hua look like in your eyes? Qian Di Heng's face was profound and full of worship. He slightly narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, Xiao Hua should be generous, doesn't bother about trifles, and regards brotherhood as the number one. Even if he didn't eat it himself, he would still give the spiritual grass to his brothers. That's what you've seen in your dreams. Xiao Hua smiled. He took out a jade box and handed it to Sun Shu. Senior sister Sun, this is a gift from junior brother. Please kindly accept it. It can't be. Junior brother Xiao Hua, you've really disappointed senior brother too much. Qian Diheng had a defeated look, but his eyes were looking at that jade box. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu took the jade box. She simply didn't look at it, and her face was tight with sweetness. That. Qian Diheng probed. Senior sister Sun, don't you want to see what it is? Why would I want to see it? As long as it's given by junior brother Xiao, it's all good. Sun Shu was about to put the jade box into her storage bag. He, senior sister should also take a look. If you can use it earlier, Xiao Hua said with a beaming smile. What is this? Sun Shu said curiously. Right now, I don't have any use for spiritual pills that can increase my power. That's right. Qian Diheng looked at the spiritual grass in the jade box, also puzzled. Tsk, you still have the nerve to say that you're from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua curled his lips and gave Qian Diheng a disdainful look. He raised his palm and stroked his incomparably young face left and right. This. What is the meaning of this? Qian Diheng was even more confused. He really didn't know what the youth-retaining grass was. Sun Shu was puzzled at first, but she didn't know why, but she suddenly understood. It was simply a female cultivator's sixth sense. Hurriedly. It was simply like a sudden clap of thunder, and Sun Shu immediately put the jade box into her storage bag. Ah! Don't! Qian Diheng was anxious. He cupped his hands and said, Senior sister Sun, you can't be like this. What the hell is this thing? He. Sun Shu looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also beaming. He was still stroking his face shamelessly and said with a smile, what do you think female cultivators like me care about the most? Chapter 2190. What do you mean? How would I know about you female cultivators? Qian Diheng was confused. What do girls care about the most? Sun Shu didn't mind teasing Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng scratched his head. He really didn't understand. In the end, Sun Shu rolled her eyes at him helplessly. If I guessed correctly, junior brother Xiao gave me a youth-retaining grass. What? Youth-retaining grass? Qian Diheng was startled. He directly flew to Xiao Hua's side, grabbed Xiao Hua's shoulder, and said with a grin, Junior brother Xiao, we are good brothers. This is a rare good thing in the world. How can senior brother be left out? Tch, Xiao Hua pushed Qian Diheng away. Female cultivators care about appearance. What are you, a big man, thinking about? Don't tell me you want to be a pretty boy for your whole life. What's wrong with being a pretty boy? Pretty boys are the preference of the heavens. Qian Diheng mumbled. The heavens made me so handsome, so I want him to stay this way for a lifetime. Besides, if you're a pretty boy for your whole life, why can't you let others be pretty boys for their whole life? Alright, alright. Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and took out a jade box. I originally prepared a rare sea beast's inner core for senior brother Qian. Since you don't want it, then take this. What? Qian Diheng snatched the jade box and threw it into his storage bag. His other hand reached out and smiled. Senior brother Qian wants the youth-retaining grass. Senior brother also wants the inner core. You really have no face. Xiao Hua looked at Qian Diheng's outstretched hand and shook his head helplessly. He took out 2 more jade boxes, one for Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. Sun Shu smiled. You should keep this for yourself. I don't lack pills in Sunlei Palace. Qian Diheng took the 2 boxes and put one in his storage bag. He threw the other to Sun Shu and smiled. Senior sister, don't worry. According to my understanding of Xiao Hua, this guy definitely has a lot of inner cores. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take them out. How could Sun Shu listen to him? He turned to look at Xiao Hua. Hee, senior sister, take it. Xiao Hua didn't point it out. We haven't seen each other for several years. Consider it a greeting gift. All right. Sun Shu nodded and obediently put it away in his storage pouch. Junior brother Xiao, when did you build your foundation? Only now did Qian Diheng ask. Xiao Hua gave a simple explanation. It was even less than what he had told Wu Hai. But even so, it still took him quite a while to explain. Oh my. Qian Diheng stuck out his tongue. You really went to the QC. By the way, speaking of this, Qian Diheng suddenly remembered something. Junior brother Xiao, isn't it too wasteful to directly take the youthful grass? This stalk of face-retaining grass could be used to refine many face-retaining pills. A face-retaining pill is worth a lot of spirit stones. Nonsense. Xiao Hua sneered, where did little brother get the pill formula? Hee. Qian Diheng chuckled, junior brother, it's your fault for not telling senior brother. The Sun Thunder Palace might not have it, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace might not have it. Even if the Heavenly Thunder Palace doesn't have it, this senior brother can still look for it. But junior brother Xiao, this business. Xiao Hua wasn't very interested in a face-retaining pill. At that time, he was just curious. Hearing Qian Diheng's words, his eyes lit up. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook it twice without saying anything. Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to do this. It's only 20%. Qian Diheng was about to cry, little brother helped you find the pill formula and find someone to refine it. You only provided the youthful grass, it's just that 80%. No one will do it. TCH, little brother only wants the pill formula. Xiao Hua said disdainfully. Ah. Qian Diheng was stunned. He looked at Sun Shu, who was also surprised. But both of them nodded slightly and didn't ask anymore. However, Qian Diheng pestered again, even if it's the pill formula, it's still worth 40%. Junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng almost pulled Xiao Hua's arm and shook it. He was simply acting spoiled. Fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand helplessly, I'll give you 30%. Little brother doesn't care about anything else. You only care about the pill. Give me the spirit stones. Deal. Qian Diheng immediately raised his hand. Hee. Xiao Hua reached out and clapped hands with him. He also laughed mischievously. Something's not right. Sun Shu knew that at this time. He looked around and asked curiously, Junior brother Xiao, your cave, hasn't it been opened yet? Hee, no hurry, Xiaohua didn't care at all, it's only been a few days. Senior brother went to rush me. At this time, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian flew back with a gloomy face. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng hurried forward to salute. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't dare to neglect and also hurriedly returned the salute. Xiaohua saw Xiang Yang's ugly face and smiled, "What's wrong? Senior brother, did you suffer in the Thunderclap Palace?" Hee, it's nothing. Xiang Yang shook his head, "Now my Thunderclap Palace has a lot of Foundation Establishment disciples. We don't have enough puppets. Junior brother Xiao might have to wait for a while." "No matter." Xiaohua said warmly, "It's the same even if I go into seclusion here." "Seclusion?" Qian Diheng frowned, "You just entered Foundation Establishment. What are you going into seclusion for?" Sun Shu hurriedly said, "Junior brother Xiao, what's wrong?" Hee, nothing. Xiaohua saw that he had a slip of the tongue and hurriedly said, "Junior brother went to Gue He and had some understanding, I understand." Qian Diheng nodded and said, "Since that's the case, you should have a cave." Then he smiled nastily, "Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. Today I'll bring the Thunderclap Palace's puppets. I'll see which disciple dares to snatch the cave from my brother." Saying that, Qian Diheng activated a spell and rushed into the sky. "Tch, if I'm not arrogant, I won't know you're a Thunderclap Palace disciple." Xiaohua curled his lips, very disapproving. "Let him go." Yan Qinglian teamed up and said, "You don't know how unsightly the Thunderclap Palace's disciples are. My myriad Thunder Valley's confidence is still not enough." Xiaohua knew that his eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law were angry, so he didn't say anything more. He had puppets in his space, so he could open a cave at will. If it weren't for the Thunderclap Palace's rules, he would have already done it. Besides, he really didn't believe that spirit-seeking cat could find any spirit vein that was more formidable than his little silver. The Thunderclap Palace's direct disciples were indeed formidable. Sun Shu accompanied Yan Qinglian to talk for a while, and a Middle Foundation Establishment disciple came with a smile on his face, following behind Qian Diheng with more than 10 disciples. Humph, seeing that disciple, Yan Qinglian's face was filled with disdain. Clearly, it was this person who made her and Xiang Yang suffer. "Junior brother Qian, where do you want to open the cave?" That disciple said with a very flattering smile. "How would I know?" Qian Diheng said coldly, "It's my brother opening the cave, not me. Do I still need you guys when I open the cave?" "Yes, yes." That disciple took a look and saw that only Xiaohua was at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. He hurried over and smiled apologetically, "Where does junior brother want to open the cave?" Didn't this Xiao already give my jade slip to the Thunderclap Palace? Why are you asking this Xiao?" Xiaohua glanced at Xiang Yang, whose face was a little ashen, and sneered. That disciple cupped his hands and said, "I, Zhen Minghai, congratulate Myriad Thunder Valley's junior brother Xiao for reaching Foundation Establishment. I'm really sorry. During this time, my Thunderclap Palace has really had too many Foundation Establishment disciples. Junior brother Xiao just handed me your jade slip, and I haven't had time to look at it yet. Please forgive me." "So it's like that." Xiaohua pondered inwardly, this guy's words aren't without reason. It's just that his attitude is too bad. Thus, he pointed his chin at Xiang Yang and said, "This Xiao doesn't care, but I don't know what my eldest senior brother thinks." Seeing that Xiaohua actually didn't call him junior brother or senior brother, Zhen Minghai frowned slightly. After all, this Myriad Thunder Valley was considered the weakest branch in the Thunderclap Palace. Even if Xiang Yang was already at the middle stage of Foundation Establishment and had 2 Foundation Establishment disciples, Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan, and even Xiang Jili, the future disciple of Thunder Mesa's spiritual master. But after all, this was all in the future. Zhen Minghai, this kind of disciple with authority in his hands, really didn't attach too much importance to this matter. However, what Zhen Minghai was most afraid of was naturally Qian Diheng, this kind of heavenly thunder palace disciple who was even more arrogant than him. Now that things had come to this, how could he not know what to do? Zhen Minghai cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Xiang, junior sister Yan, previously this little one was really too busy and neglected you. This little one apologizes here." Seeing Zhen Minghai apologizing, Xiang Yang felt uncomfortable at first, and hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, "He, senior brother Zhen is thinking too much. This little brother didn't know that my Thunderclap Palace had many foundation establishment disciples now, and thought that it was intentional neglect. Since you were really busy, how could I blame senior brother?" "Ai, that's right." Zhen Minghai took the opportunity to say, "I don't know what happened, but during this period of time, there were too many foundation establishment disciples from aristocratic families who entered my Thunderclap Palace. This little one is really busy." Seeing that her husband was so easily forgiving, Yan Qinglian snorted and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. However, this immortal's cave must be a little bigger." "And, that's natural." Zhen Minghai said with a smile, "Junior brother Qian has already come forward. If it's too small, the heavenly thunder palace will lose face." Immediately, Xiaohua pointed to a location, and Zhen Minghai waved his hand. More than 10 disciples released several puppets and began to work. These puppets of Thunderclap Palace were really crude compared to Xiaohua's puppets. Not only did they need several disciples to control them together, sometimes they even needed the disciples to use spells. However, these disciples were familiar with the way, and after spending more than half a day's effort, they opened up an immortal's cave that was twice as big as Cui Hongshan's. Opening up an immortal's cave must be paid with spirit stones. Seeing that the immortal's cave was opened late, Zhen Minghai cupped his hands and said with a smile, "However, since it's junior brother Qian's good friend, this spirit stone is this little one's gift to congratulate junior brother Xiao on his foundation establishment." "Don't." Qian Diheng was unhappy. With a wave of his hand, he took out several top-grade spirit stones and threw them at him, saying, "This little master can't owe your Thunderclap Palace anything. Otherwise, my great-grandfather will deal with this little master." Chapter 2191. Alright then. Seeing Qian Diheng mention Gantian, Zhen Minghai didn't dare to say anything. He took the spirit stones and smiled, "Thank you, junior brother Qian. Sigh, sometimes it's good to be a little arrogant." Xiaohua whispered as he watched Zhen Minghai lead the disciples away. "That's right." Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, "Junior brother Xiao is usually too low-key. That's not what a man should do. Damn it, what does it have to do with you whether I'm a man or not?" Xiaohua glared at him in annoyance. These words sounded familiar to him as if a female cultivator had said it to him before. Yes, Fairy Hongxia and Xue no. Qian Diheng revealed a lewd smile. "Let's go, we'll go take a look at junior brother Zhao's cave." Yan Qinglian saw Qian Diheng's outrageous words and Sun Shu's blushing face and hurriedly said with a smile. And Sun Shu took the lead and quickly walked into the newly opened cave. "Tisk, you still say it's big." Qian Diheng looked and complained again, "It's only so, much smaller than mine. What do I need such a big cave for?" Xiaohua glanced at him. "Of course." Qian Diheng raised his left hand as if he was going to count. "Fine," Xiaohua knew what he was going to say and hurriedly waved his hand, "Don't say any more. You're talking too much. If you don't want to say it then don't say it, I'm too lazy to say it." Qian Diheng began to look around, but unfortunately, after a moment, he opened his mouth again. He pointed at the cave surroundings and began to nag about what to put and what to put. He even raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, junior brother Xiao, great-grandfather has a good impression of you. When are you opening the cave?" Let him come over and give you some face. I have to tell senior brother and master. Xiao Hua just said this when his body started to tremble again. Although it was very subtle, how could the cultivators not notice it? Xiao Hua, what's wrong with you? Sun Shu was anxious. He walked over in a few steps and even asked with a sobbing tone. Qian Diheng's face also had a serious expression. Nothing, nothing. After Xiao Hua finished trembling, he smiled and said, the meridians in my body is a bit, not appropriate. I need to go into seclusion for a while. I understand. Xiang Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded slightly, I'll go find master now. Don't. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly said, I'm afraid, even master can't do it. Why bother him? This. Xiang Yang had only seen Xiao Hua's methods in the Misty Mountain. He knew that early-stage foundation establishment cultivators weren't his match, and he had also seen Xiao Hua's methods after reaching foundation establishment in the Flame Forest Marsh. He knew that Su Yangyi was extraordinarily powerful, but he didn't believe that a late foundation establishment cultivator like Su Yangyi was helpless against him. He would rather think that it was Xiao Hua who was helpless and scolded him. Why don't we ask great-grandfather for help? Qian Diheng made a prompt decision. I'll go back now. Stop. Xiao Hua immediately berated, I know what I'm doing. Really? Qian Diheng hesitated, you are my god of wealth. Are you sure? Don't worry. Xiao Hua patted his shoulder and said, go back now and look for that thing. If possible, bring it over before I go into seclusion. Okay, Qian Diheng turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he said, then your mansion opening, it's all false reputation, what mansion opening? Xiao Hua said carelessly, life is still more important. Okay. Qian Diheng finished speaking and hurriedly flew away. Senior Sister Sun, I've made a fool of myself. Xiao Hua turned around and said, I just reached foundation establishment, and I've already caused so much trouble. It's nothing. As long as, you're sure you're fine. Sun Shu was only worried about Xiao Hua, and didn't ask for anything else. It's a pity that I can't let Senior Sister Sun participate in the mansion opening ceremony. Xiao Hua blinked, looking very disappointed. Sun Shu was full of concern, and said with a forced smile, as long as you're fine. Then she thought for a moment and said, I'm actually going into seclusion in the next few days. Junior Sister Shui's cultivation has improved greatly, and it's really a spur for me. Cultivation is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you'll fall back. And, then Senior Sister Sun, take care. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Seeing Xiao Hua sending her off, Sun Shu didn't want to leave, but thinking of Xiao Hua's appearance just now, she could only nod, cupped her hands again, and quickly flew away. After the two left, Yan Qinglian said in a low voice, Junior brother, are you sure you don't need to tell master? What can I tell master? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, looking at the two. And Xiang Yang was also sad. He was very clear that Xiao Hua now had an earth attribute constitution, and he really couldn't tell master. Since that was the case, he might as well not say it. You're going into seclusion now? Xiang Yang asked. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, yes, right now. I'll have to trouble senior brother to tell master's wife that I suddenly had an epiphany and must go into seclusion. As for the mansion opening ceremony, let's postpone it. I'm afraid master will be hopping mad again. Xiang Yang said with a laugh, it's hard to get a chance to show off. Xiao Hua smiled helplessly and said, if Qian Diheng didn't come, this cave mansion would still need half a year to open, and wouldn't the mansion opening ceremony also have to be postponed? I reckon I'll be able to come out of seclusion in half a year. Master's wife will tell master, there's nothing impossible. All right. Hearing that it was only half a year, Xiang Yang was relieved. He patted his storage pouch, took out a set of simple formation flags and jade slips, and said, "This is the formation I received from Thunderquake Palace, you can set it up yourself according to the jade slips." "Okay." Xiaohua took it. "How about we help you set it up?" Yan Qinglian said worriedly. Xiaohua looked at the two senior brothers' concern, and his heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't let them do it, they would definitely be worried, so he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble senior brother and senior sister. We're brothers, no need to be so polite." Xiang Yang smiled, took the formation flags and talismans, and went to set it up with Yan Qinglian. In the time it took to eat a meal, the cave mansion's formation had already been set up. Yan Qinglian said again that she wanted to move some things from her cave mansion, but Xiaohua stopped her. He only said that he would talk about it after he came out of seclusion, and asked Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to go back. He raised his hand, waved the formation flags, and sealed the entire cave mansion. AI, junior brother. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiaohua's hurried appearance, and couldn't help but worry. Junior brother Xiao is such a cautious person. For this kind of situation to occur, I'm afraid there's some problem. Although Xiang Yang was honest and considerate, his thoughts were also meticulous. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. If he really has a problem, why is he in such a hurry? Even Xue Xue can't wait for him to come out of seclusion. But if Reverend Jing Ru were to use some sort of method. Chapter 2192. Io. That's right. Yan Qinglian came to her senses and covered her mouth. I knew it. Reverend Jing Su's reputation is so bad. How could he let junior martial brother go so easily? He must have a powerful method. But, what can we do? Xiang Yang was even more certain. After all, Xiaohua had said that there was no way around it. If it wasn't Reverend Jing Su's method, then what was it? Alas. Yan Qinglian sighed and looked at Xiaohua's cave again. It was incomparably desolate. Let's go. Xiang Yang waved his hand and said, "This matter is the same as before. Don't tell Master's wife in detail. Just say that junior martial brother Xiao is going into seclusion. Don't mention anything else. Just in case you make a mistake by saying too much." I know. Let Master's wife tell Master. Yan Qinglian flew away and answered in a low voice. Xiaohua sealed the cave entrance and sat down cross-legged. He operated his mental cultivation method and the true essence in his meridians flowed smoothly. However, no matter how he urged his mental cultivation method, the earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had accumulated in his meridians couldn't be mobilized, let alone refined. Immediately, Xiaohua sensed the faint sound of thunder in the cave. However, although the faint sound of thunder could stir up the deposited spiritual energy, it was only enough to stir it up. It wasn't enough to activate the spiritual energy. However, this wasn't outside of Xiaohua's expectations. He pondered for a moment and thought to himself, my current method should be to refine the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth in my meridians and physical body. However, if I want to advance both at the same time, I need to multitask. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure it completely. Rather than that, I might as well split my primordial spirit. One primordial spirit will cultivate the dragon transformation art, and the other will cultivate the celestial body empowerment technique. In addition, the sword heart energy seed technique has been successful. This means that I can combine the primordial spirit strengthening technique, the primordial spirit splitting technique, and the ghost cultivation technique. Since that's the case, I should take advantage of my secluded cultivation to split these primordial spirits out. Every strand of primordial spirit will be dedicated to a specific task. It's better than me cultivating alone. Immediately after, Xiaohua thought for a long time. He sat cross-legged, made an extremely strange gesture with both hands, and pointed at his forehead. The spiritual power in his body gradually surged to the gesture in his hands, and his divine sense also contracted. After another incense stick of time, Xiaohua's face showed a painful expression, and bean-sized sweat droplets appeared on his forehead again. Just like before, an unparalleled pain, a sharp pain that was tearing himself apart, and a feeling that was worse than death came from Xiaohua's head. Although Xiaohua was mentally prepared for this pain, when it really came, Xiaohua was still unable to resist it. A feeling of extreme powerlessness arose in his heart. Rumble. There was a tremor in the air, and Little Silver once again jumped between the spirit plants in alarm. Little Yellow was also startled awake. Xiaohua didn't have time to talk to it in detail. Quick. Xiaohua's hands trembled as he made the gesture. As the incantation entered his body, Xiaohua felt his mind go blank. His head swayed, and it was as if the entire world had become two overlapping worlds. Seeing that a strand of primordial spirit had smoothly flown out, Xiaohua was secretly delighted. He then used a secret technique to channel that strand of primordial spirit into his meridians. Originally, Xiaohua had expected some unexpected things to happen during this process, since his meridians weren't like the dream executioners, and would reject it a little. Who would have thought that when the primordial spirit entered his meridians, there wouldn't be any abnormalities at all? There was an incomparably heavy pressure, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and that strand of primordial spirit fell into a deep sleep. Great! If it wasn't for the lingering pain, Xiaohua would have clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He knew that the strand of primordial spirit had already successfully fused with his meridians. He only needed to use the secret technique to nurture and strengthen that primordial spirit. After it woke up, it would be able to independently and actively use the dragon transformation art, just like how he was using his own cultivation method. Compared to the blood shadow art, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Fusing primordial spirit into the meridians, I'm afraid that in the entire Xiaoyu continent, only this young master can do it, right? Other people wouldn't even think about it. Xiaohua was secretly pleased. This is also because the blood shadow art is used so smoothly that it can go so smoothly. Mother. At this time, Goldie's dry voice sounded. What is this for? Xiaohua laughed. This is Mother's ever-changing. Don't be afraid, I reckon there will be more tremors like this in the future. Oh. Seeing that Xiaohua was fine, Goldie closed its eyes and prepared to sleep again. Don't be anxious. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Tell Little Silver to help Mother find a place. Xiaohua hurriedly described a place with abundant spiritual energy. Okay, Goldie chirped a few times at Little Silver. Little Silver nodded and kept somersaulting among the spiritual plants. Then, Goldie fainted. Looking at Little Dusk sleeping, Xiaohua was extremely envious. Damn it, look at Goldie. He only needs to eat and then sleep to improve. This young master has to put in a lot of effort and still has to endure the pain. This person is really not much different from other people. At this time, Xiaohua's primordial spirit was in severe pain and he couldn't circulate his energy. Xiaohua simply lay down on the ground to rest. At this time, the cave's restriction made some noise. It can't be Qian Diheng, right? Xiaohua thought. This guy is such a miser. Even more so than this young master. Opening the cave's restriction, as expected, Qian Diheng was standing in front of the cave, but his face was full of worry. Seeing Xiaohua's face as white as paper and even more concerned, he clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He said, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, just now I went to see great-grandfather. From what he said, I'm afraid that you've taken too many pills and there's too much medicinal energy in your body. If you don't remove it in time, not only will it affect your realm, it will also destroy your meridians. At this time, you shouldn't cultivate anymore. Instead, you should first expel the medicinal energy. This jade slip contains a secret technique of my thunder-shocking palace, especially for your situation. So it's like this. Xiao Hua was really grateful in his heart. He took the 2 jade slips and scanned them with his divine sense. One of them was naturally the pill formula of the face-retaining pill, and the other was a cultivation method. Xiao Hua roughly looked at it and frowned. He said, according to this secret technique, won't all these medicinal energy be expelled? It's really a waste. When Qian Diheng heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, Xiao Hua, you don't want to live anymore. What time is it now, and you're still so greedy? Great-grandfather said that because you forcefully wanted to build your foundation, you took too many foundation building pills, which caused the medicinal energy to accumulate. Although you've already built your foundation, your meridians are newly formed and you still don't have the energy to refine these medicinal energy. If you don't expel it, what else can you do? Don't think about it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Don't think about wasting these pills. Then, he said, as for that face-retaining pill, Junior Marshall brother doesn't need to be in a hurry to refine it. Right now, you can't easily use magic power. It's better to wait until after you enter seclusion. Then what did you bring the pill formula for? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Damn it, if I don't take advantage of great-grandfather's good mood, when will I get it? If I give it to you, I won't think about it anymore. Besides, with your greedy face, wouldn't it be more comfortable to take the pill formula? So that you won't be willing to part with the medicinal energy in your meridians. Qian Diheng waved his hand and said, okay, quickly enter seclusion. By all means, don't be unwilling to use the secret method. After he finished speaking, he turned around and flew away for fear of delaying Xiao Hua's seclusion. This guy really knows my heart. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. His heart felt warm as he returned to the immortal's cave. The pain in his head seemed to have lessened a lot. Only at this time did Xiao Hua have the mind to look at his own immortal's cave. This immortal's cave was no different from Xiang Yang's immortal's cave. Except for the place being bigger, the internal structure was exactly the same. As soon as he entered, he saw a hall used to receive guests. Then, there was a small door leading to the back. The back was divided into 2 halves. One half was a nursery with flat ground for planting spiritual plants. The other half was divided into several spaces. Looking at it, it seemed to be a quiet room for refining pills and cultivating. However, at this time, it was empty inside, waiting for Xiao Hua to arrange it at will in the future. Really not creative. I reckon that all the immortals' caves of Thunderous Palace disciples are like this. Xiao Hua instantly thought of Xiang Yang's immortal's cave and sighed. There was a trace of helplessness on his face as he clearly thought of Haoming City's immortal's cave. Forget it, how can this young master fix this now? When I have time in the future. Thinking this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, if this young master's entire immortal's cave comes out again, wouldn't it be the legendary, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows? Then, Xiao Hua's mouth trembled rapidly a few times. It was actually very similar to a rabbit's 3-petaled mouth. Come out little silver, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and little silver appeared in midair again. But at this time, little silver was clearly no longer astonished. His 2 bright mouse eyes turned, and without waiting for Xiao Hua's instructions, he rushed out in a flash. There was no need for Xiao Hua to tell him anything at all. Io, don't be in such a hurry. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, but seeing that little silver had already scurried out of the cave that hadn't been sealed yet, he could only sigh. Ai, you still listen to your mother. Last time, you didn't move no matter how I told you to search for the spirit vein. Forget it. I can't cultivate for the time being, so I'll go take a look. Xiao Hua then flew out of the immortal's cave and opened the array. After little silver left the immortal's cave, he sniffed the air with his little nose, which had faint golden threads, and then flew into the depths of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He had been a disciple of 10,000 Thunder Valley for a long time, but he had never been on duty there, so he didn't know how his Shifu was on duty. If he entered 10,000 Thunder Valley now, he might run into something helpless. But given Xiao Hua's current cultivation, how could a late Foundation establishment cultivator discover him? Thus, Xiao Hua only hesitated for a moment before his figure flashed and he gave chase. That's not right. Xiao Hua followed Little Silver into the depths of 10,000 Thunder Valley, and the faint sound of thunder gradually grew louder. Both silent and loud thunder attacked Xiao Hua, and even his state of mind was a little disturbed. Xiao Hua sensed that something wasn't right. Is Little Silver mistaken? How can there be a spirit vein here? Even if there is a spirit vein, it's impossible for me to open an immortal residence here, right? Chapter 2193. However, when Xiao Hua released his Buddhist consciousness, he saw Little Silver's two bean-sized rat eyes glow, as if he had seen a spirit stone. Could it be that Little Silver has discovered some treasure? That was right, wasn't a spirit-seeking mouse a rat that searched for spirit objects? It was only natural that Little Silver would be able to discover any treasure. It was just that the spirit-seeking mouse's greedy appearance was really too similar to Xiao Hua's. After flying for half a day, Xiao Hua's ears were already filled with the sound of thunder, but Little Silver didn't stop, and instead became even more excited. That's even more wrong. Realization dawned on Xiao Hua at that moment. This guy couldn't have discovered the treasure in Myriad Thunder Valley, right? Not good, it's Shifu. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness suddenly saw a jade-green stone wall overflowing with magic power, and a helpless figure abruptly appeared, his face full of exhaustion. He had taken out a jade token in his hand, and seemed to be sealing the restriction. When he looked at Little Silver again, it was clear that he also felt helpless, and his small figure abruptly darted downwards like a thin white light, instantly falling into the ground. Little Silver can also escape through the earth. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's mouth gaped slightly. He really hadn't expected this. But Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in an instant. Do rats naturally know how to dig holes? So what if they can escape through the earth? Doesn't that whatever nether bat also know how to escape through the earth? Seeing that Little Silver had no choice but to seal the restriction, Little Silver's figure flashed in his direction. Xiao Hua didn't dare be careless, and his figure flew swiftly as he also rushed underground. Unfortunately, he didn't notice anything unusual at all, and flew away from where Xiao Hua had stopped earlier, about 10 zhang away. Little Silver flew underground and didn't stop at all, continuing to flee forward until he was finally blocked by a restriction. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Silver opened his mouth and bit at the restriction. Good boy, Little Silver. Xiao Hua hurriedly called out to Little Silver, but Little Silver ignored him and continued to swallow the spirit chi on the restriction mouthful by mouthful. Oh! Xiao Hua instantly remembered how Little Silver had bitten the imprisonment spell to save him when he had just entered the Imperial Thunder sect. He knew that Little Silver had the ability to swallow spirit chi. After that, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist perception and opened his Dharma eyes. When he looked at the restriction before him, he couldn't help but frown. This was an extremely powerful array. There were many restrictions within the array, layer upon layer, and all kinds of restrictions were linked together. It was very difficult to break through. Even if Xiao Hua's cultivation in array formations had improved greatly, it would still not be easy to break through. Forget it, let Little Silver try. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, and his Buddhist awareness swept over. He saw that this was a huge magic array that stretched for dozens of miles, and it enveloped all the valleys in front of it. Lightning flashed within the array, and all kinds of thunder were transmitted through the restriction. My goodness, if the outside of the formation is already so powerful, what about inside the formation? This should be the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua understood in his heart, and his heart was filled with joy. Only a place where thousands of lightning bolts gathered would be able to stimulate the accumulated spiritual energy in his body. Admittedly, the array was powerful, but spirit mice were born to swallow spirit chi. It took Little Silver half a day before he finally bit off a strand of spirit chi in the array. With a crack, a bolt of lightning passed through the array and struck Little Silver. Xiaohua was already prepared. He stretched out his hand to block in front of Little Silver. A wave of numbness spread up his arm, and a few strands of spirit chi were actually drawn out of his body by the lightning. At the same time, Xiaohua swung his right hand again, and several rabbit spirit talismans hit the flaw that Little Silver had bitten out, blocking the area that was already starting to close up. Little Silver's body was like lightning, and before the lightning could leak out, his small figure scuttled into the array. Slow down a little. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He cast several more spirit talismans to widen the flaw, and then he also flew into the array. See, Xiaohua had already imagined the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley countless times before. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. It was a deep valley surrounded by lightning, and the bottom couldn't be seen. But in the middle of the valley, which was several li away, there was a huge cone-shaped mountain peak that seemed to stand out of thin air. Countless bolts of lightning struck the mountain peak from top to bottom, and there wasn't the slightest gap at all. This is the 10,000 Thunder Valley. It's not just 10,000 bolts of lightning. Xiaohua didn't dare release his Buddhist awareness or divine will. He only looked at the mountain peak in the distance, which stood tall amidst the millions of bolts of lightning, and sighed with emotion in his heart. Furthermore, the millions of bolts of lightning didn't fall from the sky, but from the void as they struck the mountain peak. Lightning flowed over the mountain peak and fell straight down into the deep black abyss below. Little Silver. Xiaohua cried out in surprise. Little Silver's small body shuttled through the lightning with great familiarity. He had already flown more than 1,000 zhang, and his target was the mountain peak in the center of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know what Little Silver was thinking? Little Silver probably really regarded the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley as a treasure. Or perhaps, Little Silver wanted Xiaohua to open up his cave residence here. Fuck, if that was the case, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Wouldn't Thunder Palace immediately pull out Xiaohua's tendons and skin him alive? Squeak squeak. Little Silver flew another li, unease on his face. He didn't dare move forward anymore and just stood in midair, his two front paws clasped together as if he was bowing, his eyes flashing. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, he put Little Silver into his space. Then he activated the Bright Thunder Escape and flew toward the mountain peak. The Bright Thunder Escape was swift to begin with, and in this space filled with lightning, he was even more like a fish in water. An unprecedented feeling of comfort actually emerged when he used the lightning escape technique. Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred as he thought to himself, the lightning escape technique should be used to escape amidst lightning. The Imperial Thunder sect had this 10,000 Thunder Valley. Was it where they cultivated the lightning escape in the beginning? It's just that the secret technique to avoid lightning was lost, and many cultivators didn't dare train here, so this place was abandoned? Don't you remember what Shifu said? Guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley is a very difficult task. At first it was highly valued, but later on, it wasn't so well received anymore. Just as he was thinking this, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the air. Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge at all before it struck him. A wave of numbness and soreness came from his body, and he fell from midair. Xiaohua didn't dare be careless. His Phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body and flapped its wings to stabilize his body. Crack crack. Before Xiaohua could react at all, several bolts of lightning appeared and struck his Phoenix Dharma body repeatedly. Sizzle. Electric light flowed into Xiaohua's body. Chapter 2194. Huh, great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. This lightning not only mobilized the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his body, it also accelerated the refining of spiritual energy. This lightning is obviously different from the heavenly lightning of the lightning tribulation, and even more different from the thunderstorm of the Qianhe Sea. Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. Looks like there are many types of lightning in this world. Let's go. Xiao Hua obviously couldn't cultivate here. His figure swayed again, and he flew towards the mountain peak. During this period of time, the lightning became even more concentrated. The phoenix body couldn't take care of it in the end, so Xiao Hua had no choice but to release the Buddha Sarira. The lightning struck the Sarira, and like a brush, it gradually filled the Sarira with gold color. Escape. When he got close to the mountain, Xiao Hua used the earth escape technique, and his figure jumped into it. Fortunately, even though there were tens of thousands of lightning strikes, the mountain peak was still a mountain peak. Otherwise, Xiao Hua wouldn't be able to escape. Once he entered the mountain peak, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate anymore and directly escaped downwards. He only stopped when he couldn't escape anymore. The inside of the mountain peak was the same as the outside of the mountain peak. All kinds of lightning struck Xiao Hua from different void flashes, as if the mountain peak was void. The lightning flickered, lingering around Xiao Hua's entire body. Xiao Hua closed his eyes tightly, and the lightning on his body either merged into his body or merged into the mountain peak again. The earth crystal Yao Milk spiritual energy in Xiao Hua's body also slowly flowed within the lightning. It was refined by Xiao Hua's celestial body bestowment technique. On one hand, it was refined into his body, and on the other hand, it was sent into his meridians. Looking at Xiao Hua's meridians again, there was also lightning striking. The spiritual energy in his meridians was the same as in his body, and it was drawn out like a gurgling stream. The hidden danger of Xiao Hua's cultivation was actually slowly dissolving in this unimaginable way. Although Xiao Hua didn't deliberately use his mental cultivation method, his cultivation was still slowly improving. 10 days later, Xiao Hua waited for the pain to disappear, and split his primordial spirit again. This time, his primordial spirit merged into his body. He focused on practicing the celestial body bestowment technique. This was also Xiao Hua's attempt. In his mind, the celestial body bestowment technique was different from the earth attribute mental cultivation method. He couldn't multitask, and since he had to practice the celestial body bestowment technique and mental cultivation method, he might as well try to merge his primordial spirit with his body. Who would have thought that it would happen so quickly? This was truly beyond his expectations. Even Xiao Hua himself suspected that his physical body was alive just like his meridians. Another 10 days passed, and Xiao Hua split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit fused into his bones. The bone tempering technique of the Sunset Island was different from the Big Dipper magical fist technique. It was a type of mental cultivation method that was similar to striking. Now that the lightning had fallen, it was the best time to practice the bone tempering technique. Xiao Hua didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Another 10 days passed, and Xiao Hua split his primordial spirit again. This time, Xiao Hua wanted to merge his primordial spirit with the Phoenix Dharma body. However, when he thought about how the Phoenix Dharma body already had several types of soul essences, Xiao Hua admitted that his primordial spirit was inferior to the Phoenix Dharma body. Thus, after a brief thought, he sent his primordial spirit into the Buddha Sarira. Another 10 days passed and Xiao Hua split his Yuan divinity again. This time, the Yuan divinity was fused into Xiao Hua's dimension, the heavenly Tao starry sky. The heavenly Tao starry sky was originally formless, but Xiao Hua already had a trace of his primordial spirit follow the fire origin into the space and merge with the starry sky. This trace of primordial spirit also entered the starry sky extremely smoothly. Another 10 days passed, and Xiao Hua split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit fused into the hand of karma. This hand of karma was truly vast. Xiaohua didn't expect to be able to control the entire hand of karma, but if he could have a trace of his primordial spirit in the hand of karma, he should have sufficient time to comprehend karma, right? Another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit didn't merge into any place, but stayed alone in the space. Xiaohua waited for this primordial spirit to awaken and strengthen, then he would comprehend many of his jade slips. Finally, another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua thought for a long time. He felt that apart from the 8 sword pellets, there was nothing else he needed to comprehend with his primordial spirit. Just as he was about to merge his primordial spirit with the unrepaired sword pellets, Xiaohua's heart stirred, and he thought of his own space. This space was behind his head, but it wasn't under his control. If he could have a primordial spirit as the master, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? However, when he truly tried to control it, he ran into trouble. This trace of primordial spirit couldn't merge into the space, and was left alone outside like the primordial spirit he used to comprehend the jade slips. Helpless, Xiaohua thought of the mysterious place where the soul strands had penetrated. Thus, he sent his primordial spirit into the dark clouds along with the soul strands. He used this primordial spirit to comprehend the green seal text and soul cultivation methods. The 8 sword pellets had yet to be completely repaired, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit couldn't merge with them. Moreover, at this time, Xiaohua faintly felt that splitting his primordial spirit had a great use. Splitting a trace of his primordial spirit and putting it into the sword pellets was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now, Xiaohua had split his primordial spirit into 8 different strands to comprehend 8 different cultivation methods. Each strand had its own responsibility, and each strand did their best. After doing all this, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had a splitting headache, it was really uncomfortable. Anyone who split their primordial spirit 8 times in a row would feel uncomfortable. However, Xiaohua was even more delighted in his heart. He had grasped too many cultivation methods. Just relying on one primordial spirit to cultivate, it was already not bad to be able to cultivate one cultivation method to the extreme, not to mention these 7 or 8 cultivation methods. Even if it was a Confucian cultivator, soul cultivator, or Buddhist cultivator, these 3 cultivation methods that were on par with the Tao sect, it was impossible to successfully cultivate them, let alone something as unpredictable as the heavenly Tao and the hand of karma. Perhaps when these primordial spirits awaken, I will have some accomplishments. Xiaohua immediately closed his eyes. First, before the primordial spirits awakened, he activated the immortal body bestowment technique, relying on the lightning strike to refine the spiritual energy in his body. In his heart, he secretly planned for the future. Just as Xiaohua thought, 100 days later, these primordial spirits gradually awakened. Xiaohua didn't feel any special discomfort. It was only at the beginning that he felt like he was waking up from a dream, and it was a very strange feeling. As the primordial spirits began to operate their cultivation methods, different feelings and understandings were transmitted to the main primordial spirit, and through the main primordial spirit, it was shared with the other primordial spirits. Xiaohua slowly adapted to this strange cultivation method. More than a year later, whether it was in his meridians or in his body, half of the earth attribute spiritual energy had been refined, and the remaining sediment was even more difficult to refine. While Xiaohua was refining his spiritual energy, he was doing other things. The first thing Xiaohua did was to take out the 50% of the male lightning beast's inner core that he had obtained from Helpless and Cui Hongshan from the space. The lightning beast's inner core flashed and immediately attracted countless lightning strikes, all of which struck the inner core. Xiaohua formed several seals and condensed the male lightning beast's inner core above his head. Then, he also took out the remaining 80% of the female lightning beast's inner core. After forming seals, he took out 60% of it and put the remaining 20% back into the space. Similar to the male lightning beast's inner core, countless lightning strikes struck out at the same time. Moreover, between the male and female cores, there was actually purple lightning that connected them together. Seeing this situation, Xiaohua was even more certain that his guess when he saw Xue Xue's foundation building on the heavenly sea should be correct. Then, Xiaohua took out 9 drops of the male and female lightning beast's blood and condensed them on the surface of the 2 inner cores. When the blood went deep into the inner cores, Xiaohua formed seals one after another. It was exactly the same as refining the thunder pill. Finally, Xiaohua pointed his finger, "Go." The 2 inner cores spun and entangled together, and like melting liquid, they were poured into the phoenix celestial body by Xiaohua. Kachacha, the phoenix celestial body flashed with lightning, and lightning also appeared between its wings and claws. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the phoenix celestial body as the cauldron, and the male and female lightning beast's inner cores as the core liquid to refine the thunder pill. It was precisely embedding the 2 inner cores into the phoenix celestial body to form the inner core of the celestial body, which was similar to the innate inner core of the lightning beast. Then, when Xue Xue was building her foundation, the innate seals of the lightning beast's hands appeared in Xiaohua's mind. His hands also slowly waved. Not only were more than a dozen lightning bolts controlled by Xiaohua, but lightning bolts that were several times more powerful than the thunder palm were also suddenly born in his palm. Not only that, at the same time that the 2 inner cores in the phoenix celestial body were rotating, in the depths of the myriad thunder valley, a purple light spot that was both big and small, which was invisible to the naked eye, divine sense, and even Buddhist sense, was attracted by the yin and yang lightning bolts. It slowly flew out from the depths of the valley, and rushed towards Xiaohua. Its appearance was actually similar to the earliest fire origin. Xiaohua used nearly 10 days to properly embed the inner cores of the phoenix celestial body. He saw the thin and long lightning bolts strike the phoenix celestial body, and threads of light entered the body, seeping into the yin and yang inner cores, increasing the number of inner cores. Moreover, in a short period of time, strands of Hotian impurities turned into green smoke and flew out from the inner cores. Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart, knowing that he had found the correct method to embed the lightning beast's inner cores. This was what Xiaohua saw. What Xiaohua didn't see, or perhaps what Xiaohua didn't expect, was that in Xiaohua's lower dantian, on both sides of the extremely small virtual spot, 2 more virtual spots flashing with lightning bolts appeared. However, they were even smaller, and even more inaudible. After arranging the lightning beast's inner cores, Xiaohua once again took out the great wisdom sword. In his mind, he carefully recalled the demon realm's blood fusion technique. He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood essence touched the great wisdom sword. Immediately after, Xiaohua's hands waved again. However, this time, Xiaohua didn't make any strange hand seals. Instead, he used the hand seals that controlled the lightning bolts just now. Under Xiaohua's control, numerous lightning bolts fell down, striking the great wisdom sword. The lightning bolts were very uniform, and also contained an indescribable rhythm. If one were to listen to it, it would actually sound like a sonorous and powerful rhythm. Even if one were to look at it with their eyes, it would be a magnificent scene of splashes of splendor. This lightning strike technique was precisely the demon realm's blood fusion technique. However, Xiaohua had changed the demon realm's demon weapon to lightning. Following Xiaohua's blood fusion technique, the blood essence gradually plated a layer of faint golden light film on the surface of the great wisdom sword. Next, Xiaohua took out that strange object again, and similarly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Just like the great wisdom sword, the lightning bolt struck it, and not long after, another layer of golden light film plated on the fist-sized object. Chapter 2195. Combine, Xiaohua shouted. That thing collided with the great wisdom sword. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and struck out with a different lightning strike rhythm, hitting exactly where the two came into contact. After an unknown amount of time, that thing turned into a ball of membrane, wrapping around the great wisdom sword. At this time, Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He took out a few pieces of the silver-plated sword, looked at them, and threw them into the space. He took out the 2 demonic hammers, shook his hands, and like before, used the blood fusion technique to stick the 2 demonic hammers together with the great wisdom sword. In the end, Xiaohua's hands swung once again, forming different hand seals. The rhythm of the entire lightning strike changed again, completely enveloping the great wisdom heavy sword, the devil hammer, and that inexplicable thing. Xiaohua's blood essence had already completely transformed into a golden substance, gradually seeping into the 3 things, and the 3 things immediately fused together. Looking at the golden substance that was continuously rolling around in the lightning above his head, Xiaohua smiled and secretly said, "In any case, this young master has finally found the method to refine the great wisdom sword. Even if I can only fuse these things together now, this is still a big improvement. The lightning strike method should be outside of the 5 elements. This young master is really smart. The blood fusion technique doesn't touch the 5 elements at all. It's just that. I don't know when this blood fusion technique will succeed, so I'll just let them roll around here." After another month, Xiaohua saw that the great wisdom sword still couldn't completely fuse, so he ignored it and took out the few pieces of silver-plated sword. Looking at the few pieces of demonic tools, Xiaohua's heart was filled with emotion. Really, since Xiaohua first stepped into the cultivation world, entered Jinghua City, was forced to buy the demonic spear tip from Shiwuming at Mingsui Mountain, and finally got the last piece of the demonic spear shaft from Kwa Chiao, this silver-plated sword was finally gathered. This was almost the entire process of Xiaohua's cultivation. However, Xiaohua was very gratified. A demonic tool that could make the heavenly demon sect master remember was definitely not an ordinary item. Xiaohua only sighed with emotion for a moment, then spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood essence. Just like the great wisdom sword, the silver-plated sword was fused together. Naturally, Qiu Yinlu couldn't completely fuse with the great wisdom sword. Xiaohua only needed to connect the broken parts, which should be easy. However, when Xiaohua's blood was fusing, he actually discovered that there was an extremely strong repulsive force within the dragon silver gilt, which wanted to expel his blood essence from the dragon silver gilt. Xiaohua was unable to infuse his blood essence into the demonic artifact, so he could only use his blood essence to connect the few segments together. Thus, the seemingly complete ancient dragon silver gilt was absorbed into his space. After all, Xiaohua didn't have the complete refining method of the devil realm, not to mention how to repair the ancient dragon's silver plating. Another half a year passed, and more than 70% of the accumulated spiritual energy in Xiaohua's meridians and body had been refined. Xiaohua's cultivation level rose again, and he finally entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Another portion of new meridians had been opened. Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist consciousness, and even space expanded once more. Just as Xiaohua was advancing, Helpless happened to be on guard duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Helpless sat inside the Myriad Thunder Valley's restriction, inside an immortal's cave protected by layers of restriction spells. Seeing lightning suddenly flickering on the mountain peak in the distance, countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth flocking in, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly threw out a misty green copper mirror in his hand, and spat a mouthful of true essence into it. Thus, he could see all the movements on the mountain peak. Strange, the lightning on Jilei Peak is 20% more than before, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased by 40%. Could there be some unforeseen event? Helpless slightly frowned. However, he was very clear in his heart that although his magic artifact could observe the entire Myriad Thunder Valley, most of its range was the entire abyss and restriction spells, as well as the surface of Jilei Peak. If it went any deeper, there would be lightning interference, and it would be impossible to detect. Just like his divine sense, although much stronger than ordinary cultivators, he still couldn't rashly detect Jilei Peak. Should I report this to the shocking Thunder Palace? Helpless was somewhat hesitant, but he was clear in his heart that the current myriad Thunder Valley was no longer as useful as before. This little change might not be able to attract the attention of the masters of the shocking Thunder Palace. Forget it, it's I's duty anyway. How can I not report it? After making the decision, Helpless put away the copper mirror, came out of the cave, opened the restriction spell, and flew towards his own immortal's cave. Oh! Shwe shwe. Helpless flew past Xiaohua's immortal's cave. As usual, he took a look. Xiaohua's immortal's cave was still sealed, and there were no abnormalities. Unlike before, today there was a pretty female cultivator standing quietly in front of the sealed immortal's cave. Shwe shwe naturally saw Helpless and immediately saluted respectfully, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Helpless." "Oh, get up." Helpless smiled and helped Shwe shwe up. He looked her up and down and nodded, as expected of the lightning beast's bloodline. "It's extraordinary. You just stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, and after a few days of closed-door cultivation, your cultivation has advanced so much. No disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley can compare to you. Alas, if that little bastard Xiaohua could be as well behaved as you, he could be as good as you are. This old man's heart will be at ease. I don't know which part of that little bastard you've taken a fancy to." Shwe shwe's face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Helpless, you know that not only is Xiaohua's cultivation." "Forget it, let's not talk about cultivation. Xiaohua's heart is kind, and his actions are straightforward and upright. Even if he's a low-level cultivator, he's still the target of my admiration. Besides, I seem to know more about Xiaohua than Martial Uncle. I feel that Xiaohua is the one I've entrusted my life to. Even if I die for him, even if my body is torn to pieces, I'm still willing." "You silly child, what are you talking about?" Helpless shook his head and said, "This old man feels strange because I don't understand Xiaohua. His foundation is lacking, and his aptitude can't be considered particularly good. Normally, he should wholeheartedly focus on cultivation, and perhaps have some achievements. However, he has too many distractions, and he seems to have dabbled in too many things. Even if he's finally reached the Foundation establishment realm, in this old man's eyes, it's difficult for him to achieve great success. If you have the chance in the future, you have to persuade him. Cultivation is really too important for cultivators." A trace of understanding flashed across Shwe shwe's face, and then she became somewhat resolute. She nodded and said, "This junior understands. If there's a chance, I'll definitely explain it to him. However, this junior also wants to find a time to explain it to Martial Uncle in detail. Perhaps Martial Uncle can change your view of Xiaohua." "Oh. What's so special about Xiaohua? Why don't you tell this old man now?" Helpless was somewhat curious. However, Shwe shwe shook her head slightly and said, "Okay, Martial Uncle knows that some things can't be said, but the time isn't right. When the time is, this junior will naturally say it. At that time, Martial Uncle Helpless will also have some choices." "Ha ha ha." Helpless laughed loudly. "This old man knows. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's second disciple, Cui Hongshan, is about to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Chiming of Converging Thunder Palace. When the two of them are done, it'll naturally be your and Xiaohua's turn. At that time, this old man really wants to hear what kind of strange story you have with Xiaohua. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2196. Shwe shwe's face froze for a moment before her face flushed red. She said shyly, "Martial Uncle is right. Junior. Junior. Ha ha ha." He helplessly smiled again. With a wave of his sleeve, his figure flew up, and he said, "This old man won't talk to you anymore, so as to avoid making you feel embarrassed. When Xiaohua comes out of seclusion, this old man will have his master's wife go find Martial Uncle Sun. Goodbye Martial Uncle Helplessness." Xue Xue bowed her head, but there were tears in her eyes and her face was pale. Unfortunately, Helplessness felt joy in his heart. How could he see it? When Helplessness walked far away, Xue Xue's gaze was filled with longing, unwilling to leave immediately. She lingered in front of the cave for a long time before leaving a message talisman and flying back to Xuanlei Palace. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that Xue Xue came out of seclusion to find him. He also didn't know that the phenomenon of him entering Foundation establishment late stage attracted Helplessness's attention. He was still leisurely looking at the great wisdom sword being tempered by lightning. From time to time, he would use spells to control the lightning to change its rhythm. By now, Xiaohua had already opened up new meridians, and the natural energies inside his body and meridians were still being slowly refined by the two strands of nascent divinities. Therefore, Xiaohua began to refine the black spots inside his meridians again, pushing his cultivation base and stabilizing his cultivation base. Xiaohua would never take out Daoist Jing Si's one Qi divine furnace from the space if he didn't have any assurance. Xiaohua had even calculated that when the wisp of primordial spirit had free time, he would refine this magic weapon in the space and take it for himself. At this time, he took out his three-legged vermilion bird phoenix rune furnace and ignited it with the Samadhi true fire. He threw the youth-retaining grass and other spiritual herbs into the furnace and began to refine the youth-retaining pill according to the recipe that Qian Diheng had given him. The streaks of lightning struck the furnace and added some magical effects to the youth-retaining pill. The face-preserving pill was just a normal pill. However, the face-preserving grass was rare. Otherwise, Gantian Mountain wouldn't have casually given the pill recipe to Qian Diheng. To Xiaohua, who had refined the Ling Lei Dan before, this kind of Dan was as easy as lifting a finger. He had earned so many spirit stones just by cultivating leisurely. Unknowingly, more than half a year had passed. Xiaohua had already been in seclusion for nearly 3 years. Just as Wu Xian expected, after he sent out the message talisman, he made a special trip to the deacon of 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 the 10,000 Thunder Valley and Jilei Peak, who still didn't take the matter of the Jilei Peak seriously. Soon after, Xiaohua's meridians returned to normal, and the sudden appearance of the lightning and heaven-earth spiritual qi also disappeared. Helplessly, he could only put this matter aside. He was still on duty at 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan were also patrolling the outskirts of 10,000 Thunder Valley. On this day, Helpless was cultivating with his eyes closed. He released his divine sense slightly and used the lightning within the 10,000 Thunder Valley to refine it. This was a secret technique he had discovered by chance when he was on duty at 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although it wasn't a complete secret technique, the pure torture and refinement allowed his divine sense to be stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Suddenly, he felt that there was some movement in the restriction outside the 10,000 Thunder Valley. He withdrew his divine sense and took out the copper mirror. When he saw that there was an early gold core stage cultivator outside the restriction looking at him coldly, he immediately put away the copper mirror and opened the formation. He respectfully greeted him with a smile. Junior has no choice. Greetings Martial Uncle Zhen Shichao Zhen. Zhen Shichao raised his hand in greeting, but his eyes were looking behind Helpless. He asked, half a year ago, you reported to Thunder Palace twice, saying that there was something wrong with Jilei Mountain. Yes. Helpless nodded his head in reply, but then he hesitated and said, however, that abnormality only lasted for a dozen days, and then it gradually calmed down. Now, it has been a few months, and it hasn't appeared. And, can you leave an image? Zhen Shichao seemed to have expected Helpless' answer, and his tone was still indifferent. Martial Uncle Zhen, Jilei Mountain, can never leave an image. Helpless reminded him, this is the rule of Thunder Palace. Humph, when was that rule? Zhen Shichao sneered, the current Jilei Mountain is no longer as important as before. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, since you don't have an image, and there is no abnormality now, how would this old man know where this abnormality came from? Yes. Helpless had no way to refute, and could only lower his head and agree. Forget it. Zhen Shichao sighed, since you coaxed me here, I have to take a look. Saying this, Zhen Shichao flew into the myriad Thunder Valley, and with a clap of his hand, a lightning protection ring flew into the air, surrounding him, and then flew towards Jilei Mountain. Along the way, countless lightning bolts struck Zhen Shichao's body, but they were all absorbed by the brilliance emitted by the lightning protection ring. Not a single lightning bolt struck Zhen Shichao, and when they were within 10 feet of Jilei Peak, the lightning protection ring had turned purplish red, and Zhen Shichao's body began to glow. It was obvious that the lightning protection ring could no longer absorb all the lightning bolts. Zhen Shichao didn't dare to get any closer, and with a clap of his hand, he took out a square bronze mirror about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. He spat a mouthful of true yuan on it, and the surface of the mirror emitted a blue brilliance. When Zhen Shichao formed a seal with his hand, a wave of ripples appeared, and various lightning bolts flashed in Jilei Mountain. Poor Xiaohua was now proudly cultivating with a smile on his face. How would he know that someone was exploring Jilei Mountain? Huh? Why is the lightning so strange here? Zhen Shichao carefully observed until he saw the lightning bolts of the Great Wisdom Sword. At this time, the Great Wisdom Sword and the Devil Hammer had merged together, forming the shape of a long rod. The Devil Hammer had already turned into a shell that covered the outside of the Prajna Heavy Sword. However, because it was only blood fusion, the Devil Hammer had yet to truly fuse with the Prajna Heavy Sword. As such, the shape of the Prajna Heavy Sword did not change much. Of course, because it was a rod, the lightning bolts around it were also in the shape of a rod, which made Zhen Shichao realize something was wrong. Then, Zhen Shichao pointed at the magic treasure again. A wave of spiritual power came from the magic treasure and shrouded Jilei Peak. The scene of Jilei Peak flashed in the mirror bit by bit. Oh, there's someone. The fluctuation of magic power woke Xiaohua up. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and immediately perceived the fluctuation of spiritual power from the magic weapon. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately put away the Great Wisdom Sword into the space along with the Pill Furnace and Dharmakaya. He didn't dare to hesitate and urged his magic power to escape towards the bottom of Jilei Peak. At this time, Xiaohua's spiritual power doubled again, and he went even deeper. When the place where the Great Wisdom Sword was appeared, it was normal, and there was not the slightest abnormality. Strange. When Zhen Shichao withdrew the spiritual power and looked again, the rod-shaped lightning bolts had disappeared again. Maybe it's the lightning's abnormality? Zhen Shichao looked around, and he had already come to a conclusion. He continued to look down. However, the use of his lightning avoidance ring was limited. After looking for half an hour, there was still a lot of time before Xiaohua went down. Zhen Shichao felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he put away the magic weapon, turned and flew to Wu Xian, who was waiting respectfully in the cave, and said faintly, "I have already looked, there is nothing unusual in Jilei Mountain." "Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle Zhen." Wu Xian cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Disciples' report gave Martial Uncle Zhen a false alarm. No matter. Zhen Shichao waved his hand and said, "It's your duty, you can't be blamed. Moreover, the myriad Thunder Valley has been peaceful for so long, it's normal for there to be some abnormalities." Then, Zhen Shichao took a storage bag from his waist and handed it to Wu Xian, saying, "This is the spirit stones and elixirs rewarded by the myriad Thunder Valley this year. Consider it as compensation for the hard work of the myriad Thunder Valley disciples." Ah! Wu Xian was stunned and hurriedly said, "Martial Uncle Zhen, there is indeed something unusual about Jilei Mountain. Disciple is not trying to be sensational. This old man didn't say anything about you." Zhen Shichao was even more certain. He threw the storage bag to Wu Xian and smiled, "The disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley have indeed worked hard, you have also worked hard. The thunder and lightning of Jilei Mountain is really powerful, even this old man can't go near it. It has indeed been hard for you to keep watch here, this reward from the palace is only right. Yes. Wu Xian's mouth was filled with bitterness. He took the storage bag and smiled apologetically, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Zhen." An. Zhen Shichao came out of the cave and walked out of the array. He instructed, "The Myriad Thunder Valley is a very important place for my thunderous palace. This old man remembers that there is a special rule in my thunderous palace. If anything happens to the Myriad Thunder Valley, the patrolling disciples will be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. In the worst case, they will be killed on the spot. Wu Xian, the burden on your shoulders is very heavy. You must take good care of this place and don't let anything happen to it. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to answer to the thunderous palace and the sect master." "Yes, this disciple understands." Wu Xian replied respectfully and accompanied Zhen Shichao to the outskirts of the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, he didn't really care about it. He didn't know when this sect rule came into effect. Now that he had sent out 2 transmission amulets and specially went to the Thunderous Palace to invite Zhen Shichao over, he was still being treated as if he was trying to take credit. Zhen Shichao's words were just a fake reprimand. Ever since you started guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley, this old man has come here many times." Zhen Shichao encouraged Wu Xian again, "Now that your cultivation has reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, if you have any opportunities, quickly condense your core. Also let your disciples come and keep watch. I heard that Xiang Yang is already in the middle stage of foundation establishment, it should be time for him to enter the Myriad Thunder Valley. Your other 2 disciples seem to be pretty good too. Let them come in and take a look. Nurture them as soon as possible." "Yes, this disciple understands." Wu Xian smiled helplessly and didn't know how to explain. He then said, "This disciple has 3 disciples. The one with the lowest cultivation, Xiaohua, has only been in foundation establishment for a few years and is far from being able to guard Jilei Peak. However, the second disciple, Cui Hongshan, has steadily improved his cultivation. After this year's dual cultivation ceremony, this junior will take a look and focus on nurturing him. After 10 years, he will be able to guard Jilei Peak." Dual cultivation. Zhen Shichao laughed. "Which female disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley has a marriage alliance with?" "Yes, Martial Uncle knows. It's Dui Qimeng from the Thunderous Palace." "Oh, I seem to have some impression of her." Zhen Shichao nodded and then said, "Plans can't be compared to changes. I'm afraid your perfect plan will fail." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.